to Marriott Lighthouse. Is it live? Is it live? It's only live when we press the button, isn't it? It's live. Good morning. If you can see me, if you can see a bald middle-aged man in a tie, it means that things are working. My name's Tom Jenkins. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of ETOA, and it's my honour really to welcome you to this first online version of City Fair, and it's one of our first online events. I think very much necessity is the offspring, I suppose, of crisis, and is the mother of invention, and we really had to do this. We were hoping to have City Fair obviously in June like we normally do, but the current events meant we had to reschedule it in July, and we were hoping to have it live in person in July, but now we're obviously doing it online. And today is going to be very much a voyage of discovery. I think it's going to require an awful lot of patience and stamina from the people taking part, but one of the things it will involve is, or will not involve, is a large quantity of running around, which we normally experience at one of our events. I am going to really just reassure you that this is the start. It's very much a soft opening, and I'm going to be replaced by a logo fairly shortly, and I will be returning at 8:30 for a formal welcome a little bit later on. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of ECM, it is an immense pleasure to welcome you to this virtual edition of the City Fair Workshop in 2020 edition. This edition is of immense importance since it represents for destinations a crucial opportunity to build new networks and prepare the recovery. This year, even more, we are proud to be part of this adventure in partnership with ETOA. European Cities Marketing, ECM, this is the only association in Europe gathering more than 120 European DMOs and CVBs, is a vigilant and forward-looking community determined to help prepare today, but to be critical for success in the arena of tomorrow. It is imperative for ECM to enable members to align their own strategic agenda with demands, challenges and opportunities of the near future. If there is one thing that COVID-19 crisis taught us, it is the need and the benefits of improving digitalization. In only 4 months, webinars, digital interviews, interactive online platforms were implemented all over the world in all kinds of fields. We have seen digital conventions being organized, digital conferences broadcast, keynote speakers talking from their living rooms, digital courses on free access. Suddenly something became natural has been added to this world, which was sometimes too conventional. We at ECM immediately felt the need and the duty to be by our members' side, even when apart, supporting them and offering tools which are helping DMMOs taking the right decisions and learning from the experiences of others. We created a communication platform called A New Tomorrow, and the purpose of this initiative is to share the ideas and challenges and to find inspiration in new practices and different approaches. How? Thanks to webinars, collaborative dashboards, articles from avant-garde thinkers, different approaches, the ECM Guide to Sustainable Recovery called DMMO COVID-19 Continuity Checklist, and discussion groups. Our COVID-19 Resource Center forms a critical part of the capability and the potential of our association. In less than a month, we built an entire panel of digital communications. We do believe in perspective and in resilience in a new tomorrow which will require to rebuild, reshape, and reimagine tourism and the role and responsibilities of the MMOs. This crisis has taught us how to do things differently, think collectively, and rely on each other. Sharing is the core of ECM, and it is our firm belief that putting in common inspiration, insight, and experience will be the key to pull us through this crisis. I'm convinced that the professionalism, proven experience, and organization skills of the ETOA team will lead to a successful digital version of City Fair this year, as it is ideally placed in a vital moment in Europe's tourism recovery. We are delighted to offer this opportunity to ECM members to get in touch with buyers from all over the world and to lay down the foundation for the return of long-haul clients and to develop new product and new ideas. I am proud of this additional milestone in the history of ETOA and European Cities Marketing cooperation. My name is Zushek and I am the President of European Cities Marketing and wish you a very successful City Fair.
Okay, we have just heard from Petra Herdorfer, our partners at European Cities Marketing, with whom we're jointly organising this event. You'll be seeing that video intermittently throughout the day. I think the crucial point for me to stress at the moment is that the event itself, of course, starts at 8:30 UK time, which is 9:30 continental time, and whatever time it is wherever you are, because we've got people taking part in this event throughout the world, both in China and in North America. I think the point to stress is that the formal welcome from me will be probably in about 10 minutes time. We'll be hearing from Petra again in about 15 minutes time, and of course the event starts properly at 8:30 UK time, 9:30 continental time. Thank you. Welcome again. My name is Tom Jenkins. I'm the Chief Executive of ETOA. The time is now 8:15 in London, on a beautiful day in London, it has to be said. It's an area of high pressure is giving us temperatures of around about 18 to 19 degrees centigrade, which is perfect for broadcast. It would be perfect for a live event, but this is very much an online event. And we have over 300 participants dialing in throughout the world. We have participants taking part in China and in North America. So we've got a big geographic spread, and this is one of the benefits of having an online city fair, is that we're able to reach buyers really from throughout the world. It's a truly intercontinental spread of people we have taking part. I would like to stress that this event is going to require not too much physical effort. City Fair usually involves a lot of running around, but it will involve a degree of concentration. So I hope you're sitting comfortably, because when the appointments start, they will come on you very, very fast and very, very frequently, one after the other. If there is a pause in the appointment schedule that you have, you will be directed back to this area, which is very much a holding area for City Fair. And during the day, we will be running a number of videos, some of them from our sponsors, but we'll also be running a seminar program of pre-recorded interviews that we've done with various people. We've got interviews with Arnie Weissman of Travel Weekly USA, Ian Taylor of Travel Weekly UK, and Jürgen Steinmetz of eTurbo News, all of which we've decided to actually interview the interviewers, so to speak, and we are trying to get them to tell us what they think is happening in their different origin markets. So we get a good perception both of the UK market, which we don't normally cover, but we thought it's quite pressing at the moment, and North America, the two chief organs of North America, Turbo News and Travel Weekly. In addition to that, there are a number of interviews which have been conducted with leading members of ETOA, who are also members of the Advisory Council. And so we have interviews with Globus Cosmos family of brands, with Tauck World Discovery, with a whole range of people, including AC Tours, Live Travel and Tours, Mickey Travel. There's a big gamut of people who are being interviewed on the current situation. And these are viewable throughout the day on this channel, but they're also going to be posted on the web, on our website later on. So you can view them. If you haven't got the chance to see them today, you will be able to view them later on. Now, this event would not take place, like all our events, without our sponsors. I'm particularly grateful to Visit Britain, Paris region, and Tourism Switzerland, all of whom you'll be hearing from throughout the day as well. But just to formally start, our partner at this event is European Cities Marketing, and I have a message from Petra Herdorfer, the head of, well, the chairman of ECM, who wishes to say a few words now. So I'll let you watch that video.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of ECM, it is an immense pleasure to welcome you to this virtual edition of the City Fair Workshop in 2020 edition. This edition is of immense importance since it represents for destinations a crucial opportunity to build new networks and prepare the recovery. This year, even more, we are proud to be part of this adventure in partnership with ETOA. European Cities Marketing, ECM, this is the only association in Europe gathering more than 120 European DMOs and CVBs, is a vigilant and forward-looking community determined to help prepare today what we believe to be critical for success in the marketing of tomorrow. It is imperative for ECM to enable members to align their own strategic agenda with demands, challenges and opportunities of the near future. If there is one thing that COVID-19 crisis taught us, It is the need and the benefits of improving digitalization. In only 4 months, webinars, digital interviews, interactive online platforms were implemented all over the world in all kinds of fields. We have seen digital conventions being organized, digital conferences broadcast, keynote speakers talking from their living rooms, digital courses on free access. Suddenly something becoming natural has been added to this world, which was sometimes conventional. We at ECM immediately felt the need and the duty to be by our members' side even when apart, supporting them and offering tools which are helping DMMOs taking the right decisions and learning from the experiences of others. We created a communication platform called A New Tomorrow, and the purpose of this initiative is to share the ideas and challenges and to find inspiration in new practices and different approaches. How? Thanks to webinars, collaborative dashboards, articles from avant-garde thinkers, different approaches, the ECM Guide for Sustainable Recovery called and groups. Our COVID-19 Resource Center forms a critical part of the capability and the potential of our association. In less than a month, we built an entire panel of digital communications. We do believe in perspective and in resilience in a new tomorrow which will require to rebuild, reshape, and reimagine tourism and the role and responsibilities of DMMOs. This crisis has taught us how to do things differently, think collectively, and rely on each other. Sharing is the core of ECM, and it is our firm belief that putting in common inspiration, insights, and experience will be the key to pull us through this crisis. I'm convinced that the professionalism, proven and organization skills of the ETOA team will lead to a successful digital version of City Fair this year, as it is ideally placed in a vital moment in Europe's tourism recovery. We are delighted to offer this opportunity to ECM members to get in touch with buyers from all over the world and to lay down the foundation for the return of long-haul clients and to develop new product and new ideas. I am proud of this additional milestone in the history of ETOA and European Cities Marketing long cooperation. My name is Petra Stušek and I am the President of European Cities Marketing and wish you a very successful City Fair.
And normally at these occasions I'd be giving you instructions as to what to do in the event of a fire and how important it is to abide by the discipline of the appointments. I think really it's up to you what you do in the event of a fire because you're manifestly not here. And the appointments you will find should be self-organizing. They will switch exactly on the 10-minute notice, on the 10-minute point, and give notice of the appointments out. But you will find that this is a discipline which will involve some degree of modification from your point of view, because you will have to finish that appointment because the system will switch you over. I think the main point that I need to stress is that I think you should have a great day. It's going to be a very full day, and you'll occasionally hear from me throughout the day if there are any important announcements. If by any chance in particular someone has been unable to make this meeting, we will try and make it clear to you that this is happening. Otherwise, I really hope you have a great day, very productive day, and I hope to speak to you several times during the day, but definitely at the end. So very good luck and have a great day. Thank you. I'm absolutely delighted to be joined here by Tristan Yardevet of Tourwise, which is the body which contracts and operates tours in the UK and Ireland for the Globus family of brands. Tristan has been working for Globus for many years, but we'll discuss that in a minute. And Globus, of course, is one of the, together with its sister brand Cosmos, is one of the leading escorted tour operators in Europe. And I'm absolutely delighted Tristan can join us. Tristan, tell me a little and how long you've been working there.
Well, I've been working for the company since September 1987, 23rd of September 1987 to be sure. So I go back a long way, and so that's, I think it's 32 years with the company, which is a long time, even by Globus standards. So my role is to run the London operation for Globus and Cosmos. We have a company called, well, actually technically it's called Cosmos Tours Limited. And I'm the MD of that particular part of the business, and our job is to plan, operate and contract everything for Globus and Cosmos in the UK and Ireland.
And is most of what you do escorted tours, or do you have any FIT programs?
We have a small bit of we have a brand called Monograms, which is slightly more FIT than normal touring. It's really a product based for individuals as opposed to groups. But the majority of our business is standard coach tours. We have numerous itineraries. I forget exactly how many, over 20 different itineraries around the UK and Ireland. Some focusing on just Scotland, some just Ireland, some just England, and plenty of itineraries that do a combination of those in some form.
Globus is obviously a European brand, and I imagine you also have quite a lot of responsibility operating tours which have London as a gateway to Europe. Europe is Ireland, multi-states like London and Paris.
Sure. Probably our biggest selling combination of any product that we have is London-Paris. It's still extremely popular. But yeah, I just deal with the UK and Ireland for the company. There's a huge operation based in Lugano in Switzerland that deals with the rest of Europe. So I'm just a small cog in a huge machine. So the contracting and the planning and the operating for everything outside of the UK and Ireland is done in Switzerland rather than here. And then, of course, the company has lots of business going on in North America as well. There's a very extensive tour program going on there. And Australasia and New Zealand and Southeast Asia and South America. So it's really a global company. Yeah.
And I mean, you say it's mainly tours. I mean, principally, are your tours just driven by drivers, or do they have tour managers, tour directors on board?
Yeah, we have tour directors. We have tour directors and a driver. So the coaches sell up to 44 people, and we have a tour director traveling with them and a separate driver. Yes.
44 is quite a small number on a coach. I mean, people go up to 50, 55, even 60 on a 15-meter coach. Have you chosen to restrict that number down?
Yeah, we have. Now, when I joined the company many years ago, we were selling up to 48 people on a coach, and the single biggest complaint in those days was the lack of legroom on the coach. Now, of course, the coaches have got longer. Our clients probably have got longer at the same time, but nonetheless, we do have plenty of legroom on all the coaches, and we deliberately don't sell every seat on the coach. So it's now a very comfortable experience compared to perhaps how it might have been in the past with the shorter coaches and more seats and more people. So,
and I think, I mean, people who are outside the escorted bubble probably underestimate quite how much fun it is actually to have a group of people who are interacting whilst they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I think our sector of the industry is perceived as being very unsexy. You know, a coach on you have, Tom, having travelled on many myself and seen the fun that people have interacting with others. They really do enjoy it, and sure, it's not for everybody, but a lot of people choose to go on a coach tour not just because the value that we're able to achieve by taking groups as opposed to smaller groups or individuals, but it's just meeting people as well and having that fun. They recognise that, sure, the disadvantage perhaps of a coach tour is that you have a lack of, by definition almost, you have a lack of personal freedom, in the sense that you don't decide where you go specifically on any one day. It's part of the itinerary. But the trade-off there is that you meet fun people, and yeah, we have plenty of examples of people that have really enjoyed themselves so much they came back and coming back and coming back. We had one client that I discovered that was on their 29th Globus tour last year. So yeah, plenty of people that are real coach touring addicts.
I mean, so you really think that an escorted tour is more than the sum of its parts? I mean, you try and create a specific Globus atmosphere on board the coach?
So we have a fantastic team within the UK and Ireland, and the same is replicated on the continent. Fantastic teams of tour directors that have worked for the company for a very long time. I mean, we have, it sounds awful, we have two that have worked, in fact, sorry, four that have worked for over 40 years for the company. I gave awards this year to two of them. And believe it or not, they're not particularly old. They're still in their 60s, these four. But they started with the company very young. And we have this very strong bond within the tour guide fraternity. And they've kind of grown up with the company as well. They are not people, many years ago, people would come and be a tour guide for a season or two to fill in while they waited to get a perhaps more permanent or a sensible job. But then the people that are still working for us now, they find that they love it and they really get a kick out of it, and it suits their lifestyle. And so people that started in their 20s, in fact, we have one guy still working for us who did his first tour when he was 18, and he's now approaching his, I think he must be 38 or 39. So we have plenty of people that have kind of grown up with the company. So it's looking after the culture of the company. We would feel that we have truly excellent partners that we work with. I'm thinking here particularly not just the tour guides, but also the coach companies and their very valuable contribution that they play, not only in providing the coach itself, but also the drivers. We spend a lot of time working with the drivers, ensuring they understand exactly what it is that we're after and our culture. And again, we have plenty of drivers that have worked with us, even though they're not our employees. They've worked on Globus or Cosmos tours for many years. So there's the coaching side, there's the hotel side as well. Very long contracts with many hotels. Yeah, we do feel that our hotel portfolio that we use is the very best within our sector of the industry. So it's difficult, Tom, to put your finger on what it is exactly within Globus, but we like to do things the right way. We know we want to look after the clientele. That is the most important thing. Without our clients, then we're nothing, as we're finding out this year. And then, you know, we have plenty of partners that work very closely with us. To be fair, a lot of them feel that they are Globus and Cosmos. They are part of what we do because they work with us for so long. The most popular attraction or feature that we have on any of our itineraries in my part of the world is a place called Rathbone Farm in Ireland. Now, this is quite interesting because it was set up by an industry legend, Jimmy Murphy, who owned and operated Brendan Tours for many years. And he was an American living in California, but he had his heart in his birthplace of Ireland. And he wanted to design an attraction that appealed to American clientele, specifically to American clientele. And what he did, he bought a ramshackle old farm just outside of Galway, 25 minutes outside of Galway, called Rathbone Farm. And he set it up as an attraction on initially Brendan Tours, but now it's exclusively for Globus Tours. and it's run by this most fantastic lady called Frances Thompson, who is a right Irish character. What happens, well, I should describe the farm itself. The farmhouse has been done up and redeveloped, but in a very, very sympathetic way. It's still a typical Irish farmhouse with thatch and stable doors and a fireplace with peat and all this sort of thing. So we have her as a character, and her kind of, she refers to him as her work husband, Fintan. He looks after the farm bit and she looks after the farmhouse bit. So Fintan takes the people into the farm bit, where they see numerous breeds of sheep sitting there quietly sailing away as the group walks past them. And every group will see a sheep being sheared. And then they watch as Fintan's dog, I can't remember what the latest dog's called, but as Fintan's dog round up a flock of sheep from the field and push them into the pen. Actually, they might do this 2 or 3 times a day. So actually, the sheep voluntarily send themselves to the pen, and the dog is rather redundant quite often. But the clients love it, absolutely love it. Then after they do that, they go into the farmhouse, and initially the groups that we first had would just have a cup of tea in the farmhouse with Frances, and she'd do the old Irish chat and explain what it was like in rural Ireland back in the day. But then we started to develop scone making. So with quite a few of the groups, when they arrive, they make scones with her, and then they go and do the sheep bit with Fintan. Then they come back, and when they come back, they have a cup of tea and scones with Frances that they had made earlier. So Rathbun Farm, they love it, absolutely love it.
And it's the point is that's a unique and special experience, which is what we're trying to provide, I suppose, and everyone is trying to provide.
Absolutely. So it's not. I mean, it's unique and it's hands-on. It's ticking all the boxes really, because the clients love to interact with local people. That is one of the things that we are successfully trying to achieve on a number of our itineraries. Because in the past, maybe the opportunity to meet stymied, so to the point where they could probably only meet people that were in the hotels. That was their most common opportunity to meet people in local towns. So what they really wanted to do is chat to the locals and find out what life was really like, and they certainly find that out with Frances and her team of ladies that help with the tea there. But yeah, it's something that we've got a number of other examples of that sort of thing, interacting with the locals, experiencing something that is truly unique to a local area.
And I think talking of experiencing tourism, we are obviously facing an unprecedented crisis in the industry. I mean, we're talking at the moment about what things are like when things are normal. Things are not normal at the moment. I'm just pondering, you don't have to say this, I will say this on your behalf. I think I think every escorted tour operator is facing a decline in business, which is effectively total. We hope to see some tours moving in late September and October, but that is hopeful rather than realistic, I think. What do you think the prospects are for next year? You know, do you think there's latent demand for next year that will come in, or do you think people will still be frightened? Do you have any evidence for optimism?
There is, actually. Here we are, we're talking in the beginning, the first week of July, and we're talking in London, the UK. And it's hard for us right now to be too optimistic unless you look in certain directions. I mean, our key market is the US, and they have a particularly difficult time right now. But there are certain glimmers out there, Tom, that we're seeing. We know that people want to travel. I mean, that's a cliche within our industry at the moment. And you could say that's more in hope than expectation, but I'm convinced that people want to travel. A number of the travel businesses like ours have offered our clients the opportunity, instead of traveling this year, to defer it until next year. The number that have deferred to next year has been very pleasing, and that kind of gives us the optimism that really they are prepared to delay it for a year, maybe 2 years before they come again. And the other thing, Tom, I mean, we've both been around for a long time. We've seen these things come and go. Sure, we've never seen anything like this, but we've seen 9/11 and SARS, all sorts of issues over the years. And we know business comes back, and it comes back bigger and better. So there is no doubt in my mind that we will be, not just us as a business, but us as an industry will be back bigger and better. The only question is when. And sure, I think we're going to have to face a tough time next year. It's not going to be straightforward at all. But gradually, bit by bit, we will get back to where we were in 2019, which for us was a fantastic year. We had a superb year. And it's hard to think it's only whatever it is, 10 months ago that we were just coming towards the end of one of our best years in the last 20 in terms of carrying. So it's definitely there. More and more people want to travel, even in normal circumstances. And given the fact that they haven't been able to travel for this year or for most of this year, I think there's every reason to be optimistic for next year. It'll be different, but we'll be back.
Are there any particular challenges for contracting at the moment? Because we've got, you've obviously signed up and put to bed most of 2020. Is this a business still? Could you say anything about your renegotiations for next year? Renegotiation is probably a dirty word, but because everything's up in the air, isn't it?
Yeah, no. So basically, we were probably 80% of the way through our hotel contracting for next year by the time this thing hit in the middle of March. So we had to stop our contracting and then restart it, basically. That's what we had to do because the game had changed and the world had changed. And it was a very difficult, delicate balance between being able to, I don't know, it's the wrong way of putting it, but to take advantage of the situation as a buyer, and yet we want to support the suppliers. That's the ultimate thing, is that we understand and understood very, very quickly that particularly the hotels and also the coach companies, they were going to be under severe pressure to accommodate the protocols that were going to come in. And inevitably, those pressures were going to be financial as well. The costs that they were going to be having to absorb, they're going to be immense. And so it would not have been right for us to go and say, well, we need to do everything we possibly can, and that includes adjusting the rates to the disadvantage of our suppliers. So it's a delicate balance. Sure, we want to get the best possible deal. And at the end of the day, there's another consideration that I always think about with this, is that when it opens up again, the whole country around the world is going to be out there scrapping for the business. And the consumer is going to have huge choice. And part of my job with looking after the UK and Ireland is to make sure that this particular part of the world is not disadvantaged in having pricing that's out of line. So all these things are in the mix. We want to support our suppliers while they have additional costs. We want to make sure that we get the best possible price that we can pass on to our clients and our consumers. And we want to make sure that we're correctly positioned as a region selling a destination in comparison to the rest of the world. So it's not been easy. It's not easy as we continue on, but we feel that we have positioned ourselves correctly. And we're very excited about launching our program 2021 later on in the year.
With that, Tristan, I will leave it at that. I think it's been great talking to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this session on Origin Market Statistics. My name is Rachel Reed. I head up the new insight capability that we have here at Itoa, and I'm delighted to have with me David Edwards, our resident tourism stats expert, going to be discussing the issues with me today. We're basing it on a document that David has written for the new Insight Hub, which you can find on our website. That's a member-only resource, a new one that's been out for a few weeks. And in a recent webinar we ran from the Insight Hub, what came out really strongly is that people want to know about the value of tourism. And of course, that's particularly relevant now, because if you're trying to understand the consequences of no tourism, you need to be able to measure what you had in the first place. And today we're going to look at Origin market stats. So why is it that there's often a discrepancy between, say, when you look at the number of visitors leaving the US for Europe, why does it not match up with the numbers arriving as measured by the destinations? So David, if you can kick off on that.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and hello to you and hello to everybody watching. So let's look at the slides then that we prepared to discuss this issue. And as we've said, that the issue is that logic dictates that the number of inbound visits to destination X from origin market Y should equate to the number of outbound visits from origin market Y to destination X. But this is often not the case. So this UNWTO European Travel Commission study suggested that the number of visits from the USA to Europe in 2016 was 27 million. But US Department of Commerce figures, they suggest that the number of trips by Americans to Europe that year was a little under 13 million. So a really big difference between those two estimates, both, it would seem, from very bona fide sources. Why is that difference then? And which, if any, of those two alternatives should we trust? Thinking then about geography, well, this ought not be the explanation for any discrepancies when we're dealing with an individual nation, but can play a role when analysing regional data. Europe can mean different things to different people. Now, some statistical series relate to the EU, and of course we're now very aware that the EU is in itself a bit of a moving feast. Other statistical series may relate to something called the EEA, or European Economic Area. That's the EU plus Norway, Iceland and plucky Liechtenstein. Others may take a geographical rather than a political definition of Europe. But if you're doing that, where do you place the boundaries? Do you include Russia, Iceland, Turkey, Cyprus? It's a bit of a minefield. Who is actually being counted? Well, the man or woman in the street may have a subliminal or instinctive opinion as to what constitutes a tourist, but UNWTO actually has a definition, and here it is. A visitor, domestic, inbound or outbound, is classified as a tourist or overnight visitor if his or her trip includes an overnight stay or a same-day visitor or excursionist otherwise. So if a tourist is an overnight visitor, what then is actually a visitor? Well, again, UNWTO comes to our aid here and tells us that a visitor is a traveller taking a trip to a main destination outside his or her usual environment for less than a year for any main purpose, business, leisure, or other personal purpose, other than to be employed by a resident entity in the country or place visited. But varying definitions is not actually the main reason for our competing numbers in this regard. When estimating the number of US visits to Europe using figures collated on inbound visits, the default position is to tally data from each individual country. But helpfully, the US Department of Commerce data on outbound travel tells us that in 2018, for example, each trip made by an American to Europe involved visits to 1.6 countries, with 1 in 3 visiting more than one country on their trip to Europe. So if we multiply the US outbound estimate by 1.6, we don't quite get to the figure that the UNWTO ETC tell us, but the figures are an awful lot closer together. So the lesson here is then that you need to be highly cautious about interpreting inbound estimates from individual source markets for different world regions. Metrics collated within the origin market rather than the destination region will likely provide a more accurate figure. Many trips are not from A to B and back to A. Instead, they feature a chain of destinations, each of which will be counting their own visits, often in their own unique way, but ultimately they are all counting the same human being. So Rachel, that then takes us through a little look at the different ways there are at trying to figure out why origin visits and outbound arrivals do not always tally.
Thank you, David. One thing that just occurred to me as you were speaking is, obviously this is often done by survey data, asking people. Does that person respond? Do they ask how many are in your party? Is that part of it as well, do you think?
They do any good survey measuring the volume of visits or visitor nights. Absolutely ask how many people are traveling as part of your personal party. And now, in most cases, that's fine and easy, but it can become problematic if you perhaps have a large tour group and more than one person within that tour group is interviewed. So, for example, looking at the UK approach, it's always to say within your personal traveling group rather than any wider group that you may be traveling with. But there is absolutely scope for some wriggle room there in terms of how numbers are collated and aggregated.
Yes, because one thing that occurred to me is, just throwing another curveball into the mix is, say 5 people leave the US, all 5 of them come to France, but only 2 of them go to Spain. That's a piece of counting in some respects, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. That not everybody follows the same pattern. If you leave from one place, then you may disperse when you get to the destination. So there is an awful lot more grey than black and white in this regard. But it's always important to really look at what's being put in the footnotes and the actual definition of the measure that you're seeing on the page.
Indeed, it pays to dig deeper. Thank you very much for that, David. Do please have a look at the Itoa Insight Hub for more on this topic and lots of other topics of interest to the industry. So thank you, David, and enjoy the rest of your day, everybody.
When you realize you need more energy, more time together, more time for yourself. You need more than a break, more than a kick, more than a breath of fresh air, more than a change of scenery. You need real nature, wild and free, untamed but accessible. Nature that gives you energy, nature that stirs your soul, nature in a country you know very, a country you be, a country that takes care of you, that gives you just what you need. When you need time for yourself and your loved ones, time for your goals, time for your dreams, you need more than a holiday. You need Switzerland.
I'm absolutely delighted today to be joined by Alex Herman from Visit Switzerland. And I'm going to start by asking Alex just to give me a quick update as to his career up until now and what is happening in Visit Switzerland. So Alex, please tell me about yourself.
Well, thanks so much for having me first of all, Tom. I joined the tourism industry about almost 15 years ago when I met at then time CEO in New York, where I was based for working for an American company in a completely different industry. And ever since then, I had the great pleasure to work for Switzerland Tourism, the Swiss National Tourist Office. I was first responsible for the US and Canada, then later on also for Brazil. And we convinced, so almost all of the Americas, tried to convince all of the Americas that Switzerland is the perfect travel, vacation, and meetings destination. Then about 1.5 years ago, I got the opportunity to move on within the company as the position here in the UK opened. So I'm speaking to you here from London, from Chiswick to be precise. And ever since a year ago, I'm now in charge of our offices in the UK and in Ireland, which is a very interesting position, not just because of what we're all dealing with right now, but also because with Brexit coming up, but also with the fact that Switzerland lost quite a bit of traffic from the UK, we have some catching up to do here. So almost 15 years with the company and here in the UK now for about a year.
And it's particularly significant having the UK as an origin market for Switzerland, because the UK historically was the market that opened up Switzerland for tourism to a certain extent, certainly for leisure tourists in the late 18th and 19th century. Is that correct?
We have to be thankful to the Brits. They discovered the beauty of the Swiss Alps almost before we discovered it ourselves in Switzerland. They made some of the mountains accessible with some amazing engineering works with mountain railways, etc. They were built by the Swiss then, but I think the British brought the spirit and the idea to us. They were the first one climbing on many of our most iconic peaks, and even winter tourism was kind of created by the Brits with an initiative in St. Moritz over 150 years ago. So we have to be very thankful for the Brits. The UK is the second most important European market for Switzerland, right after Germany. So it is very important. The Swiss love the British travelers in the summer. In the winter, it's pretty much half and half. So it is a very important market. And also the Irish are very welcome in Switzerland. It's a little bit of a smaller market, but a very interesting one as well. And personally, I, of course, always love the opportunity to go to Dublin and meet some of our contacts over there.
No, I think to a certain extent, it's you raised a very interesting point, which is that the UK demand, which was originally a summer demand for Switzerland. I remember dealing with the Hogg family of Lucerne fame, who famously built the Seeburg Hotel specifically to cater to summer visitors, English summer visitors coming to Switzerland. And it's only latterly that they started to introduce things like skiing through the Alpine Club. But no, I can see that's very significant. I mean, from an ETOA point of view, I mean, Switzerland occupies by virtue of its geography, an extraordinary central place in European itineraries. And certainly if you're looking at the Anglophone market rather than just the English market, Switzerland is the stop-off place if you're moving between Northern Europe and Southern Europe. Is this still the case? Is it just the Anglophone market, or is it in general quite a big market for you?
There have been some changes over the last 10, 15 years or so. By the way, 2019 was the most successful year ever in tourism in Switzerland. So we were very excited until about mid-March when things started to go south. But it was an excellent year because Switzerland was recording increasing visitor numbers from all of our core markets, with a few exceptions. So the Swiss spent more overnights in Switzerland than ever before. With Europe, we were slowly coming back with the most important markets like Germany, for example, after some very difficult years, 5-6 really difficult years in Europe. The Europeans started to come back. And also from the Americas, we saw tremendous increases, and of course from Asia. So we had good news from everywhere, basically. And that was, of course, wonderful because of the sheer volume, but also because it was a very balanced increase from all the different parts of the world. And unlike other parts or other destinations outside of Switzerland, we didn't really have to struggle too much with some of these negative effects of a very popular tourism destination. One of the reasons being that we had such a good balance between the different source markets from around the world. But yes, we had a very successful 2019. With the UK, we're still a bit behind some of the more successful years, so we're catching up here. But of course, this year has changed a lot of things, and I hope we can talk about some new record years then at some point in the future, but definitely not this or next year.
You're not the only destination that was looking forward to a record year in 2020. I think really across Europe, we are expecting growth of at least 10% across the board. And last year it was a very good year, so we were looking for a really splendid year in 2020, and we're getting completely the opposite. I'm sure, notwithstanding the excellent efforts that Switzerland have made to open up and get the hospitality industry running. And I have to say that Switzerland has the oldest and most coordinated hospitality industry anywhere in Europe. I think the Swiss Hotelier Federation appeared in popular plays in the late 19th and early 20th century. So it's famous for being coordinated in that front. No, the fact that you opened up early is great. The fact that we cannot supply with class, I think we're looking at a unique and extraordinary shortfall at the moment. What prospects do you have for recovery? I mean, what do you think is going to be happening in the future?
Originally, we were trusting that the Swiss would spend even more of their holiday in Switzerland, and that actually was the case. We early on got very positive reactions and a lot of bookings from Switzerland. So there will probably be a new record year for the Swiss staying in Switzerland. Of course, every destination around the world is focusing on domestic tourism right now. After some unexpected good news then in the June timeframe, late May, June timeframe, when suddenly the European markets opened up earlier than expected, we immediately started to become a little more active in some of the more important neighboring markets. We knew that the borders would be open, Germany, France, for example, and I think that is paying out now. We do see people from these neighboring markets coming back to Switzerland, even this summer. And then in other places, including the UK, we started a little later, only since, as you know, the 4th of July or the 3rd of July, we know that there's no longer a quarantine since the 12th or the 11th of July now. So only now is travel from the UK possible again to Switzerland without quarantine and without any other restrictions. So that's why we started in the UK now as well. So country by country or source market by source market, we go out there and try to save some of the summer holidays. We have the situation that in Switzerland schools, most schools already start in mid-August. So you usually have this 2-week time frame in the second half of August when many others are still on school holidays. So that's a great time to go to Switzerland, especially this year, obviously, because all the Swiss will be back, or many of the Swiss will be back in school and at work. And then September is my personal favorite month to go to Switzerland. So we're very much hoping to get some late summer business in this year. But of course, we're already looking ahead, trying to get a good winter season in. Last winter season would have been a record season. It was cut short, unfortunately, in mid-March. We hope that we can move forward. We've done so much. You mentioned the Hotellerie Association in Switzerland. Hotellerie is situation has brought all the Swiss tourism-related organizations to work together like never before. They all sat down. It's about a dozen organizations. They sat down together, approached the government together, and the fact that we can now look at some nice recovery budgets and also a lot of support from the government is due to the fact that they all got together. They all were able to talk in one voice with the same message, and that has really helped us. And jointly, we've created initiatives like the Clean and Safe initiative, which was launched about 6 or 8 weeks ago, which makes sure that all the different players in the tourism industry, basically everybody a traveler gets in touch with, from the arrival to the departure, so the hotels, the restaurants, everybody who is involved in providing service to the traveler, signed up for this program and commits to being very responsible with regards to health and safety. So the program is called Clean and Safe, and you find more about this also on our website, myswitzerland.com.
Oh no, indeed, myswitzerland.com is a great resource for any prospective traveller going to Switzerland. I'm also intrigued that the members of ETOA have some UK outbound members, but they are principally, famously, the people who sell Europe as a destination throughout the world, wholesalers. And it must be very significant for you to arrive in London, being in North America, and finding that, I suppose, along with Switzerland, which is another centre for European inbound activity, I suppose there are two main centres for European activity. One is London, well, one is the UK, and the other one is Switzerland. And it may be that it'd be very interesting to see how this evolves with Brexit. But do you find yourself dealing with the big European incoming operators who are based in London at all with Switzerland? Because they are responsible for moving a lot of Chinese and Japanese and Americans through Switzerland, and particularly, of course, your hometown Lucerne, still a major hub.
Yes, already my previous position in New York, I was very much involved and in contact with my colleagues here, with the colleagues in Switzerland. We work very closely together when it comes to working with the travel trade, the major operators, the major wholesalers. I'm also a part of the extended management board, so we meet frequently in Switzerland and discuss joint initiatives. So the answer to that is yes. We've been in touch. I've been in touch even previously. Because we are here, it's of course the easiest that we are the face then to the local wholesalers and the local contacts. We meet them at events once we're back at events, and we can be the window to Switzerland tourism. I can also say that like in the US, like in Asia, all of the Americas, but also here, this crisis that we're still in has as one of the effects for us has shown us that a very close collaboration with the travel trade is absolutely key, and we're doing even more now with the major operators, but also reaching out to the agent community, basically with all the players in the travel industry, and especially the travel trade. We want to be a good partner during these difficult times. We have anything from new resources available to a lot of market research, etc., training programs. We're very active in reaching out and helping wherever we can with ideas, etc. But also we're looking into joint marketing programs to kickstart or to restart some of the selling and marketing again. And we're working very closely with many operators. I'm on the phone with many of them every week. And one of the first things I did here in this new role is I created a position. My colleague Michelle Bizang, who will also be doing appointments during the city fair, she is 100% committed to the travel trade, because we even today, and probably again today more than in a long time, we strongly believe in the travel trade and the power of the travel trade.
It's very good to hear. So look, in reality, I mean, I don't want to be too pessimistic here, but the likelihood of any substantial volume in the markets coming back before 2021, and a lot of the people I've been interviewing for in specific that's happening in Switzerland or near Switzerland in 2021 that will make it, you know, a really important component in an itinerary.
There are quite a number of things, including a lot of things like major exhibitions or openings of new museums, etc., that were postponed from this year. So it will be a year where more is happening, including major hotel openings, etc., than in an average year. But I, of course, completely agree with you, Tom. We won't have a stellar second half this year, not at all. What we're trying to do now with some first marketing and advertising that we're doing to launch our new brand also, which has been created before this whole crisis, but it is a perfect fit now. It's basically all under the umbrella of I Need Switzerland, and we explain people why they need Switzerland more than ever right now. So one of the reasons why we do that is because Switzerland is one of the few countries that is open and has no restrictions for many of our source markets. So we don't have some of the competition that we do have in other years. Number one, and number two is that there is a sizable community of people out there who can't wait to travel. We of course know there's a lot of people who won't travel for now, but there's people who do travel, and we like to offer them an opportunity to come to a safe and clean country. You know, we've had this reputation for a long time, and sometimes we were almost a little bit sick of being always the clean country and, you know, the trustworthy country and the safe country, which could also almost sound a little bit boring. But in these days, I think it's actually it's the
boring is good if it is boring. I can tell you that. No, I can see you don't want too much excitement at the moment. No.
Yeah, and I think CNN Travel wrote something about safe is the new sexy. So we're hoping to ride on that wave and get some of the business back in the second half of this year.
Well, yeah, I think there'll certainly be something, and certainly the message we're pushing at the moment is that there isn't another year where you will have the experience for Europe, which has all the appeal that Europe has, to be comparatively empty. And if I may use this word, comparatively cheap. There will be plenty of deals on offer. Not all of them in the places you want to go to, but there will be lots of options for people looking for bargains. This will be a sensational time to travel.
You mentioned my hometown, Tom, earlier. I'm from Lucerne, born and raised in Lucerne, and ever since I can remember, Lucerne was full of tourists. It used to be Americans, Europeans, then the Japanese came in, then other Asians came in. And I was there for personal reasons a couple of weeks ago, and this is the first time in my life that I have seen Lucerne with such a low number of tourists in some of these hotspots. And so I couldn't agree more. It is a great time to travel for people who are comfortable with traveling now. They should really pick up their passport and go.
Get going. No, you're right. And Lucerne, if I may say, to take a moment of praise, Lucerne is the city which is the tourism city. I mean, it's founded as being on a major junction between northern and southern Europe, and it has everything to offer, from history to extraordinary transport and scenic experiences. There are mountain railways, there are boats. There's an amazing transport museum that we regularly have a conference in. There is a lot to be said for Lucerne, and I wish it well for the balance of the year. The last thing I think is, do you still think, and maybe I'm a very old-fashioned traditional operator here, still think that the fact that Oberammergau, which has obviously been postponed and has been put forward to 2021, that normally brings people into the Alpine area, does it not? I mean, this is another plus for Switzerland next year.
Yeah, actually for the year after, because it's been moved by 2 years, but it will, of course, definitely help us.
I'm corrected, sorry.
No worries. It will help us then definitely in 2022 to get a major boost. It was one of the most fascinating things when I moved to the US, or to this position in the US. I had no idea what Oberammergau was. By the way, I had also never seen The Sound of Music. Now I've seen it many times since, and I've learned a lot about Oberammergau. And we do see a little bump every 10 years and now 12 years in our statistics still after all these years that the audience is still there. The next generation seem to be coming in. And so we definitely hope that in 2022, this will give us a boost, especially from North America again.
Okay. Well, Alex, thank you so much. It's been delightful talking to you and hearing about Switzerland. Is there anything else we need to mention? Are there any specific openings or products coming online next year, or is it Switzerland is there standing proud and beautiful and clean? Is this the message we need?
I mean, you mentioned it. This is the time where there's a lot of special offers out there. So there are some special offers, for example, from the Swiss public transportation network. So for the Swiss travel passes, for example, you get extra days right now. There's a lot out there on myswitzerland.com. People can find more about it. We talk directly to tour operators about them. We've launched a beautiful story this summer, just last week. We call it the Million Stars Hotels, which is basically a collection of about 50 not hotels, they're rooms of hotels, opened an additional room or a couple of additional rooms, for example, on their roof. But all of these special places are very secluded, and they all have either a huge window that opens up to the skies, or they are in areas of Switzerland where you have the most amazing view of the skies. That's why the name the Million Star Hotel comes from. We thought about this way before COVID, but it's basically also a great way to stay somewhere a little bit away from other people if someone would prefer that. So initiatives like this are coming, and we're step by step we're announcing them now that we're back into a more active mode of marketing and communication.
Alex, thank you so much for joining us. Look forward very much to seeing you shortly. Look forward to being in Switzerland again, but time will tell on that front. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, John.
Tomorrow, we're talking about a future. We're reimagining what's going to happen in a post-corona world. How will it look like, and how do we position, how do we work, how do we adapt to fit that new normal, that new reality? 70% of the hotels are now open for business. Is there anything showing like how hard is the industry hit in China? Like how many hotels have had to close down basically due to the crisis? Are there any statistics out on something like that? No?
So we've had, as I mentioned, for the tomb sweeping holiday, which was at the beginning of April, there was a 60% decrease compared to the previous year.
Important. So could you tell us a little bit about like what are the key findings right now? How do you see, who will this especially benefit at the moment, and what are your key findings? Are there any best practices yet, or is it all just new practices out there?
I think everyone has to admit that we are lacking of visibility. This situation has been quite new. It has been worldwide. We have a quality when we have worldwide impact or events such as the Crazy Call or the 9/11 attack in the US. These bring new practices, new standards. I think we are just at the beginning of
And so now that because I think I've seen you somewhere quoted saying that it's a time to experiment and learn, because if not now, then how, in terms of digital and technology. And so what will you say that you have learned, and is there anything from this sort of born out of the crisis, but that you will take forward as well in the coming IMEXs?
Yes, so I think, as you say, the freeing thing, the amazing thing really is that as a result of this, we could do anything. Anything that we put out in May as a replacement was positive, and it allowed us to.
Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready? Ready for me? Oh my my, you ready? Ready or not, we're going, and I can't stop. Are you ready? Ready for me? Oh my, are you ready?
Well, I'm delighted to be joined by Rob Russell, the Chief Executive Officer of AC Tours. Rob, tell us a little bit about yourself, your history and AC Tours, please.
Well, I joined the company in 2013. Up to that point, I'd actually been a hotelier for 20 years and a long-term member of Vitoa, having been chased for membership by the legend of Janet Driver. So I've been a long-term supporter of Vitoa and of the industry, and had the pleasure of working with AC for many years under its founders, Andrew and Caroline. In 2013, Caroline approached me to talk about wanting to make an exit, and as it was something I'd always wanted to do, I made the jump across from to own. So I bought into AC back in 2013 and have never looked back since.
And what is AC? What was AC then, and what is it now? I mean,
when I joined. Yeah, well, when I joined, AC was very much a traditional group operator. It was focused very much on the mid-range market hotels and tours going around the UK and Ireland. As I'd come from a kind of upscale hotel background, I was very aware of the general opportunities that sat within the higher end marketplace, and so we looked to diversify the business. We created more of a DMC model, breaking the business down slightly so that we had AC Tours as our group operator, and then we had created a brand called AC Lux, which is looking after our tailor-made FITs and also our incentive groups. So it meant that we had a little bit more than one string to our bow, and we were also able to expand not only our offering and our regions, so that we expanded into mainland Europe and opened an office in Paris, but we also were able to diversify the business to lengthen our seasons. Obviously, as a tourist company coming into the UK, it was very much an April till October period of time for business, and in the winter you were busy doing the rebookings. Now with the wider range and the more FIT model in there as well, we're able to actually extend that window to try and be more of a year-round operation.
And so, I mean, you managed to grow quite substantially from 2013 through to 2019. Am I right? I mean, the growth's been quite considerable.
Yeah, we've gone up from being a 7 million turnover business to a 24 million pound turnover business last year, and that was a combination of organic growth acquisitions. We were in the fortunate position to acquire a couple of businesses where baby boomer owners had been looking for exits, and it was just being in the right place at the right time. Strategically, we've partnered with some fantastic clients, and we've also won a couple of major accounts which have really boosted the business, and it's also been a great way of acquiring talent to the business and retaining talent within the business. So we have a great team of people working within the company, and some fantastic superstars are there, and a real part of the family culture of the business.
Well, I mean, this is all fab, or this was all fab until about March 2020. What's happened as far as your collapse, both in demand and in terms of product? We've got nothing to sell and nobody to buy it. Apart from that, everything's fine. I mean, rather than that sweeping generalization, I mean, how's it affected you?
Well, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head. I think the challenge has been that I think I speak for myself and the team of people that are still working. We've never worked harder for absolutely nothing, because all we've really done for the last what now feels like 6 months, but in practice has been 4, has been fighting fires, cancelling bookings, rebooking bookings, trying to track down refunds, trying to offer refunds, trying to get rebookings coming through, working on availability for future years down the line. Administration has just been an absolute nightmare. And I mean, whilst I appreciate all of the changes and the challenges that the have tried to put into place, it's very much been this kind of approach, which actually in hindsight has caused us more work than actually effectively is generating business. I mean, the latest one being the VAT change here in the UK. I've got some hotels saying to me, we're going to pass this on to you, here's take 12.5% off all the rates. Others are saying, actually, we're not going to retain it, you buy VAT inclusive rates, now you're buying 5% VAT instead of 20% VAT. So we've got a complete disparity in the marketplace, which is going to throw further confusion to suppliers who are looking to try and book to come to the UK, because they're going to be working on, are they getting reduction on rates? Are they entitled to something? Are they able to claim the VAT back? What level are they going to be able to claim back on? So this kind of scattergun approach with no real conviction of this is a decision, you have to stick to it, is just causing us more headaches than anything else. And admin and accounts processes over the next 6 to 12 months, well, assuming we get bookings, are just going to be an even bigger problem coming up, because now we've got to sell it and we've got to hope people travel. But the knock-on effect down the line is going to be another admin problem for us all to deal with.
No, I mean, I can appreciate that. The handling of this crisis has not been done with incoming tourism incoming tourism in mind at all. I mean, it's
no.
We're not here to sit here and moan about governments, but I think the everything from the introduction of the quarantine measure through to the refusal to extend business rates relief in the UK has been really unfortunate, and it's sent out all the wrong messages.
Well, I think that obviously there's the crossover as well of being a European-based company. We've an office in Paris and an office in London. What we're seeing in France is very different to what we're seeing in the UK. Across Europe, the volume of people that can get onto a coach and the people on the stipulations of what they need to do seems to be being set by governments, and that isn't being set in the UK. So I've got companies at the moment from Germany, for instance, saying to me, if we travel across, we're allowed to leave Germany with X amount of people on it. We're allowed to travel through France with X amount of people on. What's the rule in the UK? And we don't have one. We simply don't have a policy at the moment across the country as to say what people are or are not allowed to do and how many people are allowed to be on that vehicle, etc. as well. So it's a very challenging time for us to look at it. I'm delighted to say that we had a group of tourists in Paris at the weekend. We had our first group going around Paris, doing all the sites. They were fortunate enough to, as a German national group, to bump into ZDF TV channel, who were looking around Paris for to see what was happening, and they picked up an interview. So we're delighted to be exposed on German TV last night with a group of tourists actually able to travel and see the fantastic sights of Paris and enjoy it all firsthand. So fingers crossed this is the start of the new tomorrow.
Do you think that what there is, and I'm trying to be charitable here, I know Coach said that's fantastic news that we've got people moving in Paris. I had another member ring me up and said they had a group of 50 Dutch students wanted to go to Scotland in 2 weeks' time, and could they go in a coach?
Yeah.
And the answer that we got was yes. There may be restrictions on British people in the UK, but they're not necessarily applying to foreign people. And I think from the government's point of view, it's a little bit difficult. I suppose the British attitude has been that to be fairly regulatorily light, if that makes sense, if that's a word. And they've got a balance with the fact that they don't go around telling people what to do, with the fact that now everyone's expecting them to tell people what to do. And this is why we've had the confusion about face masks, for example. And we've got exactly the same problem with coaches to a limited extent. You know, this is not, they can't imagine everything, and this is not something they've got their heads around. So people think, well, maybe the 30 person rule applies. Other people feel that there should be 1 meter between everybody and the coach. And other people feel, look, it's a coach. You do what you want, rather like an aircraft. And I suppose if we were told to do, we probably wouldn't like what we were being told. So maybe
Very true, Tom.
maybe the situation is not quite as desperate as it feels in that respect. I think from a business point of view, it's extremely tough for you. I mean, you must be looking at, you don't have to tell me, but you would not be unique if your business was looking at an 80% downturn in traffic this year.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think 80% plus is probably an easy estimation at the moment. I mean, I feel quite fortunate that our season, we got off to a good start this year. 2020 for us, January we were up year on year. February we were up year on year before it hit. So I actually feel like we got off to quite a good start, and I've been budgeting for some kind of return to business before the end of the year. So I'm optimistic, but I've actually spent this morning talking to a couple of international DMCs. I spoke to a DMC that I know very well in Italy. This is a company that a year ago did 24 million turnover, and they're saying that this year they'll be lucky to do 200k. Their markets are all the heavily hit markets that are currently on lockdown. So Brazil, USA, and India, and they just see absolutely zero. So I think that we're very fortunate at AC. We have a breakdown of around about 30 markets that are particularly strong for us. And I think that the early start we got off to this year in January, February has really kind of given us a bit of a cushion and a bit of a help to be able to manage our way through. But I have to say it's a team effort. The team at AC have been absolutely phenomenal with understanding the need to initially cut back hours. We initially cut back hours in March before furloughs or anything else came into play. We have unfortunately lost a few team members who took voluntary redundancy, and we have had to look at how we will return to work. And the team have all embraced it with an understanding that we probably won't return full time for quite a considerable amount of time, as I don't expect the business to bounce back any time before probably Q2 2021 at best. And I think that that's probably being favourable. I mean, I just think even 2021 at this moment in time is going to be a very, very tough ask.
Do you think this? I mean, let's look at 2021. Oh, actually, before we look at 2021, let's put 2020 to bed. That's the right way of doing it. I think. Do you really think there's any chance of business in the last half of the year? And we've got huge pent-up demand. All the search engines, all the confidence indicators point to, certainly in the United States, a real desire to get out. I mean, they've been under lockdown. It's a mess. And if they're allowed to leave and they're allowed to come, there is real hunger to get out and experience something new, go to Europe, do the things they want to do. Added to which, there are going to be fantastic opportunities out there for intermediaries, because there will be, inshallah, there will be airlines flying with spare capacity, and there will be hotels with fabulously low occupancy rates. And there's opportunities there for middlemen to move in. So, there's a possibility, some real business to take place in the last quarter.
Absolutely. I mean, you've hit the nail on the head with the US market. There is a huge amount of pent-up frustration there, and there's people that have accumulated travel credits rather than cancel their trips. So the second they can come, they will. From our side, I think we are seeing some European clients that are also desperate to travel. I've seen a number of groups that want to book for the weekend. So groups that would have traveled in the summer are deferring to travel in the winter. So I think for us, the key is making sure that the attractions are open, the hotels are open, and we can work the itineraries. I mean, there's nothing worse, obviously, than building in a very long an itinerary into the Highlands, for instance. And obviously, we know daylight hours becomes restricted in the winter, and we don't want to send these people to places where they then can't see and experience the true hospitality that we do offer.
Well, I mean, you can see the rain anytime. You're speaking as an old tour guide. It was always a bit of a potluck going around West for interesting experience, but it's there. There is daylight. There's not a lot of it. That's all. I think no, but I mean the low season scope is there. I think the interesting thing surely is that now looking at 2021 is we're looking almost at a low season scenario for a year at the moment. I mean, I can't believe people are going to be trying to fill their boots on rates next year. They need to hotel rates. Are you
They're all obviously appreciating standard trade are being friendly to us, and they are sending us, bless you, they are sending us through the pricing in the right ideas with the right plans on. You got the lawnmower now as well.
Okay, lawnmower's fine.
We're seeing the right ideas, we're seeing the right planning coming through, and we are seeing a number of properties that understand trade and want to work with trade. These monies and this lost revenue without really understanding how they're going to do it. So there will be a big chunk of those guys that will go to flood the OTAs. And I'm sure at the end of the day, they'll get their money back in the right way, but it won't be with our customers, it won't be with our clients, it won't be on our programs.
Yeah, there speaks an ex-hotelier, guys, talking about revenue managers. Along with, anyway. We've got to look to the airlines, I suppose, to start flying again. Any scope to start doing deals with airlines if they're flying again?
So I actually spent a large part of this morning trying to reach British Airways to just book a couple of flights myself from some deferred vouchers, and I've been unable to get through to them to even spend any on airlines. But it would be they must be absolutely desperate to get back in the air. I've spoken to a number of travel agents over on the Canada and US markets. There is capacity. There's just a huge opportunity for us to actually try and do some stimulus there and get things moving, but it's just being a very, very slow process.
We've got to wait for it to lift, really.
Yeah.
How far do you think how far do you think the situation, do you think 21 is going to be a bridge year, or are we going to see recovery? People who have been locked down, they want to escape. You've got all the people who had to cancel in 21, both FIT and groups. They rescheduled, so they had to cancel in 20. They rescheduled for 21. And you have all the latent demand that you would normally get in a normal year. This kind of adds up to quite something potentially quite exciting.
I mean, from my own side, I've now rebudgeted 2021, I think 7 times since lockdown started. And I started the year very cautiously thinking we would maybe do about 40% of what we did in 2019. I then started to see some signs, and I've been encouraged to start thinking that I'm budgeting for around the 50% mark. Speaking to a number of my key partners last week, they're all suggesting that they feel it'd be more like 70-75% of last year's levels. So I think that there is some cautious optimism there, that subject to what happens with this threatened second wave and subject to what happens in certain marketplaces, there is a real optimism that we could start to see some growing business. And I mean, obviously the battle now that will potentially follow is that if not all travel companies are able to survive through the winter, then there may be opportunities there for people with new business that's coming through as well. And that's a real shame that happens. I think we've all been working very, very closely together. Competition has gone out of the window to a large degree since COVID has come in, because we've all been fighting this together. And I think that certainly across the UK, the DMC owners that I know very well, we're all on a big WhatsApp group. We're sharing a lot of information. We're talking to each other, and there's a real camaraderie to make sure that the companies all survive and everyone's here on the other side of it to fight a good day together.
No, I mean, that is a slight chink of light, I think, but it's a cessation of hostilities in extraordinary times. Now, so I think you would say that, just to summarize, 2020, we're going to get small beer sometime maybe at the end of the year. 21, it's going to be much better than 20, but it will be a bridge year between 2020 and 2022. And we're going to be hoping for a degree of normality in 2022. And a lot of things have to be in place for 21 to take off. We've got to have airline lift. If the airlines are still flying at 15% capacity, we obviously can't move the people. And we really need a vaccine so people are confident of moving around, mixing and mingling with one another, because people are supposed to travel and have fun, for goodness sake. And what we've got on offer is not particularly what it normally says on the tin.
No, this whole idea of the new normal and the terminology that everyone's using of how do we get around and how do we go to a bar and go to a restaurant and go to the pub and all these things that we're famed for and we've not been able to do for months. And you suddenly go, I had my first experience of it at the weekend. I took the family out for lunch, and we were at a table in a restaurant and having to order everything on the app by scanning and then it got delivered to the table. And I mean, the human interaction touch was very limited to someone dropping off the drinks and leaving again. So kind of the chance for warm hospitality and the things that we're famed for, and in Ireland and Scotland in particular, where we've got these famous personalities that we want to get across to people, we really want to be able to show it. And we're going to have to find a way in this new normal of being able to do that, to showcase what's so unique about the UK, Ireland and Europe and what we have to offer.
Fine, okay, fabulous. Rob, thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, Tom.
Well, hello again. This marks the first break in our appointments this morning. this afternoon if you're based in Asia. I just have a few things to announce. Firstly, we've had, unfortunately, a few cancellations. Amongst the buyers, we've had a cancellation from Flying Europe, from Hotel Planner, and from IVLE Cultural Diffusion. And from the suppliers, we have Wild Tiger has also been unfortunately unable to join us. And Jet2 Holidays, I believe, is running late. This is not a comment on Jet2, it just happens that they're having a little bit of technical difficulty logging in. These 5 people are unfortunately not here. It represents a small fraction of the 300 plus people that we've got taking part, but I appreciate if you've got appointments with these people, this is disappointing news. If you need any online help, there is a chat line available on screen for you. There is on the box up at the right hand side of your screen. And I also ought to point out, and a number of people have been asking about this, you receive the email address of the person you're talking to at the end of the interview. A sign should come up on screen giving you that email address, which you can either click on or copy. Other than that, I trust everything is going well and you're adapting to the discipline of this. I appreciate it does take a bit of getting used to, but things I believe are flowing reasonably smoothly. With that, I will leave you in peace and trust you have a good break. Bye-bye.
This is Northern Ireland. A land built by a giant spirit. A spirit you will feel and hold in your heart. Our giant spirit shines woven into our love of words, having a good laugh at a tall tale, an instant sense of us, and your own sense of belonging. But your newfound spirit isn't new exactly. It's left a trail of footprints you can trace. From our ancient myths to our modern heroes. That giant spirit has always been here. It's just been waiting for you to embrace this land shaped by giant forces. Wind back in the clouds. Step across the wonder of it all. Our giant spirit beckons from our cobbled streets, drawing you in with yarns spun about titans, rumbling beats, a night's painted technicolor. This is a place where there's always a seat at our table, a brimming glass, favorites, and one or two fresh twists. You'll hold our giant toast forever in your memory. Every twisting mile, each perfectly ragged cliff face, every sandy beach. Something starts here. A spark, a stirring. Far from your own beaten track, you suddenly remember you too are an explorer, an embracer of life. Northern Ireland, a land let us own yours.
I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Adam Lottinger. Adam, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about Mickey Travel?
please.
Okay, well, Mickey Travels, we've been running now for just over 53 years. We started in 1967, and the company was started post-Olympics by Mr. Nakanishi. He worked for Thomas Cook's at the time, and this was after, as I said, the Tokyo Olympics, and so he wanted to open up the Japanese market, and he started Mickey Travel from very small beginnings at that time. I joined in 1982 in London myself, and after 2 years there, I had been living in Japan previously and said I wanted to return to Japan. So the company agreed to re-employ me back in Japan, not as an expat, but as a local employee, which is very interesting and very good experience. So I did 4 more years with Mickey in Japan, and then returned in 1988, and then just continued to work my way up the company from that time, and enjoyed 99% of the time ever since.
And then director of the really the London office, which controls most of Europe. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, we have a network of offices all over Europe. I mean, globally, we have about 39 offices. Many of those are in Europe, and the European offices do quite a lot of the purchasing other than the hotels themselves, guides, local restaurants, coaches, etc. And of course, they coordinate the tours during the stay in that particular country. In addition, obviously, to London, we have around 350 staff in London, with about 1,500 globally. So outside Europe and London in particular, the main centers are in Japan, Hong Kong, and all around Asia, where we have sales offices. So as I said, about 1,500 people altogether.
And so I imagine your principal market is obviously Japan. Which other markets do you bring people in from?
Well, we started with Japan. Obviously, Mr. Nakanishi himself was Japanese, and we started really focusing on the inbound Japanese group market into Europe. So that was our core business at that time, and that's remained ever since. We subsequently expanded to handle FITs as well, and of course that's grown enormously. And then ultimately we decided to open offices, sales offices throughout Asia gradually, and cover the whole Asian market, the Far East and Southeast Asia. Hong Kong is our hub there, but we have offices in Bangkok, Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, Beijing, Shanghai, etc. So we cover all of the Far East and Southeast Asia now, and obviously those markets are very much the growth markets of the future. Japan is a very mature market already, so it's difficult to see the Japanese group segment continuing to increase. So we're trying to consolidate our very considerable share of that, but at the same time focusing very much on growth out of Asia. With China obviously being one of the key focuses, but China obviously is slightly less profitable, high volume but less profit. So we always have to have the right balance. So we focus very much on as well as regular sightseeing groups.
And I appreciate that that's the case. I mean, are there any challenges? I mean, obviously groups are where, to put it crudely, groups are where the money is, because obviously you get up to 48 people with one booking. But I mean, are there any? Well, yeah, I agree. I think we'll have to assume that for the purposes of the first half of this conversation, that things are normal. Nothing could be more abnormal than the current situation, but just assuming that things are fairly straightforward. Groups conventionally is where the money is. But FIT has its own challenges. Are there any particular challenges dealing with FITs, both in terms of purchase and in terms of supply? I'm thinking in terms of the moves by hotel groups to move away from net rate allocations, and also the strictures of demands in the market, where there are various provisions in consumer law which make things difficult. Is that true, or is it all plain sailing?
No, there are specific challenges. Obviously, the group segment out of Japan, as I said, is probably just about at its peak. certainly in the long haul area. With the individual market, then clearly there are challenges. There's been a major shift in the industry, as everyone's aware, over the last 5-10 years, and that's likely to continue probably. I mean, it's difficult to see what the implications of the current COVID-19 pandemic will be long term, but clearly suppliers have been looking to take back direct control of their pricing, of their distribution, etc., which is understandable. I think that the group segment, as you say, has been profitable in the past. Clearly, it depends on the number of groups, or the size of the groups rather. Notwithstanding the challenges, obviously the advantage of the FIT segment is that so much can be automated, whereas the group segment is obviously quite labour intensive, whether it be from the purchasing through the reservations, operations, right down to the finance and accounting side. Whereas with FIT, obviously based on allocation or free sale, whatever it happens to be, that can be a much more automated process. So I think very many companies are looking more towards the FIT segment as very much the future. Having said that, Asia, the growth in the group segment is still forecast to be quite phenomenal. So we're very much going to stay in there as well as in Japan.
I mean, I suppose on one level, what makes FITs popular is not just the fact that you can automate it, though that in itself has risks, but it's also scalable. Do you think you could, I mean, insofar as you can, with a limited investment, you can just see the numbers grow and grow and grow without any more input? Whereas with groups, it's a lot more complicated. Is that the case?
Yeah, I think the means of purchasing, although they're changing, they've got merits as well as demerits. Obviously one is able to connect now dynamically with chains, and so long as there is availability there and at the appropriate price, then of course one can transact fairly easily. So I think it is quite scalable. The era of direct purchasing and allocations, etc., is not yet dead. There are many segments where that's still markets where that's still alive and kicking. How long, who knows? But yes, I think it is scalable, and I think the key, as with most businesses, is that one has to be adaptable and flexible and change as the market grows, as the market itself changes and consumer demand changes, whether that be for the type of product or how it or the experience on arrival.
Do you see any changes? I mean, putting this year and subsequent years aside, just looking back at, I mean, you and I go back in this industry quite clearly some time. Is there been any big shifts in consumer behavior and I suppose appetite in the last 20 to 30 years that we look back? I mean, is the Japanese tourist of today very similar to the one that we had back in the 80s, or is it markedly different?
No, I would say it is quite considerably different. First and foremost, in the shift away from the traditional large groups all going around. Obviously, many of the Japanese have done the main cities in Europe now, and they're looking at different experiences. And I think experience is very much a key word nowadays. Most of the agents in Japan, and to a certain degree around Asia as well, what they're always asking for is something different now, something to differentiate their product from their competitors. So they want to they're looking for different types of accommodation, something which really separates out that hotel or accommodation, and different experiences. Certainly there's a lot more mono destinations popular these days. People want to spend a bit more time in country. And explore the country in more depth, go beyond the major gateway cities. And I think also things like whether it be wine tasting or the food or cooking, they're looking for that sort of experience. And I think the Japanese market is probably somewhat ahead of the rest of Asia in that respect. But I think we can see similar signs developing out of Asia as well. So yes, it's inevitable that it will change. The Japanese are more willing to travel independently now, and we have our own product, Joybus, which is similar to a sort of hop-on, hop-off bus where people can go on certain itineraries and stay or extend their stay as long as they want, get on the bus and go to the next destination. And the buses will visit all the key sites along the way. So, you know, for example, getting to Alhambra Palace can be made much easier because you're on the bus, but you can decide then whether to stay another night and extend or do whatever you want. So it's a more flexible package still aimed at the FIT.
Yeah. And getting to Alhambra is one thing, getting in the Alhambra is another, I suppose.
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah.
No, I mean, that's fascinating. I mean, I remember one of my first jobs as a junior transfer rep back in the 1980s was to escort Japanese to and from the airport. And I was always awed at their ability to really treat everything as a camera safari, and everything was taken, everything was photographed that was of even remote and unusual interest, including people collapsing in the street. It was an amazing experience for me in those days to come across a group of people who were hungry almost for anything that could be photographed. Now you're telling me it's something which is experiential, is the new phrase.
Yeah, I think it's changing. I mean, you know, certainly I lived, you know, I've lived 9 years altogether in Japan, and obviously when you go into people's houses, you meet people, you know, they're very interested in showing you the photos, etc., and sharing their experiences. And you know, obviously Japanese particularly known for taking photos of the food when it's nicely presented in different countries, etc. So it is very much part of their cultural background, I think. But with regard, so I think they're still very much into that, but they want the experience as well. And I think, well, as I said earlier, it's very much that the market is maturing. What they want to experience, what they want to do, is changing and evolving, and I think that's a good thing. Good for the market, and I think also just moving away a little bit from that mass everyone following the flag and the tour leader. And of course, it will be very interesting to see with the inevitable social distancing that's going to come in. That's going to reduce group sizes in the for the foreseeable future anyway. So that potentially pushes it further in that direction.
Well, I mean, you're seeing on to the next subject, and I think without you saying that, I think I can say that the inbound industry in Europe is facing enormous challenges at the moment. There is functionally no business, and it's very difficult to run a business when there is no business to conduct. I know a lot of people have been surprisingly busy unwinding all the preparations that they've made for 2020. One of the saddest things is that so much work goes into programming an entire season, and then so much work has to be devoted to unwinding an entire season with the knowledge that there's no revenue coming from it. So this has been a really trying time for, I think, all our members, and I know yours will have been no exception. I think what we need to try and look at is just, I suppose, what you think the prospects are for recovery. I think the first thing to look at is, do you think there is any scope for movement in both the FIT and the small group sector in the last quarter of 2020 and the first quarter of 2021?
Well, we're already seeing movement in the FIT segment. We are getting bookings and they are increasing. Obviously, they're still at a very small percentage compared to the peaks. I mean, we're still only around 10% of previous levels. But there are definite signs that is improving. Having said that, of course, a lot of those are still within Asia, inter-Asia, or domestic in Asia. And you know, I think it'll be some time before they really start to venture long haul. But the FIT segment certainly is starting to move. Groups, I think, will take quite a lot more time. We're really expecting only a smattering of business until certainly the end of the summer, until the end of October, just a few groups here and there potentially. Mm-hmm. But the agents, particularly in Japan, they're very concerned about starting to invest, as you say, into the planning and particularly the cost of promoting, unless they're confident that there are going to be consumers out there buying the product. So timing, as always, is critical in this. And we certainly see some agents venturing back into the market from November onwards and willing to actually start shelling out money to promote those products. So I think November is likely to be November onwards is likely to be the earliest we see any sign of real pickup, and we're hoping that might quicken the pace a bit from January onwards. Obviously, for major returns, we're looking at next summer, but by major, I mean possibly only around 50% levels. I think Japan especially will probably take a little bit longer. Certainly, if the prices are available, then I think China particularly will potentially come back quicker. Obviously, there are concerns and caveats around that. I think one of them is, of course, flight schedules. Another is the flexibility of suppliers, and of course, if there should be second waves of COVID, and what the implications of that would be for people who have rebooked. So I think a lot of people are waiting to see what flexibility there will be on the market, that should they have to cancel again, will they be able to get a full refund? So I think probably looking longer term, certainly we're very confident that there will be a recovery. As a company, we're confident we're going to be able to ride out this storm. There's obviously going to be a lot of pain in that process, as there is for everybody. But we are very confident that we will get through it as a company and also as an industry. And but I think realistically, summer 2022 is the time we're expecting to try and really be back to pre-COVID numbers. And going forwards from that, in fact, by 2022, we're actually forecasting an increase in the Asian markets. So much more optimistic but in Asia, but then that's largely because that area is still on the upward curve anyway, whereas Japan has very much reached the sort of saturation point for long haul travel to Europe.
And I mean, this is the story of travel. Putting Japan on one side, which is a special case, the story of travel is that we're a growth industry, and you're in a growth industry catering to a growth market. So this is strategically sounds like a very good place to be. I'm more fascinated by Japan because Japan is an old friend of Europe. It's now a market which has been evolving since the 1960s, really since the early 1960s, indeed since the Olympic Games, which you alluded to at the beginning of our conversation. It's rarely that ETOA cites the Olympic Games as a positive moment in tourism. But I'm fascinated as to why Japan, which still is a huge, it's got a very big population. It's one of the few 100 million plus countries in the world. It's an affluent country. It's one of the most affluent countries in the world. Why there appears to be a sort of slight petering out of hunger for Europe. Is there any particular reason for this?
No, I think as you alluded to there, that it's still the amount of the level of the population, the percentage of the population that does travel is still not that high if you compare it with European countries, for example. Obviously, part of that is proximity. It's much easier to travel abroad in European countries, even from UK, but certainly from mainland Europe. But I think I think that I think it has reached, certainly with regard to Europe, that the Japanese are looking to a certain degree for different destinations. They are inherently quite adventurous travelers, although they have traditionally traveled in groups. Long ago, you also saw the intrepid individual Japanese traveler. So I think it will be interesting to see the destinations that they're going to, and we've actually expanded our sales. Whether it be to the Middle East or North Africa or other destinations as well, where we've perceived demand. So although I'd say that there's a certain saturation in the group market, as you say, it's still a very sizable market, a very loyal market, a very high spend market, and also a very welcome market, I think, in most cases, because of the nature of the people, the customs, the habits of the people. And it's very disciplined and high spend, as I said. So, like you, I think it's a very good friend of Europe, and I'm sure that the level will remain very good. But I think it just will be very limited as to how much further it can grow, especially obviously with some concerns. I mean, there has been, for example, pre-COVID, there were concerns about the air capacity. There was limited air capacity to Europe. So, and even where there was capacity, there was a trend by the airlines to reduce the amount of seats, the capacity of seats in economy class, for example, which obviously tends to be more used for the group segment. So I think, yes, they are looking elsewhere. They are looking for something different, but I do think it will maintain. I think they might shift away more to smaller groups or individual traffic, but I think the overall demand from Japan to Europe will definitely remain as they continue to grow in other destinations.
And do you foresee a change in the sort of pattern of demand? Some people are hoping, whether they're right to hope this, that you will see a shift away from city-based tourism to, for instance, rural-based tourism. I will hide my skepticism behind that question, but I'd be interested to hear your opinion.
Well, there's obviously, with places like Amsterdam and Barcelona, Venice, there's a lot of talk around that, and it's a very valid point, I think. I think certainly short term, yeah, to be in the immediate future, maybe a feeling of greater safety if you're traveling more in rural or locations or in the mountains, whatever it happens to be. But personally, I think that the Japanese still come to Europe primarily for the culture, for the buildings, for the cuisine, for the history. And I think that any short-term trend away from those particular attractions, if you like, will be exactly that, short-term. I think that there will be continued demand to go to these key destinations where they want these once-in-a-life opportunities to visit the Louvre or whatever it happens to be in Europe. So I personally think that those destinations and attractions will recover. I think whilst people are so concerned about human contact, then of course then those could be impacted short term. I think there is also, I think there's a change in the world where people do want to enjoy nature more. I think obviously the lockdowns in many areas have perhaps heightened that appreciation and love of nature. So I think that will fuel probably that for a time and sustain that. But I do think that they will. If you take beaches, for example, the Japanese can go to Hawaii, for example, or Guam or wherever. They can go there much more easily, much more quickly and cheaply than they can to Europe. So of course they don't come to Europe for the beaches. They come for the history. And whilst there are some natural destinations and phenomena to visit outside in Europe, there are many of these elsewhere in the world as well. So I think the focus will ultimately remain on the museums and the history and the sightseeing, etc.
And that is Europe's USP. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
No. Well, Adam, thank you very much.
The experience that we do in the Belfast Food Tour is a city centre. So it's mainly around local produce, be it food and the people that we meet along the way, the market stall traders or the people that work in the restaurants or the shops. And really the people that bring the passion to the plates. It's just lovely to watch them come alive and show their passion to the guests that we have on tour. Our experience awakens the giant spirit in the visitors by highlighting local food. It doesn't matter where they are. Okay, we're doing it here in the city, but this is about local food and drink around Northern Ireland. And it's really got to do with them searching for it and only food for the area that they live in. The range of emotions we get from our visitors are probably, I can't believe, firstly, how friendly everyone is and how delighted they are that they've come to visit them, but also how the food and drink that we're giving to people is really top class. So just being able to serve that up, and their expectations then when they leave are, they're just totally satisfied, and they really can't believe the experience of also meeting those locals on the tour with them. Embrace the giant spirit to me means it's the welcoming spirit, and we want to show the best that we can and hope that they're free again.
The value.
I am the CMO here at the Globus family of brands. Been here for going on 20 years now. So that's just a drop in the bucket in terms of our total history. We started back in 1928, before my time, just a few years before my time. I just missed it. And I can tell you more about that history. It's really a fun, neat history. And, you know, we're making new history here too, aren't we, with today's travel situation. So anxious to talk to you about that.
Indeed. And in broad terms, Globus is an international product. I mean, you've got a footprint really globally, haven't you? But most of your heart and most of your movement, or a large part of your movements are in Europe. Is that correct?
That's indeed correct. Yeah, we go to 82 countries, 7 continents, but our heart is in Europe, Tom. The majority of our business, our customers, our travel, our product, and our operation and our start is all in Europe. So that is how Europe goes, is really how we fare year to year. So our heart and our customers are definitely focused more in Europe, but we have a global footprint and broad among also 4 different brands: Globus, Cosmos, Monograms, which is independent travel, and our River Cruise brand, Avalon Waterways.
And I believe both the independent travel brand and the River Cruises has been doing extremely well in recent years.
They have, yeah, boy, they have been on a tear. You know, river cruising overall has just experienced phenomenal growth, double-digit growth year over year, and we were certainly on that track for 2020 to continue. And it's got so much appeal to, you know, bringing big ship cruisers into the heart of Europe and a more intimate experience. And then Monograms have been our fastest growing brand. It's independent travel. It packages all the benefits of group travel, but for an independent traveler. And so it's the world's only true hybrid between the two. And that's tapped into a whole new market, you know, led by younger boomers who, you know, want more of that independence. So you're absolutely right, Tom. Both had really been surging and pointing to the kind of the next generation of the Globus family of brands.
Yeah, but I think you'll find, I mean, did you think, I mean, a lot of people speculate about this, and we're concentrating on the world prior to March 2020 at the moment, and maybe the world in the future. I'm sure it will all come back. But I had a feeling that a lot of the growth that we would have expected to occur in the escorted tour market went into river cruising. It's not a dissimilar product insofar as you can get a total care package, but I imagine it's a lot more leisurely. Do you think that the growth that would have been experienced in escorted tours went into river?
We get that question a lot, Tom, and actually might surprise you that the growth is really not at the expense of escorted. We see it directly from big ship cruisers who have, in a way, graduated from the big ship experience and moved on. They've done, on average, 6 ocean cruises by the time they get to river cruising. So that's really, that's the, where the river cruise passengers have really originated, is from that. Now, a large number of river cruisers have taken escorted, but they haven't really moved from it. They're really migrating from big ships. And so we've seen growth complementary, you know, both in escorted and in river cruise as river cruise has grown.
That's cool. I mean, I think the growth of the river cruise product has been the astonishing thing in my lifetime. It really has energized, I suppose, the total care package that tour operators can deliver, particularly to the North American market. And this has had a huge appeal and a huge boom. And this has been great over recent years. Now, obviously, the situation is not what it was. We are in I don't think we're in a permanently new world, though it would be interesting to hear your opinion on that. We're in a very challenging situation. I'm not asking you to speculate on what's happened to Globus. I can say very clearly that from the European inbound industry, we've gone from looking at what was anticipated to be a very good year, particularly from North America. Most of the members who handle North America were looking for, you know, a reasonably solid double-digit growth, by which I mean, it was in excess of 10% the growth that they were anticipating this year. These prospects now are a distant memory. There is functionally no product for an inbound industry in Europe. There is some intra-European traffic, but that is slightly curtailed. Most of the business that we're seeing at the moment is domestic and possibly intra-European within the big block Schengen area, which is effectively a domestic area. I suppose the question to you is, when do you expect us to be able to claw our way out of it, and what do you think will lead it?
Well, Tom, first of all, I vowed never to use the word unprecedented again.
Yeah.
Because the word, so no doubt that this is so dramatic in terms of those of us that focus on international travel. And our focus has been on really surviving this period, doing our best to thrive so that we're ready. And the return, when it'll happen, we're expecting really 2021 to be a gradual return. I think more and more that's a realistic view. We're making plans to operate still in fourth quarter of this year. We, both from a demand standpoint and from a access standpoint, we know that if that happens, it will be a gradual return. It won't be an instant turn on the switch and, off you go. There are some things that have to happen, of course, for that to happen. Borders open, the level 4 travel advisory here in the States to be lifted. Air access, I believe, will follow demand once that happens, but that's another factor that we have to anticipate. In terms of us and our operation, that's the piece that we feel the most confident about. We have protocols in place to operate in a COVID-19 world, and we feel confident in that, and we're ready for that scenario. It's the other factors, the opening, working around the political infused situation with that, and obviously as governments and local jurisdictions figure out what is the right way to do this that ensures health of their own residents and travelers. But Tom, we're expecting 2021 to be, I guess in the best light, you could call it a bridge year, where, we'll see just continued a gradual return as things open up and as we figure out the health situation around COVID and, God willing, a vaccine that is widely accessible, which would be the real tipping point for a new surge. Now, getting through the short term and the challenges as a focus will have tremendous rewards on the back end of this. That we're already seeing the pent-up demand, from travelers already who the right of travel has been taken away from them. And that's a serious thing. And that's something that Americans take very seriously. And we're just really getting, our wings under us in terms of that appeal and demand for international travel had been unprecedented. And so once, we know from our own makeup that when something we want is taken away from us, that's the one thing that we're committed to getting back. And so there will be, on the back end, I guess that's what everyone is building towards, is there'll be a new era of growth. When that happens, 22, 23, where we'll be ready. But if we can create survival tactics, really, I mean, that's a way to put it, to bridge this low demand period and these restrictions period, then we'll be healthy on the back end.
I mean, I think you raised so many interesting points there. I think the thing I'll pick you up on, and it's a real issue, is how far the airlines are going to be helping. And I just don't know. But one thing is for certain is that if you look at the previous slumps, and you're right, this is unprecedented, but if you look at things like 1986, and I fear I go back as far as 1986, and 91, and 2001, and 2007-8, which were the big, all terrible years for tourism. I think all the time when these events occurred, the airlines were really obliged to keep their schedules open. And it meant that there was a big supply of comparatively low-cost lift moving between North America and Europe. and it enabled customers to use sometimes very aggressively priced offers to access Europe quite easily. And I think what we may be looking at, and I'm answering the question for you, but we'll move on, but what we're looking at is not a situation where airline capacity leads the recovery. I think we're going to be seeing a situation where airline capacity follows the recovery, and that's going to be a different picture. Is that roughly what you're saying?
I think you're absolutely right with that. And we've heard from our airline partners exactly that it will follow the recovery. They'll fulfill demand when demand is there. They won't necessarily create demand. They're going to be yield driven, and prices will follow. So there is a possibility that we will see, just in terms of generating capacity for them, that we'll see some very favorable pricing. But it's about economics and the value per seat there. So, but I think you're absolutely right that things have to be open. Travel has to be open for business again, and then they'll fulfill demand.
Well, do you think a lot of people think that the nature of demand is going to change as a result of this crisis? They think that people will be more attracted to the less frequently occupied places, the more out of the way places. This somehow chimes with an experiential message that a lot of us have been hearing about travel product. And I'm wondering whether you feel this is the case, because there's a counter argument which says that demand, when it returns, will look remarkably like the old demand. People will want to see the things they always see. Well, what is your take on that?
So we have an undiscovered Europe product line that we've had in play, Tom, for 3 years now. So in a pre-COVID world, we were seeing amazing interest in that off-the-beaten-path product, itineraries that were designed for that person who was maybe very familiar with a primary destination, a Britain, Italy, Mediterranean countries, but wanted that next level experience and to get out of the main cities that they were more familiar with. So we were seeing huge growth there, 40, 50% to those destinations with that product line pre-COVID-19. So I think that there's just naturally, just organically, demographically, there's growing demand for experiences like that. But at the same time, Tom, we were experiencing growth in the tried and true destinations as well. So I don't think it's one or the other is my answer to that there's a huge traveler base that will never get tired of Rome. It will never be too much London. It will never be, wow. Those places are amazing volume driving, one-of-a-kind destinations that will be the Pied Pipers for Americans traveling to Europe. Then building on that is getting beyond. And I think they go together, Tom. Now, will Undiscovered not suffer to the extent when borders are open? I think yes. I think that the undiscovered destinations will be an easier entry point back for folks to feel more confident, to feel more comfortable. I'd say river cruising fits in that category as well, because you're by nature off the beaten path and in quaint towns and villages along the rivers instead of the larger city hubs. So it will be a factor returning, but I don't think there's I really don't believe there's a long-term impact in the major volume destinations.
I think, for what it's worth, I was just talking to one of the big Japanese operators, and they were saying very strongly that Europe has a USP, and its USP is its principal historic towns and culture, and this is what people travel to see. Nature, for all its virtues, is always available closer to home, and this is the standard conundrum that we face. And I'm just wondering, do you think that there is going to be any other changes coming forward? I mean, are people going to go for smaller groups, or because smaller groups sound fine, but you know and I know that smaller groups have their own problems, not least of which the yield. They cost much more to operate, for example. Do you think there's going to be a demand for that? The
majority of the mass market is really a price-driven market that, price can be the ultimate motivator, Tom. And part of the benefit of escorted travel is you get such great value. And so that USP, that value proposition, is a big part of our volume. There'll be a smaller market that is more interested in the smaller group experience. But as you point out, that comes with a price premium just because of operational costs with fewer numbers. So that's not going to be the long-term answer, I believe. We're not going to shift into permanent smaller groups. Is that the main motivator is going to be, to what extent can a tour operator like Globus and Cosmos give value to a traveler so that it's a wise choice to go to Europe? And that is going to continue to be the major driver. And we're anticipating we've got to keep that value proposition intact through this period.
And I think that is going to be one of the big challenges. I think the difficulty we've got, and E2A together with USTOA and Cato put together this Tour Care program, which is a consumer-facing reassurance program for tour operators to adopt. But I think the main point behind that is actually not the customer reassurance. The main point behind that is that the customer has to feel that the experience is worth any risk. All travel involves risk. All travel involves a leap into the unknown. But I think as long as we help them understand that the risk is minimized and minimal, they're going to go for the experience, because at the moment Europe offers it will be offering unbeatable value in 2021. And it will also offer an unmatched experience, because Europe will not be suffering from over-tourism this fall, this winter, this spring, or next summer. It's going to be a sensational product to be selling in. Okay, Steve, on that note, is there anything more you'd like to add?
Well, one thing, on that peace of mind and security that you just touched on, Tom, is more and more consumers are going to understand that no one travel entity can 100% keep them safe. It's our responsibility to take every reasonable measure, to take every precaution that we're minimizing risk, but ultimately it's a contract between the consumer who's willing to accept a level of risk, and the supplier like us, and the destinations themselves that are taking every reasonable precaution. And more you can see it as things open up here in the States, there really is a balance between the two. And that's where I think things will start to normalize a bit, in understanding that governments and entities cannot 100% regulate consumer safety and well-being, that it's a balance between the two. And the economic well-being is getting to be as critical as the health and safety well-being. And so I think things overall just, they will balance, and they need to be balanced. And we need to open, and we need to get back out there, and we need to let consumers share in this balance and have the right to make that choice if they accept the risk, with suppliers like us and with entities like ETOA helping deliver and put in place very reasonable measures to basically to do the best we can and take every precaution possible, and let the consumers decide.
Let the consumers decide, I think, is a great closing line. We're moving at the moment in a weird command economy where governments are deciding what consumers can do at the moment, in our world at any rate. And I think I might leave it at that, Steve. Steve, thank you so much for joining us. It's been great talking to you, and I look forward very much to seeing you again shortly.
Thanks so much, Tom. I appreciate you having me. You take care.
No talk. Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, hello. It's 11 o'clock here in London, 12 o'clock on continental Europe, 6 a.m. in the eastern seaboard of the United States, and 6 p.m. in China. Very good morning. That's the end of appointment 13. We now break for 10 minutes, and we will start again very shortly. Thank you.
Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more?
Well, good morning. Appointment 14 will start in about 2 minutes. For those of you staying on this channel, and one or two of you may be, we will shortly hear from Jennifer Tombaugh of TAUC, the president of TAUC, who will be discussing her position on, or her opinion and thoughts about the current situation. And after her, we have Petra Stušek, the CEO of Ljubljana Tourism, speaking on behalf of ECM, of which she's president. But the important news is that appointment 14, 14th appointment, is about to start.
I'm actually delighted to be joined by Jennifer Tombaugh of TAUC. Jennifer, why don't you just describe what you do, how long you've been there, and a little bit of the history of TAUC.
So thanks, Tom. It's great to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Again, my name is Jennifer Tombaugh. I am fortunate to be the president of TAUC, and I've been at the company now for 19 years, and I'd say probably about 8 or 9 years now in my current role. And I feel, despite even the challenges of the time, probably the best job that I've ever had. We are a 95-year-old company. We are celebrating that this year. We started our business as the first tour operator, licensed tour operator in the United States, traveling on the dusty roads of New England. And now we are on all 70 countries on all 7 continents, running our river, our land, and our small ship program. So it's interesting for us this year, not only because it's our 95th, but as a family-owned company, we still have a rich archive and a lot of history to draw back on. And we actually did have to shut down the company in 1942. So we're hoping though that shutdown doesn't bode for the length of this one's, which is hopefully much shorter.
Yeah, I mean the current crisis is about as grim as I can imagine, but it isn't a Second World War. I think we can be confident on that. But one thing I've learned over the last 6 months is not to be confident in anything. I think it'd be just tell me, when did you start in Europe, and what is your activity in Europe nowadays?
Sure. Well, we've been operating in Europe since 1991 on the yellow roads, as we've always called them. Literally, I have the book that Arthur TAUC team took out on the road, wanting to go off the beaten path. Arthur had spent his time as a young man in the Air Force in Germany, and had spent a lot of time traveling around Europe, mainly by bicycle. And when he decided that he wanted to bring his guests that were, again, largely Americans, to Europe for the first time, he wanted to show them the Europe that was in his eye, which was along the yellow roads of the Michelin maps. And so I have the Michelin book from that year that they went out and explored how they would showcase what Arthur remembered so fondly. And so our presence and footprint is now throughout Europe, again on land, with our family programs, with our classic programs, our small groups, and certainly with our river cruises, which have grown in tremendous popularity on the Rhine-Main-Danube, the Rhone, the Saône, in France. And now this year was to be the launch of our beautiful new ship, the Andarina, on the Douro in Portugal. So we have a wide presence across Europe. It's still the #1 destination for our travelers, even in a recent survey that we put out to about 4,000 of our patrons that responded. And even more so than North America. They really are eager to come back to Europe, and we're very eager to take them. Unfortunately, now we have ceased our operations, at least as of this conversation, through middle of September. We had really hoped to be operating in September. We still hold out some hope for the fall, but the current challenges, certainly in the US and with the borders, make that a bit more ominous.
Yeah, I think the hope was that some of the September peak would have been salvaged, but it's starting to look over optimistic to hope that we're going to see any volume at all in September. And I think it's going to be a fairly slow climb back. Do you think the recovery will occur in 2021, or are we going to have to wait until 2022 before we have any real repeat of what we saw in 2019?
Yes, I said a few months ago that I wish I had a crystal ball, and even as of about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was much more optimistic about the fall and winter operations. And then things have obviously changed their tone here in the US. So I'm hesitant to predict anything at this point for all the reasons that you've stated as well. That being said, we do look to 2021 being more of an on-ramp year. I think that there won't be a V-shaped recovery. I think there's a lot to learn about a vaccine, which is seemingly the holy grail in all of this for a confidence in consumer return to travel in a meaningful way. I think there's always going to be the first movers is with anything that relaunches or begins again. But we're really looking to 2022 to have a much more robust year, especially in Europe with Oberammergau and with Floriade returning. Those are always big sellers for us. And so I think it's common, certainly as I hear among the industry, that 2022 looks to be a much brighter year with a recovery in 2021, depending on when either better therapeutical opportunities might emerge or in fact a vaccine with wide distribution.
I know. I mean, people keep talking about U-shaped recoveries and V-shaped recoveries. I have a feeling that Latin alphabet doesn't have the right character for the sort of recovery we're going to see. We have to go off and look at Myanmar script or something to find something to duplicate what we're going to be going through in the next 12 to 18 months. In all seriousness, I think that is there not the case? I'll put the optimistic prognosis to you for 2021, assuming that we're going to see at best not a token but a minor recovery at the end of the year. The optimistic prognosis for 2021 is to say, look, we had a lot of business on the books for 2020. This was going to be a great year. This was nearly everybody was saying they were looking forward to at least a 10% growth in business. And that has stalled. It hasn't cancelled, or a lot of it hasn't cancelled. A lot of it is they've turned around and said, all right, we couldn't do it in 2020, we'll do it in 2021. And things that were happening in 2020 are being rescheduled for 2021. Oberammergau would be a classic case. So we've got all the business that a big chunk of the business that we were going to have in 2020. And then we've got all the business that we would normally have, the latent standard demand in 2021. So there's an argument that we've got a lot of pent-up demand and natural demand for these products next year. How does that run with you?
Right. I think you're right on many levels. I think that there's an enormous amount of pent-up demand. Everyone I know is eager to get out of their homes, and they want to travel and they want to explore. But they want to be safe in doing that. And I think the health and safety protocols that TourCare, that I know that Ito has been working very closely with USTOA and with the Canadian Tour Operator Association, will help reassure the traveler that it is safe. And I think that when again, a vaccine or a therapeutic happens, that there will be a robust eagerness to embrace those plans that everyone has put on ice or has canceled for this year. So I believe that entirely. I think it's human nature. We're natural explorers. We're going to get out. As I mentioned, our guests want to get back to Europe. They want to see all the places that they love and they fill their hearts. They want to see their plans come through. We're very fortunate to have a very loyal patron base, and so we do hold a lot of gratitude for them and a lot of confidence that they will return in 21. Right now, we're seeing about 50% retention for people booking and transferring their bookings into 2021 or otherwise holding with us for perhaps 2022 too for Oberammergau again, those reschedules. But we have a lot of people that are on the sidelines or who have canceled, and so it's going to be a matter of how comfortable are those people to put their toe, jump right back in perhaps into the travel waters for next year. So, and that's what we don't know. So we know our patrons will be coming back. We know, and we can't wait to bring them, and we feel good about 21. It's a question of how many new travelers will again have that confidence to take that leap, and a lot of it depends on consumer sentiment at the time, which I think is increasingly linked, at least in the US side, to a medical solution.
And I think that's a worldwide issue myself. I think that people have been frightened into their homes and have been frightened into new patterns of behavior. And it's going to take quite a lot to lift them out of it. And I'm particularly struck by a remark made at a seminar that you attended, where someone pointed out that people are willing to comprehend risks closer to home. It's a taller order away from home, and this I think is one of the fears that we've got, and it's one of the reasons why we put together the Tourcare program to try and answer that point. But do you feel that people, I suppose the question really is do you feel that people have got to decide or be in a position to decide that the experience is worth the risk? Everything involves a risk, even going to the refrigerator to get a glass of milk, if that's what you go to your refrigerator for. Even that involves a danger of sliding on the kitchen floor. Everything involves risk. Do you think the question is just finding a way of saying, look, this experience, this is one opportunity to do it?
You're right. Everybody has a different risk profile, and this is a bit of the challenge of all of this, right? Because there might be people like me who tend to be a little bit more risk tolerant, and I'll pretty much get on a plane to go anywhere right now. And there's others who would look at me. Well, in fact, I talked to a friend yesterday who flew to South Carolina, and there was a person on board in a hazmat suit. So you can see that people adopt different beliefs and based upon what they know, what they feel, what their own tolerance is, and we can't control that. And I think we can argue numbers all day, and I've had this debate with many colleagues and friends about what the numbers are really telling us about this virus and this issue here and now. The challenge is that the information is changing so quickly, and that there is so many unknowns. And I think that's what causes everyone to take just a bit more pause with this thing. Everything involves a risk. Getting on a plane involves a risk. Travel, by its definition, is a risk. And yet, even among our own patron base, we have those who are much more comfortable staying in the US or going to Europe, and then others who are more comfortable moving far afield to a place like Indonesia or to East Africa or to other parts of the world that might be perceived by some as being more risky. So our goal is to make for all the best effort that we can to protect their health and safety as best we can. We are going to be living in a COVID world for the foreseeable future, and so how can we mitigate that risk? How can we control that risk? So it isn't this complete great unknown, and that I think there's part of what has been concerning is the question, does anyone sort of have a handle on it? And I think we have to focus on not trying to solve the whole problem, and we'll leave that to the medical experts, or certainly I will, but we can control the environment and we can control the experience as best we can and offer that reassurance to those guests who are willing to go out into the world. And so that's what we've learned over 95 years of operating, and certainly through all kinds of different crises and global response issues. And so we've got a tremendous team that has been working literally every day on enhancing and developing and learning from our past situations, whether they've been other sort of viral outbreaks, or if they've been political disruption or climate issues that have caused risk to be inserted into the operations that we have. And so I think as I talk to others in the industry, yourself included, peers, everybody is working as hard as they can to provide that. We're never to completely be able to guarantee that COVID won't exist somewhere that they're going, but we can do a heck of a lot to reassure a guest to be comfortable and willing to travel. Many people, as we've seen again through those 50% who've already transferred to 2021, are willing to do that. There are others who've told us, frankly, we're not going to travel until there's a vaccine in place. And so what we want to do is be ready and able, as again, with all the preparation that we're doing and will plan to do before we welcome our first guests back, to offer that reassurance to those who might be willing to put a toe in the water more quickly.
I mean, I mean, there is a counter argument to these points we're making. I mean, if we look back at the great slumps of the past, and none of the great slumps of the past equal what we're going through at the moment, I hasten to add. But if you look at things like 1986 or 1991, when you joined TAUC, and 2001 and 2007-8, the scares of 86 and 91 and 2001 were generated by terrorism. It wasn't economic, it wasn't to do with disease. It was generated by terrorism, and the fear was palpable. This, in fact, did a very good job, and the politicians did a very good job on behalf of the terrorists to increase the impact of the fear that the terrorists want to generate. But it was interesting that there was just a tipping point where it suddenly became irrelevant. And the moment it became irrelevant, it was like the sun breaking out through a cloud at midday. Everything came back on stream. And it's just possible, and this is me being determinedly optimistic, and the worst form of optimism is determined optimism. But me being determinedly optimistic, it's just possible. We'll suddenly see, it could be a vaccine, it could be a massive reduction in the incidence rate of coronavirus. People suddenly go, now is the time, now is the time. There's a chance of that.
Of course, I mean, I think there's all, listen, this whole year has been breaking all, as I said, predictions that I've had. So I'm happy to be proven wrong on this one. I think that a bit of the challenge and the difference here, and you're right, when we certainly, I don't have the historical experience from being at TAUC during 91 or 86, but I hear a lot in our lore that there was a longer recovery period, and certainly we saw after 2001 and even 2003 and even in 08 and 09 to the financial crisis. With each issue that happened, Americans especially, because relative to Europeans, I think Americans tend to skew more skittish about regaining their place in the travel world. We saw a shortening of a fear window, if you will. So in other words, when an event happened, initially it would take 9 months to see a recovery, and then a few years later it was 6 months to see a recovery, and then 3 months to see a recovery. And I think that's helped by, or hurt, or in this case hurt, I think by a 24/7 news stream and things coming on and off the news cycle and in social media as quickly as they have. I think so we definitely saw an increasing resilience among Americans, I guess is my bottom line. And with that in mind, I think it is possible that Americans can demonstrate that resilience once again. What we're fighting right now is that 24/7 cycle, which has every headline being something that's fearful and negative. And so it's possible that once a vaccine's announced, once it's proven to be safe, that you will see a resurgence. And in fact, there are some of our programs for 2021, to play to your point, that are already sold out, and that we are opening up 2022 to ensure that those guests can make their future plans. It is I think it is something different though when it has the global nature that it does, and it has the personal health risk that it does. And the unknown factor of even when a vaccine is announced, its efficacy and its overall impact on someone's well-being. There's also a question of comfort from a level of, is it the experience that I signed up for? So, you know, a lot of folks have waited their entire life to take the trip to Europe of their dreams, and they have a certain idea about what that experience is going to be like, and they'd like to see it be what's in their mind's eye. So I think, I guess I have a measure. I believe strongly in resilience overall. I believe strongly in the resilience of the human spirit, and certainly of my fellow Americans to explore the world again. I think that there's a few more headwinds than we've seen in the past, but I do think we can overcome them.
That's such a positive take, a positive and pessimistic take. I'm just taken by your thought that there is an issue as to what the product is we're selling, and I'm trying to be positive at the moment, but it's very difficult to maintain. I mean, this is not your market, but if you were in the 1830 market, which is a very different kettle of fish, not to say that everybody, there are no 18 to 30-year-olds on TAUC, but it's not your core constituency, if I may say that. They might want to go to a nightclub. Well, you can't go to a nightclub if they're enforcing social distancing, or you could, but it wouldn't be much of an experience. And I think that to a certain extent, crowds are part of the experience, not just of travel, but of life. And people want to go to busy places, partly because it's an indication that those places are it endorses your choice. And the fact that you're looking at an environment where that experience is going to be missing, and sitting at a long table in a provincial French restaurant with everybody reasonably close together, this is not on the menu just at the moment, and it can't be until we've sorted this problem out. So there are issues in terms of the nature of the experience that we're offering. But surely there's a flip side. I mean, the flip side is that there are no issues with over-tourism at the moment. This is not on the agenda in Europe at the moment. It's a fascinating to see the reverse of the situation, where London, Amsterdam, Paris, Venice, Florence, Rome, they're screaming for people to come back. And you will never experience Europe. You will be experiencing Europe in the next 6 to 8 months. And I imagine some of the deals being offered will be extraordinary. Not always. I'd be interested to hear your theories as to how the airlines are going to be coming back on board. But I think the opportunity for clients to go and have something which will be completely unique, which is a Europe underpopulated with tourists, I just thought would be a real pull. What is your take on the airlines? I mean, we're hearing kind of mixed messages coming out on that area.
I guess what we saw even, well, in the world of over-tourism, which wasn't so long ago, that we had a mantra that small is big. People were wanting to have more intimate experiences in smaller groups, to explore places that they just couldn't see easily on their own or in larger groups. And that reflects in our riverboats and how we've built them to hold less than 100 guests in France and have such a few number of cabins. And by the way, our ships are operating, albeit with German crew and German staff right now across Europe with our partners at Skilla, who are just simply fantastic. So we already are learning how this is going to work and what that experience is going to be like. And it's quite positive, actually, all things considered. But this idea of small is big will continue to resonate, because people will still want that access. They're going to want, now, instead of avoiding crowds, it might be more about expanded personal space. And so we are well on our way to being able to offer great experiences because of that trend that we saw even before COVID occurred. They're also signing up for the amazing TAUC directors that we have. And I have to tell you, I miss these folks so much because of their energy, their enthusiasm, their understanding of the local places and how to make those experiences so special, even in this unusual time. And I'm so proud of all the work that they've done to delight our guests, and I know that they're going to do that again, even again, in this unusual experience. So will some of the experiences be different? Sure. But I think there's also ways, and we've been working very, very closely with our partners around the world, and in particularly in Europe, on how we can offer those opportunities to delight them. And I'm very confident that with our team back in Connecticut and around the world, with our TAUC directors globally, that we will be able to deliver those experiences. So I think in terms of how the market comes back, I do think some FIT market, the independent market, will probably be the first toes in the water. I think we're all very reassured by seeing Europeans traveling. That gives us a lot of confidence. One of our colleagues just recently traveled on one of our riverboats to assess that experience, and her pictures gave us such hope about what that experience will be when we eventually can bring American travelers again. So the more images, and this is where I think the social media and digital marketing can really help us all, is to offer that reassurance by seeing people traveling across Europe and having a great time. Because all of us want to be doing what you all can do right now, which is to get on a plane and explore the European countrysides and the cities once again.
I'm almost tempted to leave it there because that was such a beautiful thought. I'm more intrigued though as to how we get, I suppose what you're saying is that the catalyst for recovery will be seeing people moving. I mean, we've just got to get some flow of passengers going again. We've got to get some momentum behind people going to Europe and coming back again, saying we had a wonderful time, why aren't you there too? This is the kickstart. Where do you think that kickstart will come from? You mentioned the FIT. I mean, is it fields?
Well, so I was asked this the other day. We had actually a call with some of our German tourism colleagues about what will help consumer confidence. The very first thing that has to happen is there needs to be a joint agreement between the US and the EU to let Americans come. And right now, we won't operate with a level 4 State Department warning. Right now, Americans are clearly and understandably, in some regards, not welcome. It's challenging for us here in Connecticut. We actually have things very well under control, and I think our experiences are, knock on wood, and our experiences here are much more similar to what you all are experiencing in Europe. If you're in the southern part of the US or the western, it's quite different. So I think that we need the borders to open. And I do think there will be some natural traffic that will happen as a result. I've talked to some folks in the airline business crossing from US to Europe, and they're seeing a lot of dual passport holders that are flying, and we're eager to go back and see family and take their own families to explore their homeland. And that's been very promising, but that's only going to be for a limited amount of capacity and demand, I guess, that they can handle. So we need the borders to open first and foremost. And then, as I said, we still have people on the books for the balance of the year, and they're really hoping to travel. So there will be an opportunity for independent travelers and groups to come as soon as that happens. And those will be the more, I think it's like a new technology. It's sort of that they'll always be first movers, and we want to be there to give opportunity in a safe or in a responsible way, and we will. But that's the first thing. In this case, the airlines have to deal with their own economics. Here in the U.S., there's some airlines that ban a middle seat. There are others who are going to fuller capacity. That's going to be, I think, largely an individual decision. I frankly don't see a lot of offers being out there given the economic challenges that they have now. That may, of course, all change as the situation unfolds and they really can assess demand. But I think we need to be able to assess that demand through open borders first and foremost. I don't think this is going to be out of the gate a big offer opportunity. I think perhaps over time, as there really is a need for recovery, that may get some of those perhaps a little bit higher risk folks to go. I mean, even in Egypt, there was a point where price did make a difference in moving volume. So I won't say that that won't be necessary, because it will, but I don't think that's certainly the only factor when you're talking about personal health.
No. Great. Jennifer, thank you very much indeed. It's been delightful talking to you.
It's always a pleasure, and we can't wait to come see you all in person.
This is Northern Ireland. A land built by a giant spirit. A spirit you will feel and hold in your heart. Our giant spirit shines through everyone you'll meet. It's woven into our love of words and having a good laugh at a tall tale. An instant sense of us and your own sense of belonging. But your newfound spirit isn't new exactly. It's left a trail of footprints you can trace. From our ancient myths to our that giant spirit has always been here. It's just been waiting for you to embrace it. So embrace this land shaped by giant forces. The wind at your back, head in the clouds, and step across the wonder of it all. Our giant spirit beckons from our cobbled streets. Cobbled streets. A night's painted Technicolor. This is a place where there's always a seat at our table. A brimming glass. And a bumper feast. Some old favorites. And one or two fresh twists. You'll hold our giant coast forever in your memory. Every twisting mile, each perfectly ragged cliff face, every starts here, a spark, a stirring, far from your own. You suddenly remember you too are an explorer. An embracer of life. Northern Ireland, a land built by a giant spirit. Let us awaken yours.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of ECM, it is an immense pleasure to welcome you to this virtual edition of the City Fair Workshop in 2020 edition. This edition is of immense importance since it represents for destinations a crucial opportunity to build new networks and prepare the recovery. This year, even more, we are proud to be part of this adventure in partnership with ITOA. European Cities Marketing, ECM, this is the only association in Europe gathering more than 120 European DMOs and CVBs, is a vigilant and forward-looking community determined to help prepare today what we believe to be critical for success in the market arena of tomorrow. It is imperative for ECM to enable members to align their strategic agenda with demands. If there is one thing that COVID-19 crisis taught us, it is the need and the benefits of improving digitalization. In only 4 months, webinars, digital interviews, interactive online platforms were implemented all over the world in all kinds of fields. We have seen digital conventions being organized, digital conferences broadcast, keynote speakers talking from their living rooms, digital courses on free access. Suddenly something becoming natural has been added to this world, which was sometimes too conventional. We at ECM immediately felt the need and the duty to be by our members' side, even supporting them and offering tools which are helping DMMOs taking the right decisions and learning from the experiences of others. We created a communication platform called A New Tomorrow, and the purpose of this initiative is to share the ideas and challenges and to find inspiration in new practices and different approaches. How? Thanks to webinars, collaborative dashboards, articles from avant-garde thinkers, different approaches, the ECM Guide for Sustainable Recovery called DMMO COVID-19 Continuity Checklist, and discussion groups. Our COVID-19 Resource Center forms a critical part of the capability and the potential of our association. In less than a month, we built an entire panel of digital communications. We do believe in perspective and in resilience in a new tomorrow, which will require to rebuild, reshape, and reimagine tourism and the role and responsibilities of DMMOs. This crisis has taught us how to do things differently, think collectively, and rely on each other. Sharing is the core of ECM, and it is our firm belief that putting in common inspiration, insights, and experience will be the key to pull us through this crisis. I'm convinced that the professionalism, experience, and organization skills of the ETOA team will lead to a successful version of City Fair this year, as it is ideally placed in a vital moment in Europe's tourism recovery. We are delighted to offer this opportunity to ECM members to get in touch with buyers from all over the world and to lay down the foundation for the return of long-haul clients and to develop new product and new ideas. I am proud of this additional milestone in the history of ETOA and European Cities Marketing long cooperation. My name is Petra Stušek and I am the President of European Cities Marketing and wish you a very successful City Fair.
The value.
We are living in a fast-changing visitor economy where global connectivity, rapid leaps in technologies, powerful global transaction platforms, and political disruption have become permanent driving forces in urban travel, experiences, conferences, and events. Rapid change is becoming the only and it is imperative for destinations to embrace new opportunities with playful curiosity. European cities marketing has a key role in new paradigm of destination management and city marketing, leading the DMMOs on the road for the new destination success. At ECM, we do believe that the need for strategic destination management is greater than ever before. Across the ECM community, we do see a bright new paradigm where the modern DMO can play a paramount role as facilitator and innovator or co-innovator in the multidimensional cityscape of art and culture, education, science, and research, creative industries, hospitality, and local communities. It is imperative for us to help members align their own strategic agenda with whatever demands, challenges, and opportunities tomorrow will bring. These last months has put us on a burst of speed of changes: environmental, societal, psychological, sanitarian, economical, and so on, but also on innovation and digitalization. Today, we constantly need answers and tools to face this dynamic and changeable reality. ECM, the network of more than 120 European DMOs and CVBs, deployed full energy for its members with new digital initiatives. At ECM, we believe in innovation and creativity, providing its members critical support through inspiring ideas and articles from the bravest avant-garde thinkers of our industry. The aim is to develop innovation and open new opportunities in strategical fields and topics such as the innovation and marketing strategy during recovery, the travel influencers' key role during the crisis, the tourism innovation, the future of the experience economy, and so on. We also elaborate the ECM Guide to Sustainable Recovery called the DMMO COVID-19 Continuity Checklist. This is a strong tool for DMMOs to face new challenges and giving them a relevant and lucid support. Its purpose is to share insights that will help our colleagues, local entrepreneurs, political decision makers, visitors, and of course, our local communities. But beside the importance of innovation, if there is one thing the COVID-19 crisis taught us, it is a need and the benefit of improving digitalization. In only 4 months, webinars, digital interviews, interactive online platforms were implemented all over the world in all kinds of fields. In the music industry, conventions organized, virtual conferences broadcast, keynote speakers talking from their living rooms, or digital courses on free access. At ECM, we decided to respond to our members' needs of digitalization with a powerful communication platform called A New Tomorrow. Webinars, collaborative dashboard, articles from avant-garde thinkers, researchers, Zoom conversations. The purpose was and is to share ideas and challenges, to find inspiration in new practices and different approaches, and envision together a new future of destinations rebuilt, a new tomorrow of DMMOs repurposed. Following the same vision, our annual summer school reinvented itself this year into ECM Summer School 2.0. The 3 virtual sessions happened, dedicated to strategic outlooks of the meetings industry, understanding the world of clients and suppliers, and moving towards a smart recovery. This digital edition is an incredible opportunity to have a closer look at the future of our industry and to strengthen your network during those challenging times. Through presentations, panel discussions, and breakout conversations, the participants will have the unique opportunity to exchange with experts of the industry and interact with each other to share best practices. In tomorrow's paradigm, perhaps the biggest shift is a mental one, to leave the one-dimensional growth imperative behind. The DMO of tomorrow must help ensure sustainable growth and actively work the visitors' economy to make a positive impact on the city, socially, environmentally, culturally, and democratically. It is up to DMMOs to demonstrate that the visitors' economy can benefit the destination's social inclusion, cultural repertoire and relations, knowledge societies, and local communities. In the new role, the Visitor and Convention Bureaus are instrumental for strategic city management. They will both act as agenda setter, project initiator, and facilitator for the many stakeholders working for a better city. We believe that the future of DMMO is a future where innovation has a positive impact on the city, where locals and tourists cohabit and exchange harmoniously in the same place, where locals explore their cities and visitors. This is for us the paradigm of success for nations and can help fight over tourism. The cities of future need to maximize their profit, thinking to the quality of life of citizens and living the concept of growing city for the ideas of better city. DMOs must take responsibility and seek a contributing role in the urban development for a better tomorrow. As an association, ECM says hello tomorrow with its 2019-2020 strategy called Tomorrow Today. Its vital part is a pledge to help all our members align their strategic priorities to all demands, challenges, and opportunity the future will bring us. As ECM, we will explore a more sustainable tomorrow together with a great purpose and appetite for experimenting in the visitors' economy, which contributes to a better life in the city. Above all, European Cities Marketing is a member organization. We are for the members and by the members. Our core mission is to empower members to inspire, co-develop, and to promote a sustainable visitors' economy for the city. Our association wants to inspire and communicate new strategic challenges and opportunities in order to empower our members to navigate the global visitors and knowledge economy. ECM will be among the first to discover and unfold the latest trends, new demands, and golden opportunities for urban DMMOs. Thought inspirational conferences, we facilitate and activate network and digital collab platforms with high content and rich opportunities for member interaction. We are better together, establishing collaborative partnerships between member cities across sectors and geographical borders. ECM must raise and is raising its voice as the principal advocate for sustainable growth in Europe's visitor economy. Again, we do not believe that more visitors is a goal in itself. We do believe that the fundamental purpose of any DMMO is to work for a better city for the inhabitants, and that growth in the visitor economy must be pursued with the framework of universal sustainability. On this ground, we will stand in public as well as in politics. The power of ECM lies in the ability to share experiences, knowledge, and we will continue to meet, share, and grow together.
everybody, and welcome to this session on Tourism Insights. My name is Rachel Reed. I head up the new insight capability that we have at Itoa. If you haven't already seen it, do take a look at our new Insight Hub, which is on our website. I have here with me David Edwards, our resident tourism stats expert. Delighted to have you on board, David. He and I are going to be looking at the difficult conundrum of city tourism stats in this session, and looking at how is it we can really count the number of visitors that there are. We're using as the basis of our discussion a document that David has written for us, which is available on the Insight Hub, so you can go and have a look at that after the event and see some of the other pieces we've got up there as well. Now, of course, David, especially in times like now, if we want to understand the consequence of not having tourism, we want to know how we measure the actual number of visitors we had in the first place. And I think this is a very interesting area of discussion, because so many times you can read a document that has figures for London or Paris or Amsterdam, and yet they can be really quite different. So I think it's really important to kind of get a handle on what we're actually seeing and understanding why it is that they might not marry up. So over to you, David.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and hello to everybody watching and listening. So yes, indeed, our topic for the next little while is to discuss this thorny old issue of why can you read one figure one day and then apparently the next day read a rather different figure for what on the face of it appears to be for the same measure. So yes, it's London, Paris and Amsterdam. And our question is, how many international visitors are there? So the issue is that while all agree these are three of the most important city destinations in Europe for international travel, estimates for the number of international visitors appear to be very inconsistent. Let us start our travels around this part of Europe in London. And here we're looking at a trend chart taken from the UK's Office for National Statistics International Passenger Survey, which is looking at the number of overnight visits by overseas residents in thousands. So first of all, let's just look at the trend. Well, we can see that in the early 2000s, there was a decent period of growth. Then we saw the global financial crisis and a period of either contracting or plateauing numbers. Before, from about 2013 onwards, there was a period of what might well be termed above trend growth. Then in the past 2 or 3 years, things have flattened off somewhat. And as we can see that at the present, we're looking at around about in 2019, 21 million overnight visits by overseas residents to London. Now, handily, this survey also presents figures for what are called visitor nights, and the equivalent figure to this 21 million is 110 million visitor nights. So a word or two then on what this International Passenger Survey actually is. Well, it's a continuous survey that's been running since way back in 1961, and it has a really broad set of aims. It's trying to collect information on both inbound and outbound travel to and from the UK, but also included in its reason for being is to measure the volume of migration to and from the UK. So it's doing lots of different things. Now, the survey is actually conducted at ports and airports, and in 2019, around 35,000 departing visitors were interviewed. This isn't all of the people who were interviewed by the surveyors, but this is the number who were interviewed having visited the UK for one of the reasons that we typically talk about as being for tourism. So what is actually being counted? Thinking about London figures from the International Passenger Survey, it's any overseas resident spending at least one night in any form of accommodation in Greater London, regardless of the journey purpose, provided they are staying in the UK for less than 1 year. So we've got a number of important terms going on there. We've got Greater London, and there's a geographical thing going on there. And we've got the fact that they have to be staying in the UK for less than 1 year. So that means anyone visiting for a day trip, either perhaps just popping into the UK and London for a day, or maybe who is staying somewhere out in Oxfordshire or north of London, who is then travelling into London for the day, they're actually excluded from this tally. However, those staying as a free guest of friends or relatives, or indeed those who might be staying in their own home, they are actually being counted in this tally of 21 million overseas residents making an overnight visit to Greater London. Now, another important facet of the International Passengers Survey is that it is measuring overseas residents, not just overseas nationals. As such, visiting expats are going to be included in our total. Now, whilst it's fairly uncommon in the UK, most of us will be familiar with the idea of going into a hotel somewhere in continental Europe and being asked to present our passport. And that then provides quite a lot of very informative data on nationality, but clearly doesn't tell us necessarily about place of permanent residence. Whereas here, the International Passengers Survey figure is based on where you're permanently resident rather than your nationality. Now, the highly respected European Cities Marketing Organisation present a whole realm of different data in their annual benchmarking reports. And if we look at London, one of the headline figures that jumps out for international is 60 million for London. And well, that looks rather different to the 21 million, doesn't it? But if we look in detail at what this data is actually representing, it is in fact bed nights by international tourists in all forms of accommodation establishment. So this is lower than the IPS estimate, which was 110 million visitor nights. So why have we got this apparent diversion from around 60 million to 110 million? Well, the 60 million figure from European Cities Marketing does not include those staying as a free guest of friends and relatives, or those who are staying in their own home. If we interrogate the IPS accommodation level data in a bit more depth, that tells us that around about 66 million visitor nights were spent in London once these forms of accommodation are actually excluded, giving us an average length of stay of about 5 nights in London. So now what we're seeing is that even though we're looking at two somewhat different sources, we're getting figures that are an awful lot closer together because we're sticking on nights rather than visits, and we're trying to keep our forms of accommodation as close as possible together. So how reliant then can we say that London is on international tourism? Well, again, here we have to try and be careful to ensure that we're looking at similar measures. And if we take the European Cities Marketing approach of studying bed nights in all forms of accommodation establishments, this then suggests that approximately 80% reliance of London on international tourism, and clearly in the rather challenging times that we find ourselves in at present, the degree of reliance on international travel is going to perhaps be a key yardstick of how easy it is for different destinations to recover. Now let's move on to think about data for Paris. And here we will again begin with a trend chart. This is drawn from rather excellent data from INSEE, which in large regard is the equivalent French institution of the UK Office for National Statistics. And I think good congratulations to so many different European stats agencies who do make their data available through an English language portal, which I must say here in the UK, we're fairly poor at making our data available in other languages. But back to the data then that we can see from INSEE for overnight hotel arrivals by foreign residents, again in thousands, in Paris. Looking at the trend, we can see broadly it's fairly stable at between 9 and 10 million. We can see a dip going on there. That, of course, was a time where there was a heightened amount of terrorism taking place in France and indeed Paris. But as we often see after such events, some degree of bounce back thereafter, such that in the past couple of years, it really has been around about 10 million. And again, we can use the same source of information for a figure on the number of nights in hotels in Paris. And that tells us that in 2019, so the most recent full year, obviously for which data is available, it was around about 25 million.
That's very interesting, David. And if I can just cut in a moment to welcome the delegates who have just joined us in this session. I'm here with David Edwards, our resident stats expert, and we're discussing city tourism stats, and we're looking at figures for London, Paris and Amsterdam, and why is it that different places can report things very differently. And David's filling us in on the different ways of measuring. We've covered London and we're currently in Paris. So do tell us, what is being counted in Paris, David?
Thank you very much indeed, Rachel. I shall endeavour to do that. And I do think that perhaps city tourism tax could be a whole different session on its own, but back to city tourism stats. So for Paris, what is being counted by INSEE, which is the French equivalent of the Office for National Statistics here in the UK, is any foreign resident spending at least one night in, quote, hotels and similar accommodation in Paris. Really important here because, again, INSEE is very good at making different levels of geographic data available. And this is Paris, it's not Greater Paris. And as we saw earlier when we were discussing London, the figures are for what is termed Greater London. So not just that core inner area that is most typically visited by tourists. Here, though, we are looking at Paris, not Greater Paris. The estimates are based on a survey that is commissioned and conducted by INSEE, and it's a hotel occupancy survey. What we talked about earlier when thinking about London stats was that the main data comes from a survey that's conducted as people leave the country at ports and airports. And that's why it covers such a broad range of different places that people can stay in. However, here we are reliant on a survey that is actually taking place in hotels. So the data excludes those staying in Paris in all, quote, non-hotel accommodation. For example, those who might be staying with their friends or relatives, or those who might be staying in their own home when they're visiting Paris. Crucially, it also excludes any day trips to central Paris by international visitors who perhaps are staying elsewhere in France, or indeed who are happening to visit Paris and indeed France itself just for the day and are spending the night before and the night after in a different country. By contrast, if we look at the headline figures from the European Cities Marketing, very excellent benchmarking report, we get a figure of around 25 million. So that first face value says, oh, look, we're looking at 25 million compared to 10 million. However, the ECM figure is for total bed nights. And what's clear then is that this is a count of nights and not of visits. And indeed, once we compare this figure with the equivalent nights figure from INSEE, we have data that is very, very similar. This suggests to us then an average length of stay in Paris, which is lower than in London, with the Paris figure being 3 nights, and as we saw earlier, the estimate for London round about 5 nights. One of the reasons for this is that London does attract quite a large number of particularly long stay visitors, often from the Middle East, who come to Europe and in particular London during the summer months, which drives up that overall average. How reliant then is Paris on international tourism? If we take the European cities marketing approach of studying bed nights in all forms of accommodation establishment, this suggests an approximate 66% reliance on international tourism for Paris. Now, when we were discussing London earlier, we saw that London is about 80%. So this is telling us that Paris is still heavily reliant, certainly, on international travel, but a little bit less reliant than is London. Now on our European journey, let us start thinking about the situation for data in Amsterdam. We'll start, as we started, for London and indeed for Paris, by looking at a trend chart. This data is taken from Statistics Netherlands, and that is the equivalent of INSEE in Paris and the Office for National Statistics in the UK. So it is the National Statistics Agency. And once again, it makes available a wealth of data on all manner of topics, including, of course, tourism. And their headline stats are for overnight hotel stays by foreign residents in thousands. Note, because this is important later on, that hotel is in quotation marks there. What do we see from this trend, however? Well, we can see that compared with Paris and London, there really are no dips in this trend. It is fairly persistently heading upwards, meaning that back in 2012, the Statistics Netherlands was reporting a figure for just under about 5 million, whereas by 2019, we are about 7.5 million overnight hotel stays by foreign residents in Amsterdam. What then is actually being counted by Statistics Netherlands? Well, there's a very detailed analysis here, and it tells us that any foreign resident spending at least 1 night in, quote, all hotels, motels, boarding houses, apartments with hotel services, youth accommodation, and bed and breakfasts with at least 5 sleeping places. So that's quite a detailed, very helpful definition, but we can start to see why, for shorthand, it's termed hotels if you just want a heading for a slide or a table in a report. But this is one of the challenges that we face when comparing data. As such, the following is excluded by Statistics Netherlands from their figures. Holidays on own or third-party boats, which of course in Amsterdam can be quite a significant chunk of the market, stays in second home, cruises, and overnight stays in what Statistics Netherlands calls new emerging forms like social travelling. Furthermore, day visits and visits to family and friends are not included. So we can see there's quite a broad number of types of international trips and overnights that are not being counted in this tally. By contrast, the European Cities Marketing Excellent Annual Benchmarking figure is around 16 million. And at first sight, we might say, oh, that's very different then to this 7.5 million figure that we see from Statistics Netherlands. But crucially, this ECM figure is for total bed nights. And that means it's a count of the number of nights, not of visits. So for example, you arrive, you spend 3 nights somewhere, you're counting 3 to this ECM tally, whereas you're only counting 1 to the Statistics Netherlands tally for the number of visits. This suggests an average length of stay of a little over 2 nights, which is notably lower than London and Paris. And perhaps this is one of the reasons why, of our 3 cities that we are discussing, over-tourism is a word that is more regularly applied to Amsterdam than it is to either Paris or London, because there's a shorter length of stay, and there is, of course, a wide range of things that visitors do when they go to a place, but many tourists will do the same things as other tourists, and if those same things are being squashed into 2 nights rather than 3 nights in Paris or 5 nights in London, clearly you're perhaps going to have more compression going on.
That's very interesting to hear, David. I'm looking forward to carrying on this discussion in a moment. After I just say welcome to the delegates who have just joined us, I'm here with David Edwards, our resident tourism stats expert, and we're looking today at city tourism stats. We are comparing London, Paris and Amsterdam. We're on Amsterdam right now, and we're looking at why it is there are so many discrepancies in the way that different destinations measure stats. And then we're going to think about which one we should actually be picking. And of course, differences in measuring the value of tourism also pose issues when one's looking at the consequences of not having tourism, as is the case for our destinations at the moment. So let us carry on with Amsterdam, David.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and hello to those who've just joined. So what we've established is that if we use the Statistics Netherlands figure, we would immediately think, oh, there's around about 7.5 to 8 million international visits to Amsterdam. And then if we very quickly look up a figure from European Cities Marketing Benchmarking, we'll see a figure of 16 million and think, hang on, these numbers are really different. But what we've established is that the Statistics Netherlands figure of 7.5 to 8 million is for the number of visits to hotels in a fairly broad definition of hotel. But the ECM figure is for bed nights. So if you are spending 3 nights, you will be counted as a 3 towards this 16 million tally, whereas you're only going to be counting 1 towards the tally made by Statistics Netherlands. So how reliant then on international tourism is Amsterdam? Well, if we take the European Cities Marketing approach of studying bed nights in all forms of accommodation establishments, this suggests an approximate 85% reliance on international tourism for Amsterdam. And as we saw earlier, for those who have followed other sessions, or may indeed later on follow other sessions, is that in London, it was around about 80%, and in Paris, it was around about 66% reliance on international travel. This is really important, particularly in these challenging times that we find ourselves in, because the common currency belief is that domestic tourism is going to recover rather more quickly than international travel. Therefore, those destinations and those cities that perhaps typically attract a broader number of domestic as well as international visitors may well recover more quickly. Now let's try and summarize then what we have discovered when looking at stats for London, for Paris and for Amsterdam. Well, typically discrepancies in the data that you will find knocking around is due to a range of different definitions that may relate to geography. We discussed the difference between Greater Paris and Paris, Greater London and Inner London. Those discrepancies may arise due to visitor origin definitions, and it's really easy just to look at a number and think that, oh, this is about all types of visitor, regardless of whether they're international or domestic. But look at the words in detail, look at any small print, any footnotes, because it may well be that numbers that appear to be really different to one another are actually measuring precisely the same thing, but one is all, both domestic and international, and one is just international. Discrepancies may also arise due to things relating to visitor nationality. because if the way of gathering data is from a person's passport when it's presented at a hotel check-in, and that passport is from the country in which the hotel happens to be, that won't show up as a foreign visitor. Whereas if it's a foreign passport, clearly it will. But when we were talking about London, what we discovered is that the figures are based on where you're permanently resident, regardless of your nationality. So a British expat travelling back and spending time in London, they will be counted as part of the number of international visits to London. Trip purpose could be another reason for the discrepancy. Some measures may be looking solely at trips that are for different forms of leisure or business and may be excluding perhaps longer term study trips. Length of stay, a really important measure. All of the data that we've looked at for London, for Paris and Amsterdam has involved overnight stays, and for the most part has had as its upper length limit 1 year. But perhaps most crucially, in terms of why discrepancies arise in different measures of how many international visitors there are to different cities, is down to the form of accommodation. We have seen that this can range from quite narrow definitions of hotels to a slightly broader definition, as we saw in Amsterdam, where we encompass things like bed and breakfast, so long as they've got 5 or more bed spaces. Whereas for London and the UK's International Passenger Survey, in fact, it will include those who are staying in their own home and indeed those who are staying as a free guest of friends and relatives. So lots of different reasons why the numbers vary. So when disparate estimates exist, it's really important to check carefully the precise wording used and any footnotes that may apply. So which city of the 3 that we've discussed receives the most international visits? Drumroll. Sadly, we don't really know. But on as close a like-for-like basis as it is possible to estimate, London probably has a relatively small lead over Paris for visits, but a larger lead in terms of visitor nights. But that lead for London over Paris is perhaps slightly smaller than some of the types of measures that we might see. But both London and Paris welcome more international visits than Amsterdam, whether on the narrow or indeed on the wide measure of accommodation. But we should of course bear in mind that Amsterdam, spatially speaking, is a smaller city than Paris or Amsterdam, or Paris or London. So there we go, Rachel. That's a discussion of visits to London, to Paris and Amsterdam, and why, even with the best will in the world, it's not really possible to precisely say how many international visits there are. But if you're really careful at looking at the definitions, you can start to figure out why there appear to be this whole menu of different data from which we can choose.
Thank you, David. I think it's really interesting to see just all the options that people have. Just while we have a sort of dying moment of our session left, one thing that occurred to me, and I'd love to get your opinion, is do you think there should be a standard that we have to comply with? Because obviously at the moment, destinations can do it how they like within certain parameters. Should we have a hard and fast standard on this, David?
In a sense, UNWTO is giving each destination a set of definitions that it should be applying in terms of what's a visitor, what's a tourist, what's called an excursionist. However, it's really easy on paper to describe this is how or who you should be measuring. The difficulties arise when we're trying to put that into practice, because different cities have different geographies. London is part of an island, and it's much more the case that you cross a border when travelling to the UK than when travelling to Paris or Amsterdam, because, as we all know, you can get in your car in Frankfurt or on a train in Frankfurt and travel really without border checks to Amsterdam or to Paris. Therefore, that's why very often data on tourism is collected in continental Europe by surveys of arrivals at accommodation, which is great because that can, in a sense, give you more data than a at-board survey, but is more limited in terms of its scope because it's not going to capture those people who do not stay at one of those registered forms of accommodation. So even if there were a series of diktats in terms of what you should be measuring, I think just the difficulties of applying that in different geographies, in different circumstances, would still mean we would end up with at least different forms of apples, if not apples and pears.
David, thank you very much. I look forward to eating one of my different forms of apple, and I wish our delegates a pleasant day.
Tomorrow, we're talking about a future. We're reimagining what's going to happen in a post-corona world. How will it look like? And how do we position? How do we work? How do we adapt to fit that new normal, that new reality? Like 70% of the hotels are now open for business. Is there anything showing like how hard is the industry hit in China? Like how many hotels have had to close down basically due to the crisis? Are there any statistics out on something like that? No?
So we've had, as I mentioned, for the tomb sweeping holiday, which was at the beginning of April, there was a 60% decrease compared to the previous year. In terms of
important. So could you tell us a little bit about like what are the key findings right now? How do you see, who will this especially benefit at the moment, and what are your key findings? Are there any best practices yet, or is it all just new practices out there?
I think everyone has to admit that we are lacking of visibility. This situation has been quite new. It has been worldwide. We have a collective memory when we have worldwide impact or events such as the Crazy Call or the 9/11 attack in the US. These bring new practices, new standards. I think we are just at the beginning of
And so now that because I think I've seen you somewhere quoted saying that it's a time to experiment and learn, because if not now, then how, in terms of digital and technology. And so what will you say that you have learned, and is there anything from this sort of born out of the crisis, but that you will take forward as well in the coming IMEXs?
Yes, so I think, as you say, the freeing thing, the amazing thing really is that as a result of this, we could do anything. Anything that we put out in May as a replacement was positive, and it allowed us to.
We do in the Belfast Food Tour is eating and drinking all local food and drink around the city centre. So it's mainly around local produce, be it food and also some alcohol as well as soft drinks. And the people that we meet along the way, be it the market stall traders or the people that work in the restaurants or the shops. And really the people that bring the passion to the plates. It's just lovely to watch them come alive and show their passion to the guests that we have on tour. Our experience awakens the giant spirit in the visitors by highlighting local food. It doesn't matter where they are. Local food and drink around Northern Ireland. And it's really got to do with them searching for it. And that, to me, is something that if anybody takes home can only be good for the area that they live in. The range of emotions we get from our visitors are probably, I can't believe, firstly, how friendly everyone is and how delighted they are that they've come to visit them, but also how the food and drink that we're giving to people is really top class. So just being able to serve that up, and their expectations then when they leave are there's a long with. Embrace the giant spirit to me means it's the welcoming spirit, and we want to show the best that we can and hope that they'll go off to their friends and tell them all about it, so we get people coming back again and again and again.
the value.
Guys, you're all very welcome. We provide a bespoke water taxi here in Lough Erne. Anybody can book us to go from A to B in Lough Erne, whether it be from a hotel up to a bar or restaurant. Wherever people want to go really in Lough Erne, we can provide a water taxi service. As well as that, we give them a guided tour and tell them about the stories and of the place and tell them what the place is all about, basically. Well, we stop at basically anywhere across Lough Erne. Some of the more remote islands like Inishmagh-Saint. But mainly the place people want to see most is Devonish Island. Big experiences that we provide would certainly be bringing people to these monastic sites and showing them the real Lough Erne and the real place. Places that tourists maybe don't always get to see or visitors don't get to see, so we want to show it off at its best light. We try to awaken that giant spirit by giving them an experience they'll never forget. Bringing them to places that they never possibly have seen before or never will see again. And it's about almost showing them places that haven't changed much in hundreds of years. You know, some of these things should possibly be in a museum, but they're on an island in a little lake. So it's cool to be able to bring people to these places and the wow factor they get when they get there. It's about bringing the stories to life. It's about the myths and the legends and telling people about this special place. And really giving them a warm welcome to the place. So we do that every day, and I was excited to be part of the Embrace the Giant Spirit story.
We are living in a fast-changing visitor economy where global connectivity, rapid leaps in technologies, powerful global transaction platforms, and political disruption have become permanent driving forces in urban travel, experiences, in conferences and events. Rapid change has become the only constant, and it is imperative for destinations to embrace new opportunities with playful curiosity. European cities marketing has a key role in new paradigm of destination management and city marketing, leading destination success. At ECM, we believe that the need for strategic destination management is greater than ever before. Across the ECM community, we do see a bright new paradigm where the modern DMO can play a paramount role as facilitator and innovator or co-innovator in the multidimensional cityscape of art and culture, education, science, and research, creative industries, hospitality, and local communities. It is imperative for us to help members align their own strategic agenda with whatever demands, challenges, and opportunities tomorrow will bring. These last months has put us on a burst of speed of changes: environmental, societal, psychological, military, economical, and so on. Also on innovation and digitalization. Today, we constantly need answers and tools to face this dynamic and changeable reality. ECM, the network of more than 120 European DMOs and CVBs, deployed full energy for its members with new digital initiatives. At ECM, we believe in innovation and creativity, providing its members critical support through inspiring ideas and articles from great avant-garde thinkers of our industry. The aim is to develop innovation and open new opportunities for fields and topics such as the innovation and marketing strategy during recovery, the travel influencers' key role during the crisis, the tourism innovation, the future of the experience economy, and so on. We also elaborated the ECM Guide for Sustainable Recovery called the DMMO COVID-19 Continuity Checklist. This is a strong tool for DMMOs to face new challenges and giving them a relevant and listening support. Its purpose is to share insights that will help our colleagues, local entrepreneurs, political decision makers, visitors, and of course, our local communities. But beside the importance of innovation in crisis to others, it is the need and the benefit of improving digitalization. In only 4 months, webinars, digital interviews, interactive online platforms were implemented all over the world in all kinds of fields. In the meetings industry, we have seen digital conventions being organized, virtual conferences broadcast, keynote speakers talking from their living rooms, or digital courses on free access. At ECM, we decided to respond to our members' needs of digitalization with a powerful communication platform called A New Tomorrow. Webinars, collaborative dashboard, articles from avant-garde thinkers, researchers, Zoom conversations. The purpose was and is to share ideas and challenges, to find inspiration in new practices and different approaches, and envision together a new future of destinations revealed, a new tomorrow of the repurpose. Following the same vision, our annual summer school reinvented itself this year into ECM Summer School 2.0. The 3 virtual sessions will happen, dedicated to strategic outlooks of the meetings industry, understanding the world of clients and suppliers, and moving towards a smart recovery. This digital edition is an incredible opportunity to have a closer look at the future of our industry and to strengthen your network during those challenging times. Through presentations, panel discussions, and breakout conversations, the participants will have the unique opportunity to exchange with experts of the industry and interact with each other to share best practices. Is a mental one, to leave the one-dimensional growth imperative behind. The DMO of tomorrow must help ensure sustainable growth and actively work the visitors' economy to make a positive impact on the city, socially, environmentally, culturally, and democratically. It is up to DMMOs to demonstrate that the visitors' economy can benefit the destination's social inclusion, cultural repertoire and relations, knowledge societies, and local communities. In the new role, the visitor and convention bureaus are instrumental for strategic city management. They will both act as agenda setter, project initiator, and facilitator for the. We believe the future DMO is a future where innovation has a positive impact on the city, where locals and tourists cohabit and exchange harmoniously in the same place, where locals rediscover their city as tourists and visitors travel like locals. This is for us the paradigm of success for destinations and can help fight over tourism. The cities of future need to maximize their profit, thinking to the quality of life of citizens and living the concept of growing city for the ideas of better city. DMOs must take responsibility and seek a contributing role in the urban development for a better tomorrow. As an association, ECM says hello tomorrow with its 2019-2020 strategy called Tomorrow Today. Its vital part is a pledge to help all our members align their strategic priorities to all demands, challenges, and opportunity the future will bring us. As ECM, we will explore a more sustainable tomorrow together with a great purpose and appetite for experimenting in the visitors economy, which contributes to a better life in the city. Above all, European Cities Marketing is a member organization. We are for the members and by the members. Our core mission is to empower members to inspire, co-develop, and to promote a sustainable visitors economy for the city. Our association will inspire and meet new strategic challenges and opportunities in order to empower to navigate the global visitors knowledge economy. ECM will be among the first to discover and unfold the latest trends, new demands, and golden opportunities for urban DMMOs. Thought inspirational conferences, we facilitate and activate network and digital collab platforms with high-value content and rich opportunities for member interaction. We are better together, establishing collaborative partnerships between member cities across sectors and geographical borders. ECM must raise and is raising its voice as the principal advocate for sustainable growth in Europe's visitor economy. Again, we do not believe that more visitors is a goal in itself. We do believe the fundamental purpose of any DMMO is to work for a better city for the citizens, and the visitor economy must be pursued with the framework of universal sustainable development goals. On this ground, we will stand in public as well as in politics. The power of ECM lies in the ability to share experiences, knowledge, and ideas in a trustful and professional network. We will continue to meet, share, and grow together.
This is Northern Ireland. A land built by a giant spirit. A spirit you will feel and hold in your heart. Our giant spirit shines through everyone you'll meet. It's woven into our love of words and having a good laugh at a tall tale. An instant sense of us and your own sense of belonging. But your newfound has left a trail of footprints you can trace. From our ancient myths to our modern heroes. That giant spirit has always been here. It's just been waiting for you to embrace it. So embrace this land shaped by giant forces. The wind at your back, head in the clouds, and step across the wonder of it all. Drawing you in with yarns about titans, rumbling beats, the night's painted technicolor. This is a place where there's always a seat at our table, a brimming glass, and a bumper feast. Some old favorites, and one or two fresh twists. You'll hold our giant coast forever in your memory. Every twisting mile. Beach. Something starts here. A spark. A stirring. Far from your own beaten track. You suddenly remember you, too, are an explorer. An embracer of life. Northern Ireland. A land built by a giant spirit. Let us awaken yours.
When you realize you need more. More time together. More time for yourself. You need more than a break. More than a kick. More than a breath of fresh air. More than a change of scenery. You need real nature. Wild and free. Untamed, but accessible. Nature that gives you energy. Nature that stirs your soul. Nature in a country that's uniquely varied. A country where you can be carefree. A country that takes care of you. It's just what you need. When you need time for yourself and your loved ones, time for your goals, time for your dreams, you need more than a holiday. You need Switzerland.
I'm absolutely delighted to be welcoming Patricia Yates, Director of Strategy and Communications at Visit Britain. Patricia is going to give us a short presentation about Visit Britain and what they're hoping to do in the current situation. Patricia, over to you.
Thank you, Tom. So let me just run through the impact of COVID in the UK and what the response has been and what we think the impact of it will be. So tourism, really important industry, third largest service export, I think what government has realised during the crisis is it's a huge job creator. So over 3 million jobs are in the tourism sector, and those jobs, of course, are right across the UK. So this is an industry that creates jobs in our cities, but in our countryside and in our coastal resorts as well. So our focus has to be that ensuring that tourism rebounds to become once again one of the most successful sectors of the UK economy, because tourism was the first hit and the hardest hit. And we saw businesses, and as I'm sure I don't have to tell you, with cash flow just drying up when we went into lockdown. And it's also been one of the last sectors to be able to reopen. So England is broadly open, not business visits and events, I have to say. Scotland is about to open in July. Wales now has some dates for not only outdoors, but inbounds being able to open in August. And what does the impact of this mean? Well, it means that our inbound tourism spending, we were forecasting about £30 billion a year. We're looking at a £20 billion loss. And domestic tourism in England dropping by about 48%, so losing about 37 billion. So these are big numbers. This is a big loss to the British economy. One of the issues we're working with at the moment is how do you get people confident about going out and spending money? And I think this is probably an area where Brits have been a bit different from Europeans, we see, because we see a lot more confidence in European markets than in Britain, where people obeyed the lockdown, I think, against government expectations, and now really need tempting to come out, and some of them spending the money that they've been saving during lockdown, and you can see that's really been where the government has going, but still uncertainty. So we've been doing a weekly domestic tracker, and we've seen that the belief that this is the worst is yet to come, and that we won't be better by Christmas, has increased week upon week in the general population, and now more than half of the general population feel that. And we've seen some slight increase in people starting to feel confident about taking a domestic holiday, but you can see it's still only around 31% in August, so really small increases. And what's been driving that lack of confidence? Well, public transport has been quite a worry in this country, and then of course concerns about catching COVID, and actually that a lot of the sector is still not open. What are people saying they want? No surprises, rural, seaside, traveling in their own cars, so an appreciation of self-catering and camping. And I think what we've seen here, which was different in China, so businesses looked at China, thought that business travel would drive the recovery, and it isn't the case at all. It's leisure travel driving the recovery. We've looked at that worrying lack of confidence and thought, how do we provide a sort of ring of confidence to get businesses knowing that they understand what the government guidelines are and can show that, and consumers seeing a mark that means that they can be confident that they're using businesses. And we've worked across all sectors and right across the UK, so that this is unusually, this is a system that's working right across the UK, in Ireland, in Wales, and Scotland, and in England. And you can see that little green signal, that little green tick down at the bottom. It's we're good to go. I think where our work has changed is unusually for a crisis. This is a crisis where we've seen collapse of supply as well as demand. If you think about other things that we've worked on, you know, volcanic ash and foot and mouth, the question was, how could you build demand? How could you get people back traveling? This time, it's how can you get business up and opening again, as well as how do you build demand? And the view was that this was a recovery that would be led by the domestic market. And so the first campaigns we've kicked off have been for the domestic market. So a Know Before You Go campaign, that's really helping people know what's open, what they can do, what the guidelines are. The government has kicked off a huge cross-sector campaign running through July and August, spending big money on this. Enjoy Summer Safely campaign. There are television ads around it and a big media buy supporting that. The first couple of weeks were very much focused on tourism. And you can see the government has done some really surprising things to protect tourism a little. So, you know, 1.4 million hospitality workers have been furloughed. That's the highest proportion of any sector. And in the coming into recovery, we've seen a major cut to that, something the tourism industry has been campaigning on for a long time, but cut from 20% to 5% until January 2021. And then Eat Out to Help Out campaign, where you get half your money back if you eat out on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, up to a value of £10. So government really trying to boost hospitality. Inbound, well, we always took the view that inbound would come after you'd stimulated the domestic market. And really, it's a good job we thought that, isn't it? Because we've had the quarantine imposed through June. We're now starting to see quite a long list of countries that can travel freely to the UK, a lot of European countries on there. And we're looking at how we work in Europe with big partners to really start stimulating demand, because I think the realistic view is America is still on that quarantine list, as is Canada. We don't think that China will be coming back anytime soon this year. Gulf still a lot of uncertainty in that region. India fighting its own issues with COVID. So where are we going to get people to come in the autumn, to come quickly? It's going to be the European market. And it is essential that we get the European market back. If you look at our city centres, if you look at our major attractions, yes, the domestic market might get you to open your doors, but really many of those businesses absolutely depend on the international visitors. And you can see, you know, Roman Baths, 90% international. The big galleries, hugely proportion of international visitors. And if you look at the city centre hotels, those big hotels, they also need the international visitors to come. And many of them are talking now about they perhaps won't open in August. And that's a worry for giving that flavour of what the city offer is. So really important that we get people travelling and we get those businesses feeling confident about opening. And you can see that July bookings down 96%, August down 88%. And talking to carriers, they're still talking about, you know, soft July, slightly better August. Dire, I think, was the word used after that, and a real worry about the level of no-show, which is a running issue today. But one of the carriers told me that they were seeing 40% of no-shows, even though they'd reimposed some cancellation charges. So again, that confidence to get people onto the plane. We're working with the international travel trade and with our people in markets to really drive European visitors, to work on social media, but also to get a campaign that's ready to go once we finish the sort of peak summer, so that we're out in market very quickly. So our priorities, we in fact restructured ourselves as an organisation to make sure that we were looking at the most important things. The first, of course, our staff welfare. We're all working at home and looking after our teams globally, because of course our China team has been working at home since February. So looking at how we really support those teams. Advising government, we have a statutory role to advise government and to make sure they understand the impact of policy on industry, and to help into advocate some of the policy and interventions that are really needed to rebuild the industry. to support industry. To be honest, we're set up to stimulate demand. We're not really set up or funded to do the supporting industry. And that has been so important. And I think it's something we need to think about our role in the future. So helping businesses come through this, helping them rebuild, and then ensuring that international buyers are ready to sell Britain. The recovery planning campaigns that I was talking about, and then keeping the business going, really fundamental stuff. Our IT team have been working on overdrive. And so focusing on those key priorities, making sure we're getting the advice of government, the data that government needs, but we're building our marketing campaigns and ready to go in domestic and international markets. I'll skim through that and just show you some of the stuff we're doing. So we're not looking at major spend in international markets at the moment. So most of the stuff we're doing is sort of social media, using our own channels and working through media to tell the story of Britain and to really keep alive the dream of being able to come to Britain this year. So thank you. That's my presentation done.
Patricia, thank you very much for that. I think it's quite clear that Visit Britain, along with every other company at the moment, has found that there being no business involves far more work than normal business. It looks like you've been very, very busy indeed. Do you think, I mean, the situation, let's not beat about the bush, the situation is uniquely desperate. I mean, we've got if we're looking at the inbound market for the UK, I think a 63% decrease that you're projecting there is really quite optimistic and is factoring in a reasonably substantial return to confidence in the final quarter of the year. And whilst 2 or 3 months ago, people were talking up the last quarter of the year, I think the decision not to include the United States on the list of permitted countries has unfortunately killed most of the September and October business that people had. So, I mean, we're really looking at 2021 is the answer. And what indications are there for a recovery in 2021?
Well, it's interesting you pick up America, because before we thought there were going to be quarantines, I would have probably said, and certainly our American regional director would have said, go America first, because you know, if you get the carriers involved, that's where the carriers make their money. So they have an interest in getting transatlantic off, and all our feedback from the market is the American tour operators are ready to go. They have a lot of people who have booked and have taken credit notes, so have transferred their holidays through to next year, who need to decide where to go. They're not necessarily wedded at coming to Britain. They could go anywhere. So the view was there was a lot of money tied up there, and we needed to be in that market and promoting. But alas, not on the list of non-quarantine countries. So I think the realism is that you have to go for Europe, and if you look at the signs for Europe, they are much stronger than we're seeing from British domestic. In that, you know, we've been speaking to people like Google and Expedia about people looking and people booking, and we can see, for example, the German market is really active. Intra-European travel is coming back much stronger, and so we need to be in there and pitching, and then to be helpful, obviously the government has started talking about Brexit just at the time when we're thinking we need to go big in Europe. So even the market that should be the easiest sell does not look like an easy market at the moment. And then next year, will the Chinese start to travel again? I would hope so. And will we get, you know, the Arab market coming back into London, you know, reversing its normal pattern of travel? There are a lot of people that are hoping that as well. But I think not to underestimate the challenges we have uniquely as being Britain, but also the challenges every tourist board has, and that every destination is out there competing to get that recovery, and sees the same figures about a slow recovery, probably taking 18 months to 2 years even. So we are going to have to claw our way back to the levels of growth that we took for granted almost this time last year.
No, and I think you're quite right to stress that, because it seems a distant memory, but everyone was anticipating a record year for 2020.
Yeah.
I think every single one of my members, looking at North America, looking at China, looking at Japan, we're anticipating growth of minimum of 10%. And last year was a very good year, so we're looking forward to an excellent year on top of an excellent year. And the reversal has been so dramatic that the fact that optimism was last year's symptom or last year's experience, the reality is so savage. It's difficult to find words for it. I note that you were saying in your presentation that it's Visit Britain's responsibility to nurture demand, not to support business, and I think that's a difficult point. Well made. Can I point out?
Well, I would say that's how we're structured and funded. I mean, that's the interesting thing. We're structured and funding to do international marketing, and we're in 20 international markets with money spent extremely thin. But that's really the focus. And Visit England, which is sort of supply side, gets a really small budget. And sort of Treasury does not really believe in domestic marketing, because they've always taken the view, well, you know, if they don't spend it in a hotel, they're going to spend it in B&Q, and I don't support, you know, I don't put money into B&Q as the Treasury, so why should I put it into the hospitality industry? I think, stroke hope, that that what this crisis has done has really to push home some of those messages we've been talking about for years to Treasury and to government about how many people are really employed in tourism, and how, you know, if you're a government that's talking about levelling up, well, if you're looking at those northern seaside resorts, if you don't get tourism working, you can do what you like, the place isn't going to work. So the importance of tourism as a job creator, as it always has been in times of recession, but also how it delivers on that government agenda of sort of redistributing wealth and getting people out to explore this year, should be the year that if Brits could be persuaded to travel, that we should see more of us doing that.
Well, I think you're stress this. I think that as intermediaries, my members sell destinations, and they sell destinations on the basis of the domestic service economy. And when we sell Paris, we sell the Paris that Parisians support, and people go to Paris to go to the restaurants, go to the shops, go to the museums that are created by local demand. And the same is true of Italy, the same is true of Spain, and the same is manifestly true of London. Even those areas which are overwhelmingly reliant on foreign visitors, and that includes the attractions and the shops, and to a certain extent the theatres and the restaurants. I mean, foreign visitors make up nearly 40% of all London theatres. These people of the product shaped by British demand, and I think the most important element in London is domestic demand, because that's what underpins the appeal of London, I think. I just worry that the combination of significantly reduced domestic demand and dramatically reduced foreign demand is going to threaten the viability of much of what we deal with. And I know, I was about to say, this is not your responsibility. Who should we go to with this plea?
Well, I think in part it is our responsibility, at least to advise government. I think it's that mix, isn't it, of the destination. And if you look at London, I mean, there's a big debate, as you know, about should the office workers be back in London. And certainly when I went up on Friday to have my haircut, it was very, very quiet. And how do you get that vibrancy back that you just took for granted in London with all the cafes and the shops open and theatres, which are going to be a longer term ask? And you know, even the well-known restaurants, happened to go to one in the evening, wasn't opening till 5 o'clock, so it wasn't doing all the breakfasts and lunches it would normally do for the local markets that attracted international visitors as well. And I think we have a particular challenge on the city centres. If you look at that fairly cautious domestic, I mean, even more cautious about going back to work and using public transport, so that's hitting your city centres. You've got slow growth on business, so the business market isn't coming back. We haven't got a timeline for business events. And so it's not just London, it's the big city centres, Manchester and Birmingham. How do you stimulate demand there? And some of that could be by new audiences. I mean, if you look at who's going to save the summer, it's probably those resorts and countryside. It's probably the family audience, isn't it? That if you get them to holiday at home rather than holidaying abroad, they will go and they will spend the money. But the families and the older market, and the older market is the traditional bedrock of domestic travel, they're probably the most risk averse. You're looking at that younger audience, may not spend as much ahead, but aren't so worried about the risk, and you might be able to get them to come back into the cities. But I think then you need to have the public transport right, whether it's London or Manchester or Birmingham, because you don't actually want people to drive in the city centres either, do you? So I think there's a lot of things that are working together that government needs to think about. Government tends to think in verticals, you know, one sector, and actually tourism is one of those industries that cuts right across. So how do you get that offer back that you can really be promoting and strongly internationally? And it's a challenge, isn't it?
It is an enormous challenge. I think from the markets that we represent, there are sort of determinedly optimistic people that see business in the last quarter of the year, or the second half of the last quarter of the year. Most of the people we're talking to think that business will be there in 2021, but 2021 will be a bridge year for 2022. They think that there's all sorts of problems associated with airline lift. They think people will, you know, will take time to get back to being used to travel, be confident in travel. I'm not sure. I mean,
it's really uncharted territory, because normally, and I think at the start of this, we did the same. You talk about pent-up demand, you know. Don't worry, if we use 3 months, you'll take the brakes off and everyone will come flooding back. It's not like that, is it? So I think this is a very different sort of crisis than we have traditionally dealt with.
I can't work out. I mean, you're almost talking about a sort of suburbanization of demand. You know, people are not going at the moment going into city centres. They're staying on the outskirts and visiting, you know, shopping centres and going to B&Q, as you said. If this, in broad terms, there are niche markets for everything. Foreign visitors don't come to visit suburban shopping centres. They come to see the big historic cities. I mean, it's...
well, I mean, you can see government's given it a go, haven't it, with its cutting of VAT from 20% to 5%. Interesting whether that is passed on to the consumer or not. I know there is some discussion among businesses about that. That was a grant for businesses to keep them going through the winter. I think it was the initial suggestion from government was to stimulate demand. And the eating out thing, to get, you know, that probably is of more value to smaller pubs and cafes and restaurants, to get people eating out and get people used to traveling again. but I think, you know, we're still waiting for the guidance to change on public transport, actually, and then the whole debate about mask wearing, where government doesn't really seem very sure what it's advising. You know, are we going to say that everyone should wear masks inside? I mean, I've got friends who are sort of Chinese and Malaysian, and they are astounded that we walk around the streets without masks on. It's just what people do. Whereas if I walk around here, I see very few people wearing masks nowadays. So are we going to go for that sort of change of behaviour? And will that make people feel more confident? Both British nationals, but also international as well.
Well, we just don't know. The good news is we don't know. We'll have to find out. Do you think there's anything in particular, just touching on levelling up is probably not the right word, but touching on you know, the more elements of the UK, because we've looked at London to a certain extent, the big cities. Do you see demand changing at all for destinations like Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland?
I mean, I think there's been confusion, hasn't there, among British people, let alone foreign people, about the different pace at which the nations are going. So Wales is considerably slower than other nations, and you know, so I think Wales business is ready to go, but still quite a slower timeline. You would certainly expect, and goodness, we're working hard to domestic markets to get away from the honeypots and to explore more. You know, from that sentiment research, we see everyone wants to go to Cornwall and the Lake District. So how do you get people to explore more of their own country and to get away from the crowds and get away from those honeypots, which are slightly heaving? So I think that's important to do, and extending the season. You know, it might look all right in July and August, but what's it going to look like September, October? And given how many months we've lost of tourism, we really need to extend the season and get as much business as you can. And yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, in talks with the airlines, they're not seeing that pattern of bookings through to the autumn that gives them confidence.
Well, I think I would just end with the thought that I think there's everything to play for 2021. As you said, there are all these credits there. I think 50%, at least 50% of the groups that were scheduled for 2020 have rebooked for next year. I think there are a lot of people who had plans this year outside the group market, had plans this year that were are determined to enjoy them next year, and to a certain extent, the thing you most crave after you've been subjected to a lockdown is a foreign holiday. I mean, you know, it's the thing you just want to get out of there and get some change of scenery.
Yeah, no, and then some positives. I was talking to Oxford, and they said if they can just get through this year, they'll be fine next year because they can see Europeans are ready for next year. So it's the next few months that they're worried about.
No, people who've got next year open and available, they're taking bookings for next year, and so we've got all the demand that was stalled from 20 moving into 21, and we've got all the latent demand that we would expect in 21. So there are grounds for optimism. It is contingent, I think, on things like vaccines being available, but and there being a product to sell, as you pointed out. Patricia, thank you so much for these words. This has been excellent. Is there anything more you want to say, by the way?
No, but I shall echo your optimism that I think, you know, we have to go out there and speak for the industry and fight for the industry and deliver as good a result as we can for British tourism. And so, as you say, all to play for, and we'll certainly be out there playing for it.
Only in Britain, only in autumn 2020 and 2021. Okay, Patricia, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Arnie Weissman, who's the editor-in-chief of Travel Weekly, based in America, and he's also the executive vice president. Arnie is a seasoned observer of the travel scene, I think it's probably fair to say, and we're really thrilled to have him join us. Arnie, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and about your company?
Sure. So I've been editor-in-chief of Travel Weekly now for 18 years. And prior to that, had other roles in travel media, business to business. I was actually over a dozen OAG branded publications based out of London. Prior to that, I had my own company, which provided destination information to the travel industry called Weissman Travel Reports. And so my responsibilities now also include as editorial director of North Star Travel Media. So we have Travel Weekly China, we have Travel Weekly Asia, and I have mostly a guidance role over those publications.
And these publications, I mean, are they mainly, I think chiefly of Travel Weekly in the USA, are they mainly focused to the USA audience, or are you finding that you're getting an international audience now?
We're getting an international audience, although still overwhelmingly US, overwhelmingly leisure. We have within the larger company corporate travel publications, meetings publications, incentive magazines. So Focusrite, I think people know, the research company, travel research company, is also owned by North Star Travel Media. So it's a broad portfolio that covers travels 360 degrees. My responsibilities are primarily with leisure.
And
so yeah, we have most of the viewership is through the website for Travel Weekly US. We get about 2 million page views every month, which is pretty good for a business publication. And the primary readership that we target is the travel professional and leisure. So maybe 80+% are travel advisors, travel agents. And then we also have the executives, anyone involved in travel distribution, so people in sales and marketing. The CEOs tend to read us. I certainly get letters and feedback from them when they like or don't like something that we publish. So it's very leisure focused, very much in that sales, marketing, distribution area.
That's excellent. And a 2 million page, effectively a 2 million readership, means you're taking a significant chunk of the decision makers in the US travel industry, which is an enormous travel industry. I mean, from our point of view, of all the inbound markets for Europe, America dwarfs virtually all the others. I mean, Russia is a separate issue because Russia has obviously got a land border with Europe, but the United States dwarfs everybody else. It's an old point which we've made on many occasions, that 1 year's variation in demand from North America equals any markets, any of the other markets that Europe caters to. If there's a 10-15% surge in bookings from America, that will be more than all the Chinese or the Japanese or any of the others. So it's of overwhelming import, the American market, and the current situation is of overwhelming concern, I think would be the right way of phrasing it. Annie, we're arriving at the current situation, which we'll cover at the moment, on the back of a really very successful 2019. Last year was a good year. We were expecting a better year this year. Certainly all my North American members were predicting double-digit growth, maybe not massive double-digit growth, but it was certainly creeping into double digits, which was excellent news. And then March happened, and since then, frankly, we're in a coma. And I suppose the question really to you is, when do you think, what is the nature of the coma in North America? When do you think we're going to come out of this coma? And what the prospects are going to look like in the near future when we come out of this coma? So those are 3 separate questions for you. Right? You can tell I'm not a professional interviewer. I'm I'm trying to be a poacher term gamekeeper here, interviewing a journalist. But those are the three questions I posed to you.
Okay, so as far as the nature of the coma is that it is the pause button has been pressed, and it's not that there's no travel going on in the U.S. right now. But what is going on is domestic travel. So you're seeing actually some interesting sectors arising. Most interesting to me in some way is the recreational vehicle travel. People are getting these RVs and going and taking off because they can control their environment, they can control where they sleep, where they eat if they want, and can look out the window at the passing scenery. But I think the nature, to step back a little bit, what we're seeing for sure is that the countries that have had a strong national response and civic-minded residents and citizens are seeming to recover the most quickly. Those with a strong national central authority, of course, can really dictate what's going on. And what has traditionally been one of America's strengths, which is our independent nature and our sense that we can do whatever we want, is really working against us. And in terms of just getting this under control, it's a terrible situation where you seem to be making progress, and then because the citizenry is not, they can't even agree on whether or not to wear masks, which is just terrible. And so the prognosis for when this will be controlled in the US is very different, I think, from many of the other countries that have a more united approach to it. There's little federal guidance, and what guidance there is optional. It's we recommend this, we recommend that. So state by state, it varies tremendously. We just yesterday, one of our reporters, operator, editor, actually lives outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico. And New Mexico actually has some very strict rules about wearing masks and all that. It borders Arizona and Texas. Arizona and Texas do not particularly have very strong guidance, but their citizenry love New Mexico. They're flooding into Santa Fe, and New Mexico is actually running ads in Arizona and Texas saying, "We love you. Maybe now is not the best time to come." And there are confrontations going on in stores in Santa Fe where people walk in without masks, and the proprietors are saying you've got to wear a mask, and they're not prepared to deal with any sort of conflict over this sort of thing. So this is a cycle, and I don't see the end of it in the U.S. to be honest. One hopes because domestic travel is fine for those involved in domestic tourism and attractions and things like that. But even those people get most of their business on the whole, if you look at the big pie, from international visitors. And that's where, it's a great export for the US, which is essentially dead right now. And there is the only cross-border tourism of any significance, and is of minor significance right now, is with Mexico. Mexico, their virus situation is not great. But they are taking the protocols that are in place in the resort areas are better than generally in Mexico. Some of the cities are certainly opening up. The WTTC, has this kind of seal of approval that they're giving. I'm unclear. I've asked some questions about how rigorous the process is in order to be certified a safe city. I've heard that you have to apply, you have to agree to do certain things, but I also understand that they don't have on the scene governance to see whether or not these things are actually being enforced. So I'd say North America, with the exception of Canada, is a mess.
Well, but in WTTC's defense, and Ethiopia, along with US produced our own guidelines for tour operators called TourCare. None of us are in a position to police these things. The main purpose is to act as a not as a fig leaf. It's not a token gesture, but it's there to reassure clients that if they have concerns, these concerns are being met and they are being taken very seriously. Furthermore, as you pointed out, we have to issue blanket recommendations, knowing that the regulations in each destination vary. So, as you sort of said, the situation in Arizona and New Mexico is going to be different, and it's very difficult to dictate in such circumstances. But I mean, I think that's fascinating. It's also fascinating the point that the US is a major destination now, and there was a period about 10 years ago when more money was being spent by Europeans in the United States than the United States was spending in Europe. And this was a major turnaround. I think it's shifted a little bit with the rise of the dollar and the rise of the American stock market up until this year, I hasten to add. We do appreciate it's a two-way street now, very, very much so. And it's going to be very difficult for Europe to make up the lack of American visitors, not least because so much is hypothecated around it. And I think you've got exactly the same situation in the United States, where Europeans coming to the States come and enjoy largely the same facilities and attractions that Americans do. In Europe, partly over time, the 4- and 5-star hotels that the Americans use in Europe tend not to be used so heavily by the European audience. So there's going to be a hole in that area. And then the Tower of London, 80% of their visitors are foreign. Anyway, we're getting off the subject. So that's what's happening in America. Do you see? I mean, when you say that you have more domestic visitors, we heard reports of people crowding beaches in Florida elsewhere. Is it still happening, or is it petering out?
It's still happening. And I think there's even, I mean, this is anecdotal, and I hate to think of how history books will look at us and all of this, but I know they are young people see this as a boomer disease. They just don't feel that it is their problem. And there was sadly this case where some people in their 20s had a coronavirus party where they wanted to see who was going to get it first, and one of the people there died from it. I mean, there's a lack of seriousness of the appreciation of the seriousness. This is lacking on both the taking it seriously as a medical issue sometimes, but also the understanding of the macroeconomic picture of this behavior. As you know, like I just read something this morning in the New York Times that a business person who owned a gym, so let's just close everything down for 3 weeks and get it over with, get the pain over with. But we seem to be enjoying spreading the pain over a very long period of time. And I wish I didn't sound so pessimistic on this, but going back to one of your earlier questions, when will we come out of this coma? You know, I think it depends very much segment by segment. So you can look at the cruise segment, and there to be fully operational. I think much of the cruise industry, if they're hoping to get a little bit of business in December, officially they're going to start sailing, I think, in September, but that's 100% up to the Centers for Disease Control. And they've made no indication one way or another about whether they're going to lift the no sail order that the cruise lines are under. And once the no sail order is lifted, it takes time to get on the seas, to get the ships ready and things like this. So, the vaccine is, of course, always out there. The hope, that this will be the thing that lifts this from us finally. But so 2020, I think, is generally speaking written off as any sort of meaningful recovery. I think people are hoping to get a little incremental business, but with social distancing, capacity is down. Whether or not that limited capacity and the laws of supply and demand being what they are, that they can raise prices to make up for it. They're not going to make up for it, but at this point, everybody is hoping for whatever cash flow they can get to keep as many people employed as they can in their businesses. but I think we're looking at 2021 spring. If you know, realistically, is I would say the recovery begins.
And I think this is not an uncommon analysis. If you find that reassuring, this is a widely held view, and we've been polling our members, and even at the start of the crisis, 75 to 80% of the respondents think that it's 2021 before they see anything meaningful. And I think the optimists who felt that there might be some real business in the final quarter of this year are petering out. I mean, there may be some business, and we'll get on to why there is in a minute. But I think this is generally the consensus. But I mean, surely, Arnie, what we've got is on one level, and we have to put aside the elephant in the room, if I may use that cliche, which is the fact that we don't have a vaccine at the moment, and that people are genuinely reluctant to fly and to go through airports, which is it represents even more of a threat in some ways than being on an aircraft. They're genuinely reluctant to break that reluctance through a vaccine, through some form of reassurance. Some of the underlying things are quite positive. I mean, one, we have, people call it travel credits, but I would say 60% of the people who booked this year, be it in groups, be it as FITs, they've rebooked for next year. So we've got almost 60% of what we were going to have this year being transferred into next year. You add to that the latent demand that we have in any year for travel. And on top of which, next year, if the airlines are flying, there are loads of ifs here. If the airlines are flying, we should be seeing plenty of capacity, and a Europe, and I'm looking at it from a Europe-centric point of view, a Europe that as a traveling experience, you will not have had for 20 or 30 years, nor will you have in the future. You've got an exceptionally open destination, no problems with over-tourism in Venice or Florence or Rome or Paris or London or Barcelona. There are very few people, well, there are one or two obvious exceptions, which you partly cited, but there are very few people saying we're sick of tourists being around here. We don't want them. People can be assured that they're going to be welcomed with open arms, with the exception of those places that have got a sort of xenophobic coronavirus hit, that they don't want to see people coming in from areas which might give them a disease. But that's a fleeting phenomenon which will disappear. So potentially, 21's good. Potentially. What do you think might make it not good, I suppose, is the question.
Well, I think that there's a worry. Right now, you're absolutely right that forward bookings are looking very strong across the board, tours, cruises, everything. What I think the danger could be is if it turns out that there are continuing hotspots. I heard one analogy, which I thought was really quite interesting, that said it may be that a coronavirus outlook is going to be somewhat similar to a weather forecast. So if you were flying to New York, you might have plans to go there, but if you see that a hurricane is threatening, then you're going to postpone and go somewhere else. But that if you are you would check this and that there can be hotspots. I think the thing that's going to be the odd part is the places where if a hotspot should arise, then yes, it's going to be very clear. What I'm kind of concerned about is the people who are from those hotspots. Will they be welcome? You know, will they be able to travel? And if you go on a tour and you find out that, let's say, Arizona is still a hotspot, and you find out the person sitting even 6 feet away from you is from Phoenix, then are you going to feel comfortable traveling? So we're going to have to sort a lot of this sort of thing out. A vaccine will be enormously helpful, and it may be like the types of vaccines you get now. If you travel to some developing countries, you have to have a yellow fever, vaccination. It may be that you have to have, countries will require that yellow sheet of international yellow sheet of paper showing that you have the coronavirus vaccine if you're going to travel internationally.
Yeah, I think I think you're probably quite right. And looking at the escorted side of the business, I think this is going to be almost, well, we don't know, we'll see. I mean, there is a big debate as to when coach travel will start in a meaningful way in Europe, and at the moment we don't know. We don't know. I think that's interesting. Now, do you think it's going to have any permanent impact, this crisis? I mean, it's totally unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it in the 35 years, and certainly huge changes are taking place in the way in which we do business. We're talking, as our annual destination workshop, which would normally have 300-400 people in Billingsgate networking according to pre-assigned appointments. This is all online now. We're conducting this conversation online, obviously, and I think the workplace will have changed. Do you think travel is going to change? I mean, do you think it's going to be altered?
Well, I think, you know, it's funny. My mother is 90 years old, and so she was born in 1930. And I said, do you have any memory when you were young of the 1918 pandemic? Was there any lasting impact, you know, for someone who was 14 years later? She said no. So on one hand, I think that we will. There will be a new normal, perhaps in some ways, with vaccines. There's you know, some concern that even a vaccine may only be good for a relatively short period of time. You're going to need booster shots a lot. That's, you know, that can be worked into all of our routine. But I think there's also a inherent in humanity desire, on one hand, to be around other people, to see other cultures, to do all the things that I mean, you know, I'm a traveler, you're a traveler. We travel because we're really interested and we're curious, and I don't think that curiosity is going to die. You know, when it comes to business travel, we can do these sorts of meetings now, but as you know, I've been to the old ETOA conferences, and just it's who you happen to sit next to around a table, who you meet in the hall. All those sorts of things that can't really happen on a video conference. Those are an important part of our lives, of our businesses, and we will work towards getting that back again. And I think we are going to have, our children in particular are going to have, I have a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old who, this will mark them forever. I mean, their school has been interrupted. They are probably going to have a heightened sense of awareness about sanitation and things like this. I hope that they don't become obsessive about it. But I think there is going to be some impact that may be generational. So there will be a lasting impact from this. Whether the next generation is going to feel it, that's really kind of the question, and it goes forward. It depends on how long a view you take. I do think things will normalize, but I also think there will be a lasting impact.
If you were to have one message for the European inbound industry looking at North America, I suppose it's obviously going to come back. When do you think it will come back?
So I think it will be a rolling recovery. You know, I think that it will start with all these assurances that your association, other associations have put together that are going to get first the people who are just, that pent-up demand is real. The forward bookings, the people who said, okay, I can't travel this year, but instead of a refund, I'm going to travel next year. Just go ahead and let's book that same trip. So, you know, the desire is there. The desire to serve that demand is there. There's going to be practicalities, though, that are going to, I think, slow it down. So you'll see a rolling recovery in 2021, I believe, and it will pick up. And you know, with the difficulty is, I was corresponding with a cruise line CEO. And he said something that, you know, he has the liquidity to be able to say this. He said, we're patient. And so the patience depends a lot on your economic situation, you know, and there's danger in impatience. If you start doing things too soon and things go backwards, you've really just prolonged, you know, the agony. So we're all buying time right now. And whether we recover to the extent where we once were, you know, depends on our ability to survive until the recovery comes to a point where it's sustainable for us.
I think that's just beautifully put, and I think we'll leave it at that. Arnie, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Tom. It's a pleasure talking with you.
The value.
I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by David Edwards, who's our new statistical expert at ETOA. And we're looking at one of the oldest canards in the book, which is the theory that Americans don't travel. Tour guides many years ago at American Express, when it was a travel company, the tour guides used to get terribly depressed every 4 years because they were convinced they would be facing a comparative slump because Americans don't travel when elections take place. And if we look at the sort of literature on this, insofar as there is literature on this, and I'm just opening up my presentation as I speak, it's often cited. I mean, Travel Agent Central very recently said, how does a US presidential election affect travel? Conventional wisdom says travel decreases in these years. And asked if its agents had noticed a pattern, Valerie Wilson Travel co-president Kimberly Wilson-Wetty said, absolutely. I've been watching election years for 20 years, and presidential election years are definitely unstable and bumpy. Most presidential election years create uncertainty because we wonder, well, who will be in charge and what will change or stay the same, not just in the White House, but in Congress. Years when it is not a re-election year are even more unstable, and travelers are often skittish. So, I mean, this is a really, really well-established pattern, and I hear it quite often when people speculate about the American market. Now, but if you actually look at the data, and the data for outbound American travelers leaving the United States is published every year by the US State Department, and it's reasonably good data. It's a survey like other sources of data that we have, but it's a reasonably significant survey, and it's reasonably accurate. And if you look at this graph, you will see that election years do not mean that fewer people travel. In the 2004 election, there was substantially more people traveling to Europe from the United States than there were in 2003. 2008, which was definitely the beginning of a financial slump, there was definitely a decrease against 2007, but in 2012 and in 2016, both of those election years saw increases of travelers to Europe. So there's really no obvious statistical evidence for this to take place. David, is there anything you'd like to say about this graph before I close it and we get on to a more general discussion on this topic?
I do love a graph, Tom. So, I guess, yeah, I can recall when I was first getting involved in tourism data back in 2003, going to an IPK European Travel Commission meeting over in Pisa, and one of the topics of debate that year was, oh, what's going to happen in 2004? Because guess what? It's a presidential election year. So you're absolutely right. This is a contention that has been around for a very long time. But I think that the graph does tell a fairly clear and compelling story.
Well, let's close the graph. Go back to you. I think, yeah, it does that, but there must be some truth in it. I mean, there's no smoke without fire, as they say. And I suppose on one level, if you want an example of people not traveling in an election year, 2020 might be the sort of pin-up model example. But do you think there is, notwithstanding 2020, do you think there's any reason for this assumption?
Well, you're absolutely right that 2020 is going to be the case that proves that argument, even if it's doing so for completely different reasons. But long, long ago, it was once said that a week is a long time in politics, but it's more true that a year is a long time in tourism. And I think that we need to really think about, well, when do US presidential elections actually happen? Yes, you might argue that the build-up happens for perhaps a year or more in advance, but the actual election is in November. And this is a really relatively quiet time of year for Americans traveling particularly to Europe. Yes, they may be thinking about traveling to sunnier climes, but if you look at the seasonal pattern of Americans coming to Europe, November's definitely not peak month. So I think it's wrong to say that people don't travel because of the election itself. I think it's perhaps a different kettle of fish in terms of does who is in the White House have an impact on overall travel patterns. then yes, I think you can make a case that the broader policies that might be put in place by different presidents may impact either favourably or unfavourably on outbound travel. But the election itself in November, I guess I don't really buy that, apart from a small rump of people perhaps in DC who are highly involved in politics who may travel less in the run-up to an election. But for your average American who does travel internationally, it's probably not a great consideration when they're thinking, am I going to go to Europe this year? Oh, no, I'm not going to go because I have to be around to vote in November.
And it's possible, I suppose, that some people may feel, I suppose, more domestically focused, if I can use that term, when the news is on the presidential election and the contest and the build up to that contest throughout the year. But I suppose just as many people who feel that they ought to be able to take part in or witness the debate prior to the election, an equal number of people probably want to feel they have to get out because they've had enough of it. So there's no, all we can say is there's no pattern that proves this point. In fact, the pattern seems to disprove the idea that Americans don't travel in an election year, 2020 notwithstanding. David, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom.
Guys, you're all very welcome. We provide a bespoke water taxi here in Lough Erne. Anybody can book us to A to B in Lough Erne, whether it be from a hotel to a bar, restaurant. Wherever people want to go really in Lough Erne, we can provide a water taxi service. As well as that, we give them a guided tour and tell them about the stories and of the place and tell them what the place is all about, basically. Oh, we stop at basically anywhere across Lough Erne. They would bring them to some of the more remote islands like Inishmack Saint. But mainly the place people want to see most is Devonish Island. Here we are, Devonish Island. I think in terms of the epic experiences that we provide would definitely be bringing people to these monastic sites and showing them the real Lough Erne, places that we don't always get to see, or visitors don't get to see, so we want to show it off at its best light. We try to awaken that giant spirit by giving them an experience they'll never forget, bringing them to places that they never possibly have seen before or never will see again. And it's about almost showing them places that haven't changed much in hundreds of years. Some of the ruins that we find on some of our islands, you know, some of these things should possibly be in a museum, but they're on an island in the middle of a lake. And the wow factor they get there. It's about bringing the stories to life. It's about the myths and the legends and telling people about this special place. And really giving them a warm welcome to the place. So we do that every day, and I was excited to be part of the Embrace the Giant Spirit story.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Ian Taylor, who's the executive editor of Travel Weekly, based here in the UK. Ian, tell me a little bit about yourself and Travel Weekly.
Okay, I've been a journalist since the 1980s. I've been covering travel on and off since the turn of the century. I've been at Travel Weekly since just before the financial crisis in 2008, 2009. Travel Weekly is independently owned by the Jacobs Media Group, which is a travel and hospitality and events company. Travel Weekly's the biggest titles. Caterer is another that people will have heard of. We're primarily for a UK outbound leisure audience, tour operators, travel agents, industry suppliers, and so on. Certainly the print magazine. People outside travel often think that's a dead or dying audience, but if you just look at ABTA members, all our readers in the industry will be ABTA members pretty well. A large proportion of them will be. Their collective revenue was £37 billion in 2018. So it's a sizable other inbound and corporate travel, because obviously there's overlap between the sectors. And we reach a European audience digitally, both through Travel Weekly and a digital publication, Travolution, and we have an events operation which is involved in events globally with, the UN World Tourism Organization, the WTTC, Pacific Asia Travel Association, and so on. So we reach beyond the UK. That's enough about me and Travel Weekly.
Oh, no. But I mean, in all seriousness, what's interesting is that Travel Weekly is trying to reflect the fact that the UK and the UK's role in the future is obviously going to be affected by many things, partly the current crisis, but also partly Brexit coming up, which will throw all kinds of spanners into the works. But the UK is still predominantly the centre for incoming tourism in Europe. And I know the reason why we're based here at the moment and why we've been based here is that so many companies who sell Europe throughout the world have their main purchasing centres in London. And so you're looking at not just the domestic expenditure, I suppose, but you're also looking at all the inbound expenditure that takes place throughout Europe.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the UK travel industry aviation and travel punches way above its weight. I mean, I'm struck by the fact that the aviation industry in Britain is 50% bigger than that in Germany in terms of its revenue, transaction volume, and so on, despite the German economy being so much bigger. But that's a reflects that, it's the importance of the sector to the GDP in Britain.
Yeah, indeed, and it may partly reflect the kind of, I suppose, the comparative freedom that the comparative regulatory freedom that the airlines have enjoyed. I mean, it was in the UK that we saw Laker. It's in the UK that we've seen Virgin. It's in the UK that we've seen Ryanair and Easy UK demand. So, I mean, you're right. It's very rarely pointed out at that point. It's intriguing. And I suppose the other thing just to dwell on is that this almost preeminence, and it seems strange speaking as as a UK citizen, to be talking about comparative UK success, particularly at the moment. But this preeminence may come into question with Brexit. I mean, do you think that are you starting to see any companies drift away back into Europe?
No, not really. There's clear concern in the industry about Brexit, the implications for borders, for employment of people from overseas, from the EU, and so on, freedom of movement for employees around Europe, all the things you know about. But no, there isn't companies made their preparations for Brexit in terms of where they're based already, really. So EasyJet's divided its business, you know, having operations in Europe as well as in the UK, and I think companies are largely ready in that regard. It's more down to what the impact of leaving without sufficient preparation at borders and so on that's most concerning there.
I mean, the concern there, am I right in thinking, is simply the obligation that the destinations in Europe are obliged to impose quite extensive checks on every visitor arriving, as indeed we do on any non-EU citizen currently arriving in the UK.
Yeah, well, there's that, and there's also the concern about the impact of this alongside a possible second wave of COVID. You know, and whether Brexit will prove the straw that breaks some camels' backs.
Well, it's a formidable camel, but it's been weakened. So what's happening at the moment, Ian? I mean, we know that it looks pretty dreadful, both from an inbound point of view and from an outbound point of view. We've got a unique situation where there is no demand and no product. No demand and no product really implies there isn't a business to talk about. But the do you see any signs of life? I mean, I think it's start perhaps by looking at domestic travel. Are people being optimistic on that front, or is it still very subdued?
No, I think people in the outbound, businesses in the outbound sector are looking to get involved more in the domestic sector to the extent that they can, and just the difficulty of finding somewhere to stay in August, say, and the prices of places that are available will tell you that there's not a shortage of demand for domestic travel at the moment. I wouldn't say there's no demand and no supply of outbound travel. I mean, outbound travel to much of Europe and some places beyond resumed last Friday, July the 10th. And although the travel numbers so far have been a trickle rather than a flood, the fact that travel has resumed at all by mid-July is something that a lot of people didn't expect to see at the heart of lockdown. Consumer sentiment research tells us that a minority of people are prepared to book and take a flight at the moment. The latest YouGov survey suggests about 20% in the UK would take a flight, 2/3 wouldn't feel safe to do so. And the booking levels are about in line with that. I see a weekly tracker of consumer sentiment towards travel, and it suggests that only about 11% of people anticipate taking an overseas holiday by the end of September, but about 25% hope to take one by the end of the year. So, and the research suggests that demand for winter sun holidays, so obviously outbound, are double the normal rate at this time of year. So it isn't true to say there's nothing happening, but it's what's happening is not what those in the industry would like to see. Obviously, airlines are going to be across the board operating about 50% of their capacity in August.
And do you see that climbing in September, October? I mean, one of the look at the previous slumps in passenger confidence, and I fear I go back to 86 and 91 and 2001-2 and 2007-8. Largely, this has been we've been led out of this by airlines maintaining their schedules and effectively cutting prices to boost, not boost demand, but boost carriage on their flights. With a hugely reduced capacity, it looks like the recovery is not going to be led by airlines using their spare capacity, but airlines following demand and introducing capacity. And this is one of the concerns some people have. Do you have an angle on that?
Well, I think it's going to be a combination. I mean, if you look at the offers from Wizz Air and so on at the moment, you couldn't say that there aren't offers in the market to stimulate demand. But if airlines had maintained their capacity through the lockdown, they'd all be out of business by now. They were hemorrhaging.
I'm not blaming them for doing this. I'm just noting that this is
so they're making a judgment continually about can they get up to about 70% capacity and what on flights, and therefore what flight should they be putting on. And if August goes well, you'd imagine capacity will come back quicker than if capacity doesn't. But big airlines like Lufthansa, which has 760 odd aircraft, is planning on having 200 aircraft grounded in 2022 and 100 in 2023. So that none of them are expecting, with the exception of perhaps Wizz, are expecting to go back to the level that they were before for a considerable amount of time. I mean, the big issues, I think, are what level of failures are we going to see, not just amongst airlines, but amongst travel companies. The surprise so far has been how few failures there have been. You'll be aware of Shearings, the specialist leisure group, coach operator, so you can understand why maybe investors thought we're not going to put more money into a coach operator amid COVID. We've seen US tour Funway go down in the last couple of weeks, Fleetway Travel this week, which was luxury holidays. So far the failures have been businesses where basically the plug's been pulled by investors deciding we're not going to put more money in because we can't see demand coming back quickly. The question is going to be what happens with the cash crunch that always comes in autumn, when businesses have had the sort of summer that they're going to have. Refunds have been a running sore in the outbound travel industry, both package holiday refunds and airline refunds, and some of that's been some companies have handled it better than others, but there's a real fear that consumers seeking chargebacks through card issuers is going to push businesses under now at this stage, and there's a fear that there's a tidal wave of those coming for some people. And then there's the big issue of job losses, the volume of job losses. Airlines are looking typically to cut 15 to 30% of jobs. Ryanair is virtually the only exception, and it's cut wages by 5 to 10% for the next 4 years, which of course will have an impact on any recovery. And people in the travel sector, the travel trade, expect really the same sort of volume of job cuts as at the airline. So that's a big impact on the industry and on the ability of the industry to respond to recovery. Plus, of course, job losses of that order across the economy is going to affect people's ability to spend anyway, and they've already been hit by the financial impact of the lockdown. So,
and there is a Brexit element to this as well, really. I'm just thinking, you're talking about job losses. A lot of the people who are being let go are going to be the people who've been recruited fairly recently, and a big proportion of the floating pool of employees within the travel industry are European citizens. I mean, they're the people who come to work in London, and they're attracted to the travel industry because up until now it's a booming industry which is hungry for foreign language recruits. These people are all going home, and it's going to be difficult to employ them again next year in the same way that we did this year.
Yes, and there's no satisfactory answer yet, really, to how that's resolved. I mean, the government thrown out a few ideas like the bonus for employing trainees and apprentices and so on, but this isn't an answer for the travel industry at all. No.
No, we can't get people, we can't train people to be native European speakers. It's a little bit tough.
No, exactly. No, this is there's no obvious solution to this.
What I'm intrigued by is you're saying that there is demand coming from the UK, and there's considerable. I mean, the need to go on a sun vacation is almost hardwired into a big section of the UK population, and so there is reasonably resilient. I mean, you've outlined the reluctance to fly, but from what you're telling me is that most of the recovery, if you can call it a recovery in demand, or most of the demand that exists, is largely based around sun destinations. Do you see any recovery in city tourism?
City tourism is going to be much more challenging, isn't it? I mean, you would imagine it will be. Look, young people are still going to want to go to Amsterdam or Berlin or wherever it is, of course. But you would think that there would be an impact, certainly amongst older travellers who may be more reluctant to go to destinations they'll see as being crowded and so on. I mean, maybe the concerns about over-tourism have been dealt with by COVID. We remain to see. Or maybe the definition of over-tourism will be something quite different when we come out of this.
I don't think we're going to have a rerun of our over-tourism discussions that we were having at the end of last year. No. I'm actually concerned, I suppose, of the nature of the service economy in the various city destinations that we sell, as tour operators. And I think I'm just wondering if you're looking at London, for example, principally an inbound destination, 50% of Oxford Street, 50% of the turnover of Oxford Street is from foreign visitors. And if you remove them from the equation, and you've got the additional issues of the fact that a large proportion of the remainder of the spend is from people who work in the West End, and there are not that many people working in the West End at the moment, the prospects for the service economy generally are fairly bleak. And you worry about intermediaries still being in business. I sometimes worry about the product that we sell. I'm wondering how far, I suppose the question really is, how can we prime pump demand and encourage people to get out in this environment? There are some prerequisites that we can't cover. I mean, we probably need to have something like a vaccine against the virus before people are really confident to start moving around. But even then, what do you think it will take to get demand back on the road, principally for city tourism, which is what I'm interested in?
Well, look, I think for really, if you want to get demand back to where it was, it's going to take a vaccine or vaccines, because the likelihood is that this will require different vaccines every year or 2 years or so on, in the way that flu does. Now, the progress on developing a vaccine is unprecedentedly fast, and work that would normally take 10 years has happened in the few months of the pandemic so far. So, there's reasons to be optimistic on that, but that doesn't mean there's going to be a vaccine this time next year. It could do, but it may not. So you could be looking at 18 months or 2 years of circumstances which are more challenging for some aspects. I mean, I cannot see nightclubs reopening for the foreseeable future, for example, and destinations in Europe that are open now, nightclubs are not open. So that form of tourism, clubbers, that's off the, that's off the agenda. We're going to have to
change our travel patterns, Ian. There's no way around it.
But I think some of this, the industry is just going to have to get used to it. That it's changed. I think there's a lot of voices in the industry now are calling for rapid development of testing at airports to open destinations like the US for travel to the US from the UK without quarantine on return, and for visitors from the US. But my understanding is that there are real problems with that. Public Health England apparently has already ruled out testing at airports as a way to relax quarantine restrictions, because a single test isn't reliable enough. So NHS staff are tested regularly. You can pass a test one day and be infecting people within 72 hours or something. So the sort of simple solutions that some in the industry would like are just not there, and aren't going to happen. And it would be more sensible really to deal with the reality. I think there are real impediments to a speedy recovery, which is the growing knowledge about the COVID. Is it spread in aerosol sprays? Does that therefore mean that indoor social distancing is going to have to be maintained, and indoors are going to be much more difficult? It does appear that the virus is most active at 4 degrees C, which is a European winter. So expect a second wave. A study in Spain suggests that people show antibodies to having had the infection, but then subsequently 2 or 3 months later don't appear to have the antibodies. And is this because they only had an asymptomatic infection? It's not clear. So there are all sorts of reasons to be cautious and to think that a limited opening of travel is what the industry is going to have to live with. Certainly all the major airlines are expecting to run much smaller operations for some years.
Right. Can we try and I'm looking for some sunshine here. It's a grey day at the moment outside in London, and I try to think of a positive angle here. I mean, people seem to think that this is going to be an opportunity for less crowded destinations. There is a debate about this, and some people think that the pattern of demand and what you're outlining is a very much a reduced pattern of demand and a reduced level of supply, it has to be said. Do you think there's going to be much scope for expanding areas, not areas of destinations, areas outside the main cities, zones where people can be by themselves slightly more than they would otherwise be? There is a general trend to say that this is an opportunity in this area. Do you think that's true?
Look, that's undoubtedly true. We both know people in the industry are remarkably adept at finding new ways to operate and developing new products and so on. I'm struck. I live in Dorking in the North Downs, and I'm struck by how places where I regularly visit to walk the dog are overwhelmed by visitors now. The number of people on bikes, the number of people just walking and so on has been it's transformative, really. So I think a lot of people will want to continue doing activities like that that they maybe haven't been doing. They're doing that rather than maybe going to a shopping centre or whatever it might be that they previously did on a Saturday. So I think that there are all sorts of opportunities. Look, I think city tours are going to be less appealing for some time, you would imagine, broad strokes. The United States is going to be less appealing for some time. Long haul travel may be less appealing. The idea of being on a flight for 9 hours or something could be unappealing for some time. Flying might be less appealing for a proportion for some time. Short trips might be less appealing. Do I really want to go wear a mask for 6 hours at an airport on the flight, arrive there and just stay two nights? Maybe people will think less about doing short trips internationally, but that's possibly then an opportunity for the domestic sector, isn't it? events, I think, are going to be physical events are going to be very difficult. I'm somewhat staggered to see that World Travel Market anticipates going ahead in London in early November, when all the events that I can see across Europe in the industry that were scheduled for October are being cancelled. So I wait to see whether World Travel Market takes place as a physical event. I think corporate travel is going to be corporate travel. Analysts say they expect it to be 20% down permanently following this, and corporate travel never came back to the level it was post the financial crisis, to the level it was pre-financial crisis. I think short business trips where people turn around in a day or stay one night and come back, would you want to do that really at the moment when you can do a Zoom call? But longer trips, important, where it's important to have face-to-face contact, that's going to happen. So I think the industry is going to have to adjust to being a different size, doing a lot of things differently, see what new opportunities there are, and maybe come to terms with the fact that this idea that travel and tourism will endlessly grow at 4% a year has perhaps hit the buffers, at least for a period of a couple of years or so.
Well, I mean, that's a uniquely sobering, not uniquely sobering, but that's a sobering prospect you've got. I would mildly counter that. One thing I think we can be fairly certain of is that, well, if we can be certain of anything, that 2021 will show a growth over 2020. And it's possible that 2022 will also show a growth over 2021. I don't think we'd be reckless, maybe indeed. And I think there is a possibility, and I just run this past you as a counter argument. There is a possibility that if you're looking on an inbound level, and it will be duplicated on an outbound level, if you're looking at an inbound level, more than 50%, roughly 60% of the groups and individuals who booked to come to Europe last year have rescheduled for 2021. They said, right, we're cancelling it this year, we'll do it next year. So we've got a substantial pent-up demand for the experience of coming to Europe, which has been stalled from this year, wanting to come to Europe in a normal year, if next year is normal. So given that we've got pent-up demand and latent demand, together with the possibility of some reasonably competitive pricing that we can anticipate for next year, and the possibility of a totally unique experience. You said that over-tourism is not going to be on the agenda. For a prospective visitor to Europe, you've got the chance of seeing Venice, seeing Florence, seeing Rome, seeing Paris, seeing London, like you've never been able to see it in summer or high season for decades. And so, both the product and the demand is there for next year. There are several things to be said against it, but that something will happen next year which is substantially better than this year.
Oh, of course, Tom, of course I agree with that. Look, the bookings for next year are very strong. Bookings for this winter and for summer 2021 are up, absolutely. Looking very, very, very healthy. Of course, when I said about the growth, I was talking about the long-term growth rate, which has been 4% a year globally for decades, even with the crises and the downturns that you mentioned. And what I was suggesting was, I don't know that it will necessarily get back to that long-term growth, but of course there'll be a return. I mean, put in perspective, I said earlier that about 25% of UK adults say they intend to take an outbound holiday by the end of this year. Well, if 25% of UK adults fulfill that intention, that will be more than half the numbers who normally go away in any year just in the remainder of this year. So that's an extraordinary level of demand in the circumstances, and almost 2/3 of UK adults say they intend to take an outbound holiday by April next year. So, you know, in reality, not all those people will. Those who intend to take an overseas holiday frequently don't take one. Most often people who intend to go everywhere when they're asked in a survey. But nonetheless, that's an extraordinary level of demand, and there will be fantastic offers available. Yes, I mean, there's no reason for people in the industry to slit their wrists, but it is going to be a smaller industry for a bit, with fewer people working in it, unhappily. I mean, the Business Travel Association expects 50% of jobs at travel management companies and corporate travel suppliers to go. You know, unfortunately, that's the reality.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that we're looking at carnage. The question is, what will the landscape look like afterwards? And the truth is that we don't know, but I suppose you've given us a very good guided tour of the state of our ignorance in this area and pointed out all the areas that we need to be cautious about. What do you think the government should do, both at a European and a UK?
Well, that's the UK government messed up hugely, didn't it, at the outset on testing, on PPE, on care homes, and so on. And those are the big issues. The industry was deeply fed up about the whole quarantine thing, and you know, the government got that so cockeyed with the competing lists and the lack of clarity. Yes, you can travel to all sorts of places without being quarantined on your return, but you will be quarantined when you arrive at your destination. All that and so on. The most clearly, you know, sectors want financial support and so on. Actually, a lot of what the government's done has been unprecedented and roundly welcome. The furlough arrangements and so on, the business loan facilities and so on, people know about. UK Inbound pointed out that the opening up of inbound travel was too late for most of the inbound sector, and of course they're right about that. The key thing I think the industry needs from the government is better coordination. I mean, the failure to coordinate the FCO list advice and the DFT list of COVID safe countries and so on was abject. The run up to it, with the drip of information and the briefings and counter briefings by political advisors to the government, was, you know, deeply unhelpful. One day it was going to be 40 destinations, the next day it was going to be 95. Portugal was going to be on it up until the last minute. No, Portugal's not on it. You know, it's so all that's deeply frustrating. At the same time, the EU and the EU member states haven't played much of a better game. I mean, you could say that individual states like Germany and so on handled the virus much better than the UK has. But in terms of coordination across the EU, it's not there. So it's been a bit of a, you know, dog's dinner across the board, really. And the industry's frustration's understandable, but also people need to accept sometimes that politics is, you know, it's not economics, unfortunately.
The messy businesses. No, you're quite right. And I think what's interesting is that in Europe, the one thing the Commission has been doing ever since May has been trying to re-establish Schengen as a true common open travel area. And it means that, and in this they've largely succeeded, not completely true, but they've largely succeeded. And it means that places like Spain, places like Italy, and France they've got a domestic audience of 400 million people, and they've got grounds for some kind of salvage operation for their inbound industries this year, and it's something that I fear in the UK it's sadly lacking.
I mean, for the UK outbound sector, 75% of outbound travellers go to Spain, Italy, France, Greece, Portugal, etc. And with the exception of Portugal, and from July the 27th, probably also Portugal, those destinations are open. So 3/4 of the, available to 3/4 of UK outbound travellers.
Yeah. Just say thank you very much. This has been a really interesting discussion.
Well, always a pleasure to talk to you, Tom.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Jean-Philippe Monod, who is an old friend of ETOA. He sits on the advisory council, and he's the Senior Vice President of Government and Corporate Affairs at Expedia Group. Jean-Philippe, why don't you explain a little bit about yourself, what you've done, how you got to be where you are, and it would also be good to learn a little bit about Expedia, where you think it's going.
Let me start with, despite my French name, and I'm actually Dutch, have an engineering background, which is normally not what you would think of somebody in the corporate and government affairs world. So it helps me to combine more economic thinking as well as the more legal thinking of all the things that are coming at us in these days. And I think especially with COVID hitting us, we are making busy days at Expedia when it comes to corporate and government affairs. So Expedia Group, quick word, has various brands. So we operate the Expedia brand, Hotels.com, eBookers. We also have some other brands in the United States, like Travelocity. We've got some brands in the rest of the world, Australia, What If. So they're all what we call the full, well, not all, but most are full service travel agency brands, where you can book flights, hotel, car, activities. Hotels.com is focused only on accommodation. We're also active in short-term rentals with Vrbo, HomeAway, and in France that would be Retail, and in Germany it's Vevo Direct. We are also active in price comparison, meta search through Trivago. We're active in corporate travel through Agencia. And we're also active in advertising through our company called Media Solutions, and that's a company that works a lot with DMOs to promote destinations, to promote locations and activities. So that's the Expedia Group. Well, actually forgot one important part is that we work also with businesses, with other websites. So we power a lot of websites that get supplied through our systems, which is our Expedia Business Services division, and they work with a lot of other websites that are themselves the consumer-facing brand, but we would then provide supply to them. So that's the company. We are. You wouldn't say when I joined Expedia, I didn't know it was that big. We've got 26,000 people working for Expedia. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be losing. We have lost over the last couple of months some people due to the crisis, but still, it's a lot of people divided over various parts of the company. The technology part, where we invest a lot in the way consumers can find their options, the websites, the operation. We've got also a large amount of people that are actually working with the supply partners, the hotels, the airlines, such that they can find the best options on our sites, and that they get the support they need. And so we and sometimes we also work with third-party other tour operators who sell their packages through our sites. We are close to $11 billion in revenue, and that's what is the revenue of the group. Clearly, the tenfold of that is going through Expedia Group when it comes to growth bookings, so 100 billion plus. The crisis, of course, has hit us just as bad as anybody else. We lost 85% of our bookings in March, and in those first couple of weeks, not only did we lose a lot of our bookings, but at the same time, customers all started to call about the cancellation of their trips, which led to about 20 million phone calls in a period of 2 weeks. And on top of that, we had the challenge, and that was of course something that my team was looking at very actively, our call centers in the globe, around the globe, so that while at the same time everybody was calling, we also had the issue that a lot of the call centers were at low capacity, if not closed, by governments, armies knocking on the door and just telling people, "Oh, go out now. We're locking down the property." So quite challenging times. That was in March, yeah, we have seen I think some soft activity coming back in Europe. One of the interesting statistics that I actually saw of the UNWTO, 80% of travel in Europe is actually coming from within Europe. So the inbound travel into Europe, international travel, is 80% European. It's only 20% international. So if we think about that, and we know that Asia and the US is pretty much locked, so we're not getting that 20%, but the 80% is still in Europe. And of course, there's no free travel of all the places in Europe, but I think Europe has been opening up, and we do see that in the figures, especially in the Southern European countries. We see bookings go up, and of course more in the vacation rental type spaces where people have a bit more space, have their private situation, and we also see that people are driving there more like they're not taking flights to unless you have no other means. I mean, Tom, you're in the UK, so either you take the Eurostar or you're going to take a flight. Otherwise, you're stuck on the island, right? So
there are other modes of transport available, such as ferries, but the general point
yes,
is
and you're perfectly welcome to take the ferry to the Netherlands and visit visit Rotterdam, and from there, of course, continue. But no, I think we generally see that go up, and yeah, and I think that that for the moment, Europe hopefully is able to recoup some of the summer traffic, but yeah, the international travel into Europe, I think, is completely locked. Right, it is limited to those people that are able to get a flight to go visit family for urgent matters, or to actually move because they're going for another job. There is of course travel still, but lots of restrictions, all these quarantine requirements are not helping. So it is well, it's still keeping me and my team very busy to map all of that and to help our travelers to know where they can go and what routes are restricted and which ones are open.
I think you're right. It's an extremely complicated situation. The Commission has been working very hard, has it not, to try and re-establish Schengen as a true free passage zone, not simply a single travel area, but something where people can move really freely. And this is proving very difficult.
Yes, so I think the difficulty is that here you see how governments are acting and thinking very nationalistic. And interesting fact, in the UK, for the first time, I guess in a long time, you'll see Scotland and Wales and England make different decisions when it comes to what countries do they allow in when it comes to quarantine. It was unimaginable, I think, that would happen within the UK, let alone now that within Europe, all countries are going to say, okay, we're going to let the European Commission decide on all of this. So there was this list of safe countries, these 15 countries. I think in the execution, where we're seeing is that a lot of the governments, despite having that big discussion together of who should be on and who should be off the list, that when it comes to the actual implementation, that they're not uniform at all. Some are implementing, some have not at all implemented this list of 15 as safe countries. and probably by the time they get to some common position, the list has already changed because, well, things are constantly in flux.
They are in flux, and there's a central idiocy behind these lists, which country A allows country B in if country B's infection rate is lower than country A. But what is country B supposed to say? If you're suddenly dealing with someone with a higher infection rate than yours, you're not really that willing to play. So there is a real flaw in this discussion.
Yep.
And I think it's very interesting what you're saying, that things are taking off. I mean, my understanding is that you're starting to see the elements of the big shift of people taking their summer holidays in Northern Europe down to Southern Europe. You're certainly slowly starting to see this in the UK, especially after the opening up of Spain, Italy, and where have you, that people are able to find their starting to do so. But it's a very, very small amount in comparison to what is normally occurring. And I think it's going to have huge impacts everywhere. I mean, I think Expedia obviously handles everything, but are you starting to see any recovery in city tourism, or is that as badly affected as we think it is?
I don't have the latest figures on that specifically, but I think generally what I've heard is that people are looking more for the countryside. Look at it. This is the city. Well, there are two drivers for that. The first one is, of course, that in the cities, people feel and maybe actually have more risk than if they're on the countryside. Just simple math, the amount of people that they would be in contact with. But secondly, the fact that a lot of the activities, and I've been on a couple of calls, on advisory calls with governments, among others the UK government, that the event sector is slowly reopening, but a lot of the things are just not yet operational, and especially when it comes to the places where there are a lot of people together. That and those are the things that you would do in a city, right? That's the attraction, and so people are, I think, choosing more secure places, countryside, coast, to have a holiday where they're more, in a small group, and but still have the feeling that they're on a holiday.
And then the other element, of course, is that cities themselves, the product isn't fully there. The restaurants are not running at capacity.
Yes.
The shops, some of them are still shut. Theatres are not functioning in London, for example. A lot of what people come to see and enjoy is not there at the moment. So it's a uniquely difficult position where you've got a failure in supply and a failure in demand. It's not a good time to be in business, I imagine, in that area. Tell me, I mean, you're you're based in Brussels, and you're dealing a lot with the European Commission. Do you think there's anything more they could be doing? I mean, they're trying to reassert a degree of control as everybody's getting nationalistic. They're trying to exhort people to coordinate the release from lockdown, and we know that there are going to be flaws in that because people are going to react, well, city by city and regionally as the situation changes. But do you see any positive, not positive change, but do you see any activity almost that's worthy of note?
Well, I think the European Commission, and what they can do is make sure that they are on top of these decisions, and that they maintain the control of the decision. So because we don't know what is going to happen, unfortunately we see little spikes into Europe. We've seen them in Spain, in Portugal. But the worst that could happen is that now people are going back to doing their own thing, closing their borders, having their own lists of people that can come in and who's on quarantine, etc. So I would urge the Commission to maintain that really important role to to put people in the same room and see that these things are coordinated. Because if the Commission is going to let this go, the first thing that every country is going to do is just think about themselves, and that's really when it's lost. And so the Commission needs to make sure that they're constantly reminding the member states, constantly verifying what politics, what the discussions are, what their national security councils, health councils are discussing, and how that interplays at the European level. And I think that's the role they should keep, and make sure that they think about that within Europe. And then secondly, what is really important that they continue to do is the coordination about how do we deal with travelers into Europe. So safe corridors, and I think they should really think about from a business perspective. They should identify what are the key feeder markets into Europe, and what are the situations in those countries, and then see how that can be reopened if there is a safe corridor, right? Because it's not good enough just to think about it from the health perspective. We are now in such dire straits as an industry, both the supply as well as the intermediaries, that the Commission really needs to focus on what is who are coming into Europe, where are those key streams, and that those that are knowledgeable about tourism and where the streams come from, that they are working very closely with those that are deciding the policy on what are the markets that can open, and what does that mean to Europe in terms of tourism. And I'm not at all suggesting that we should ignore the safety concerns, but I think that if decisions have to be taken, that those facts should be on the table, and that they need to know which markets are those important markets, so that if they say, well, we can wait for another 2 weeks, well, maybe we can't wait for another 2 weeks, because those are the key weeks for people to make their bookings, and those facts should be on the table.
Do you think they're going to realize it? I mean, they're looking at some people are talking about a €1 trillion hole in the European economy generated simply in the tourism area. And this is going to have a massive impact. Do you think one of the benefits, and benefits the wrong word, but one of the side effects of this crisis is that the Commission will start to recognize the economic importance of tourism? It's starting to come up the agenda in Commission discussions, I noticed.
Totally agree, and because I know you and I and everybody in the industry have been constantly saying, look, tourism is 10% of GDP in most countries, sometimes up to 20%. The more, if you look at some of the southern European countries, but yet to most of those people, those have been very abstract things, right? Okay, well, 10% of GDP sounds big, right? But what does it mean? What are the others? What are other industries? But now that they actually see how much that is in terms of jobs, in terms of people that are now in difficulties, in terms of the tourism sector as a whole, and everything that's connected. Right? At the moment that you don't have the restaurants open, well, then you don't have the wines coming in, right? You don't have the food coming in. And all of those volumes are down, and so the whole trickle-down effect on the economy is huge. And I'm not sure that they even, when they talk about the 10%, take into account the indirect effect of tourism. So the moment you shut off the 10%, you're probably not only shutting off the 10% of the GDP when it comes to the tourism, but also the effect on the economy is far larger, because of all the suppliers to the tourism industry in food and drink, etc., that are not even counted in that 10%.
Jean-Philippe, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, good morning if you're based in North America, good evening if you're based in Asia, and good afternoon if you're in Europe. The time is now 3:10 in London, and we're having a 10-minute break before the next appointment. I'd just like to thank everyone involved in this. It seems to so far have gone quite smoothly. We've had very, very few technical issues, and I think most people have had a full set of appointments, or a close to full set of appointments. So I really congratulations to everyone involved, and the chief people who need to be congratulated are participants. I'm delighted this is the first online that we've ever tried. I would stress that we're looking forward to some more. We're hoping to have a Catalonia event and a Swiss event in September, and something specific on Paris later on in the year, we hope in November. The main event that we're looking forward to is obviously GEM, which we know will take part, so it will be at least partly a virtual event when it takes place. We're hoping also to have it real time as well. If you've got any remarks about how this has gone, or if you think there are any things we can improve, we really do encourage you to fill out the form that you're going to be sent at the end of this workshop. But I will just leave you to have a break and start your appointments in about 7 minutes' time.
Tomorrow, we're talking about a future. We're reimagining what's going to happen in a post-corona world. How will it look like, and how do we position, how do we work, how do we adapt to fit that new normal, that new reality? Of the hotels are now open for business. Is there anything showing like how hard is the industry hit in China? Like how many hotels have had to close down basically due to the crisis? Are there any statistics out on something like that? No?
So we've had, as I mentioned, for the tomb sweeping holiday, which was at the beginning of April, there was a 60% decrease compared to the previous year. In terms of
important. So could you tell us a little bit about what are the key findings right now? How will this especially benefit at the moment? And what are your key findings? Are there any best practices yet, or is it all just new practices out there?
I think everyone has to admit that we are lacking of visibility. This situation has been quite new. It has been worldwide. We have a collective memory when we have worldwide impact or events such as the Crazy Call or the 9/11 attack in the US. These bring new practices, new standards. I think we are just at the beginning of
And so now that because I think I've seen you some quote it saying that it's not a time to experiment and learn, because if not, then how, in terms of digital and technology. And so what will you say that you have learned, and is there anything from this sort of born out of the crisis, but that you will take forward as well in the coming IMEXs?
Yes, so I think, as you say, the freeing thing, the amazing thing really is that as a result of this, we could do anything. Anything that we put out in May as a replacement was positive, and it allowed us
absolutely delighted to be joined by Jürgen Steinmetz, the owner and pioneer of eTurbo News. Jürgen, tell me a bit about yourself and ETN.
Well, I'm German, originally from Düsseldorf, and I moved to the United States way back in 1984. I ended up going through several states before I ended up in Hawaii in 1988, what is quite some time. I used to live in a very remote area of the island on our beautiful North Shore, what is as remote as it gets. And 2 years ago, I made the major step to move to civilization. So anyone who has been to Hawaii, I'm right across the Ala Moana Shopping Center, the largest shopping center in the Pacific. 5 minutes walk to the Hilton Hawaiian Village in the heart of Waikiki. And I'm where everything is. And this was quite an experience for me. I learned how to operate dishwashers. I had an air condition. So I'm now from a country boy. I'm now joining the city society here. And
you've become metropolitan, which is fantastic.
And eTurbo News, my publication was started back in 1999. It had a different purpose. My company at the time represented the Ministry of Culture and Tourism for Indonesia in the United States and Canada. And we did this during the most impossible times when the United States issued travel warnings for anyone to travel to Indonesia. So when email just started back in the late 90s, I thought an inexpensive way to get to the travel trade is really to send them emails. So I was looking for a solution. We had Yahoo Groups at the time when it all started, and we had a sponsor because the government didn't pay us enough to take this from this little money we needed to pay our expenses for this project. And we teamed up with a company called eTurbo Hotels out of Singapore, what was the first online booking engine, similar to what Expedia, Hotels.com, and these guys are doing, but way back in the beginning stages. They bought all the domain names in Indonesia. They had Hilton.id, they had Indonesia.id, and with the help of our new publication or letter or whatever it was at the time, they got a little bit of awareness from people who actually can use their platform to make bookings. That's how they made the money, and that's how we got this impossible name eTurbo News, what was very difficult for branding. So that, I think, made us the first online newsletter in the industry. And later on, when we stopped our project with Indonesia a year or two later, I had so much fun with this newsletter, and so we tried to expand it. So that's when we really went to guys like anything from ITB and all these guys in the business trying to expand our database. And I think we did this successfully. We started with about 13,000 names in the beginning. We're now at 230,000 online subscribers, but more important, the entire business and the shift in this business, the online business, has changed dramatically with the social media coming into the picture. So in March, our analytics show that we had 2.06 million unique readers. And these are definitely not all travel professionals. These are people, they read our articles because they find it on Google, they search for something. And so we're very much aware of it, also not only from a commercial standpoint, so when we work with the destination or with the hotel, trying to get our content positioned. But it's also important to really to understand how media works. And we went through this entire pioneer thinking. I know way back when Peter Greenberg was already out there and very strong at a WTC conference, this was right after the tsunami crisis in Southeast Asia, he said he doesn't trust social media and he doesn't trust all this internet media. And he saw me and said, except for eTurbo News, we rely on it.
That's the power of being present. That's the answer. Well, I mean, I have to say, to have a readership in the millions nowadays doesn't sound that impressive. I only say it doesn't sound that impressive, just that the power of the internet has enabled a huge reach of being able to get people to read you. But having a readership and circulation of 2 to 3 million is something that many broadsheet newspapers would be very happy with. This is a huge readership, Jürgen.
Over the years, we now actually, besides eTurbo News, we actually have 16 different publications, including our German language edition, eTurbonews.de. What I have to admit is quite small, but we also teamed up with Business Travel in Germany, what is doing a lot better. We do have meetings.travel, aviation.travel, so we teamed up with the .travel people on a lot of these things. We went into gay tourism for the LGBT. We went into wines, so we went into all kinds of different segments. But to be honest, everything is falling back to eTurbo News, our initial publication. So even when we tried very hard to position something else, it is a struggle. But many times we stop trying, and then we publish it in both in different versions. Once you have an established brand, it's a lot, even though this brand is very difficult to pronounce, it seems like you fall back to this brand. So now I'm debating, I mean, why do we even have to do all of this and establish meetings and all these other things, you know, if eTurbo News is doing pretty good. So it's a learning process, yeah.
Well, I mean, if what you learn is what you've already learned is it makes sense, then you're not wasting your time. So, I mean, this is eTurbo News. You cover a wide range of subjects. I know the current crisis has caused mayhem amongst your readership, and you've obviously been covering it extensively. Tell me more about rebuilding travel, because this is one of your projects in response to the crisis.
Yeah, rebuilding travel started with an idea, because every one of us are now, we're all sitting at home, most of us at least. We're working with Zoom and other platforms to communicate with each other. And so we saw a spike also in readers, because people seem to have really more time. There is no business, so people can read the news. And we publish every hour, 24 hours a day, and the spike didn't let loose. So I figure maybe we can try to contribute to the discussion, because this crisis is taking everyone by surprise. I know I was in Berlin visiting an ITB, what never happened. We teamed up with Mario from Pata for an event we couldn't do, and ever since it's history. So I'm sitting on an island what has been spared for the most part, and I'm hiding here. I don't want to go anywhere. So we're all sitting at home. And when I sent out this call for rebuilding.travel to get people to join us, it's not a member organization. We don't charge any money for it. The response was quite overwhelming and even surprised me. We currently have tourism leaders in 117 countries, including several sitting ministers of tourism, even as surprising as I can say, the minister from Syria joining our discussion. And what is good, it's always good to discuss. And now I teamed up a little bit with Dr. Peter Tarlow, who is an expert in travel security and safety. Dr. Tarlow is partner of our company. We teamed up with his Tourism and More. We call it now Safer Tourism. And even before the crisis, we have done a number of projects with Jamaica and Sandals Resort, with several others destinations on safety and security, what falls right into this discussion point. We're now thinking of going to the next step, and we don't really want to start an organization. We definitely don't want to compete with guys like you. That's not our mandate, but what we're trying to do is to get people to talk to each other. And we're looking what's the smartest way of doing this. So recently we assigned a lady in the Balkan region, she's in Montenegro, to introduce this concept of rebuilding.travel in her region. She's quite successful. It went up all the way to the Prime Minister. So, and I've been approached by several other similar projects, people who want to get involved. What we also did, we added 2 more websites to this. One is reopeningtourism.com. We have rebuilding.travel, what anyone can be part of and sign up. Then we have reopeningtourism.com, where we do charge a small fee, and then we communicate those that are reopening the industry on this platform, but we also include, you know, this type of coverage in eTurbo News that is just starting. And then we have something what's called resilience.travel. It's also resilient.travel, so you can do either way, where we collect initiatives. Like we just added the WTT initiative, we added several others like this, and then we can put this out as a resource. We don't charge anyone there either, but as a resource for people for best practices and see what could be adopted. We can go to guys like here in Hawaii, to the governor. I've been active here a little bit locally. We also have a local publication, what's Hawaii News Online, trying to cause a little bit of trouble to get us locked up a little bit longer. And we were successful. So yesterday, actually, Governor Ige announced no tourists, at least till the 1st of September. So it's all of this are moving projects, and they seem to be doing okay. We don't know where we're going with this right now, but it's something what's out there.
And do you think, I mean, we're talking about rebuilding.travel and resilience.travel. Is there anything in particular you think has to happen before travel starts? It could be to do with the virus, I suppose. It could be to do with the infrastructure. Because at the moment, everything is in a coma. We've got an extraordinary failure of demand and of supply at the moment. And this is a uniquely difficult time. What do you think should be in place before we can really say, look, we've got everything in line for a recovery?
And this is it's a very difficult question because our world is interconnected. Yeah. When I look in just in our own little part here, we're in Hawaii. We've been very we are the state with the lowest number of infections. We had only, I mean, unfortunately, we had 22 people who died in the process. We have 78 active cases, so it is quite low, and that's thanks for not letting tourists in, because everyone coming in here needs to go into a quarantine for 2 weeks, and if they do it legally, they cannot even go to the hotel lobby. What of course is very discouraging for someone to see the beach maybe from their hotel window, and they cannot get to it. So the entire industry is coming to a stop, but economically in a state like Hawaii, it's devastating. We went from a state with full employment where we're looking for people to move here from different parts of the world, even from overseas. We tried to encourage our federal government to issue special visas for people to come to work in the hospitality industry, and all of this is now seems to be history. We have the highest unemployment rate in the nation. Just last night, Halekulani Hotel, what probably many of you know, it's our #1 luxury hotel in business for more than 100 years, decided to close at least for a year, based what they say on information by experts. So they're using the time for remodeling. And this list goes on and on and on. When you go to Waikiki, you feel like you're in a ghost town. A few businesses open, restaurants are now allowed to be open, hotels are allowed to be open, but most of them are not. Now, when you look at the situation in the rest of our country, in the United States, you don't even want to listen to the news anymore. It's really scary. States like Arizona, Florida, California, I just understand they just decided to close everything down again. I had an interview with a lady from Key West, 2 days ago on Friday, where she said, oh, everything is okay here because we only have one road in and one road out, and these numbers are now going up. We don't know. You see at the European reaction of not allowing American travelers coming to Europe. What never happened in my wildest dreams, I would have not thought, you know, it's going to be a challenge to travel to Europe. And this world is changing. Now, many people say domestic tourism. Domestic tourism is not all domestic, it's also regional tourism. So what I would assume in Europe, domestic tourism would probably mean travel within the Schengen area, or maybe expanded to the old EU borders. What could be considered domestic and regional tourism. And that I've heard, and we reported about initiatives, Germans now going to Mallorca again. These are all initiatives. As long as this can be kept under control, we only know 2 weeks later how this test goes. And God forbids, if this is done carefully, maybe that is a baby step after baby step. But to have this world interconnected like we knew it just a few months ago, I don't see this happening. Even if we open, in the case of Hawaii again, our flights to come in here in full force, and we had more than 30,000 arrivals every day into the state, I don't see 30,000 people getting on airplanes and coming here. You have $1.99 sales all inclusive. People are scared. So it's not only reopening the industry, it takes a lot of education and assurance. And I don't know about what is out there now. It looks like everyone is experimenting. I know WTTC came out with an excellent research on their version how to reopen and assure travelers destinations are safe. But when you see that a destination like Fort Lauderdale, where God knows how many people die every day now, could be considered safe in the WTTC stamp of approval, that doesn't always add up. And so I think we all have to be a little bit more careful in how we say things and do things. This WTTC could be a great initiative, and it probably is. But we have to be careful in using word safe, specifically when it comes to the North American population. We have lawsuits here, and and this could be a can of worms after this. I don't know. I don't have a solution. I mean, you probably have a solution before I have a solution.
I don't know. You say that we now have to be careful about what we say, Jürgen. It is bad news for me because I'm always accused of not being too careful. And it's bad news for you because you need to interview people and get them to say difficult things. I think surely, I mean, what we need confidence, and we need that the risk, and all risk, but that the risk posed is worth the experience. This is what they need to think. What concerns me is the state of the lift. And are airlines flying into Hawaii at the same level as they used to, or is it have they shrunk right down?
No, they're shrunk down 90-some%. We do get right now again about 2,400 people coming here every day. Out of this, about 400 tourists. I have no clue. These tourists are probably not coming here to go to quarantine, all of them. So I don't know how well this works. We got a lot of military traveling between the island and the mainland, and we have our local population going back and forth. Las Vegas is open, so people want to get out. I want to get out. I'm sitting on a rock. I haven't left for the longest time ever since I remember. People do like to travel. Don't get me wrong. We do want to go to things. If I could, but is it the right time to do? I agree with you. We have to, the industry, I think, has to work on improving confidence in a responsible way. That's what we have to do. We need to find those opportunities that are out there and help to promote this. I mean, I'm involved quite a bit with the African Tourism Board. It's an organization I started, actually. And so I'm involved in their Project Hope initiative in reopening Africa. Yes, and I have to admit, Africa is a completely different continent than Europe or North America. You have wider spaces, you can distance a lot better. So maybe tourism is shifting in a way we never expected. I don't see the mass tourism coming back too soon, but I think niche markets that are fairly considered safe, where you can do all these things we're told to do, like social distancing, is probably the first we should help to get reestablished. Aviation industry is a tough one because you cannot just distance on an airplane, a social distance on an airplane. But again, there are so many people talking about initiatives to make flying safe, and it probably is safe for the most part. It's just a perception in a lot of ways, but you cannot, it's not a black and white decision. You cannot say it's safe to fly to Florida and it's safe to fly to Spain. They're two different, completely different countries, or it's safe to fly to Kenya, for example. So I think we need to credit the consumer a little bit more of being more intelligent and informed these days, and not just say, okay, now everything is safe, you should travel again. That's not going to work in this world right now.
So do you think that 21 is going to be, I mean, a lot of people are talking about a recovery in 21, but you seem to imply it's going to be more of a bridge year, where we're going to climb back gradually towards the sort of volumes that we had in 2019.
I would think hopefully if we get this virus under control in a way of vaccine or whatever it might be by 21, it's going to be a learning process in how we reshape this industry. And it makes a big difference whether you're talking about ground transportation, air transportation, overseas travel, regional travels, niche markets. There's so many markets out there in the travel and tourism industry that are, I think, perfectly safe even in today's time to be part of. I cannot imagine if you even in California, if you go to Death Valley and have a tour, or in parts of Utah and you go to the Arches National Park, that this is causing a big danger if you go in your family car. I don't think so. But there are other areas, going downtown San Francisco and go to a bar and have fun. That's something, you know, I want to just think about it a little bit. So it's really not a A and B approach. And you know, so I don't know. I mean, I don't. There are people a lot smarter than me trying to figure this out.
Wow.
What I'm worried about is that we're going, and I know we have to go fast. It's livelihoods behind it. There are people working in this industry. They have families. I understand this. But if you go too fast, wouldn't that mean this? You would get a step back every time you go one step forward, so you have two step backs. And where is this going to end? At the end, maybe it's better to be even more patient. Luckily, we have the resources in North America more, and in Europe more than we have in many countries in the developing world. Maybe it's time for the travel industry worldwide to find a solution to help each other out. That's wishful thinking, maybe, for the most part. Then we can maybe work on a global scale. So guys like you and WTO should get way more active than they are right now, instead of just shaking hands, or not shaking hands, I guess, and saying how great they are. It's time for the world to come, really to seriously come together. And it becomes a political issue. I mean, if you look like guys like Trump, our president, or President Trump, in going against everything, no matter what it is, it's a tough one.
So I'm just trying to get some a fix on when you think recovery will take place, because recovery always takes place, Jürgen. I mean, maybe we're looking at a uniquely bleak outlook, but I tend to think that the demand will continue to exist for travel, even for intercontinental travel. And I think what concerns me, and it's what I'm sort of prodding you into speculating about, is what will it take to get the airlines going again? Because we need that capacity. Without airlines flying, we don't have any tourists, or we have very few long-haul tourists at any rate. And what's interesting about the current situation, concerning on one level, is that all the other big slumps you and I have witnessed, be it 86, be it 91, be it 2001, be it 2007, these have all been, the recovery has always been led by airlines, protecting them, and great deals were offered, people started traveling again. And once you get that momentum going, the momentum builds up quite quickly. What I'm concerned about is that the moment the airlines don't have any capacity to protect, they've shrunk right back. And the recovery model they've got is that they will follow demand. They won't lead it. And that may put the brakes on the sort of recovery that we would normally expect and anticipate. I've answered the question for you, which is a terrible interview.
I agree with you.
I wonder, do you think that's mad, or do you think that that's a fairly sound point?
No, I think I agree with you on this. It becomes the security and safety communication becomes more important than anything else. Because I honestly think it's fairly safe to run an aircraft, even today. going to go on. There's still a lot of flights out there, even here from Honolulu. We have, with 2,400 people going back and forth to the mainland, there have got to be at least 10 flights or more every day if they're fully booked. So people do travel still, and I haven't heard of anyone really getting sick, except at Hawaiian Airlines at a training session they had on ground. So airlines doing a lot to keep their environment clean, and they're very conscious about it. It's not only cleanliness. I know our reporter in New York, she said we should give protective gear to everyone. It's cheap. It cost, she figured it out, $8. Every passenger has to get into just protective gear before they get on the plane. They take it off when they go out. I have, it doesn't sound that far-fetched anymore, if you really look at it.
Can you imagine trying to climb out of one of those things inside an aircraft lavatory? It would not be easy. It would not be easy at all. Not a comfortable experience.
Protective gear, I don't know. That's what people do.
Toby, I mean, you've given a wonderful worldwide kind of vision of what's happening, and you're quite right to raise the point that places like Africa have highly hypothecated tourism industries that are aimed specifically at foreign visitors. Things like the safari market. Rely on domestic demand to support the safari industry. It's just not possible, or it has very, very limited scope to do that. But I kind of just turn the attention to Europe. I mean, do you think? Demand for Europe at the moment is closed. It's wrong to portray, I think, Europe as suddenly banning America. All that's happened is that Europe has continued with the exclusion of America in the same way that America has continued to exclude Europeans. It's entirely mutual, this process. I think I'm just wondering what you think the prospects for a European recovery are. Do you think this is going to be happening? Some people hope that we're going to see volume in October, November, December. Others say that we will have to wait until it come around again.
I mean, from a German mindset, and I'm German, some people say you would rather starve to death than not going on a vacation. So I think people in Europe with 6 weeks paid vacation, some of them, compared to us here, luckily to get 2 weeks paid vacation in a year in your working life, the chances for Europe to recover in this are quite a bit higher than the chances here in the United States for people to recover. Europeans already show this resilience. People, from what I understand, are getting in their cars. There are so-called corridors of safer destinations working together, like in the UK, Germany, or Greece, whoever's coming to the table. And these are all good initiatives. And you can, from what I understand, there's good demand. So people are really not that scared. When I talk to many of my friends in Europe, they say it's all safe, it's all made up, and they're coming up with these excuses. Not everyone who died on COVID really died on COVID. So people are either don't want to have it true, but on the other hand, they're sick and tired of staying at home and not do anything. Now you get different type of feedback when it comes to the retail shops. And my sister told me, even though all the shops have been open for a while, they're not really packed. People are not going in, and I can see the same here, but here it may be different because we don't have tourists that are usually in the shops. But the travel demand, I think, if it's done smartly, can recover in Europe a lot faster than it could recover here. Plus, you have a lot of niche markets in Europe. I mean, if you look even at luxury hotel markets, they could really offer products within their own environment where people could enjoy. And you can stay in a hotel for 2 weeks and busy every day. There are guys that like out there, nature travel. It doesn't, maybe it's not the city bar hopping yet. But even there, I mean, you have destinations that feel it is safe. Europe's numbers also, after you reopened, did not go up in the same alarming way they went up in the United States. Why this? I'm not sure. Maybe you're doing something right we're not doing right here. But I think it's encouraging what I see in Europe.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Jürgen, it's been absolutely delightful talking to you. You give me tons of insights. Half an hour has flown by, and it's been great interviewing you rather than the other way around. I have to say, it's been a unique experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom.
Tomorrow, we're talking about a future. We're reimagining what's going to happen in a post-corona world. How will it look like? And how do we position? How do we work? How do we adapt to fit that new normal, that new reality? Of the hotels are now open for business. Is there anything showing like how hard is the industry hit in China? Like how many hotels have had to close down basically due to the crisis? Are there any statistics out on something like that? No?
So we've had, as I mentioned, for the tomb sweeping holiday, which was at the beginning of April, there was a 60% decrease compared to the previous year.
Important. So could you tell us a little bit about like what are the key findings right now? How do you see, who will this especially benefit at the moment, and what are your key findings? Are there any best practices yet, or is it all just new practices out there?
I think everyone has to admit that we are lacking of visibility. This situation has been quite new. It has been worldwide. We have a collective memory when we have worldwide impact or events such as the Crazy Call or the 9/11 attack in the US. These bring new practices, new standards. I think we are just at the beginning of
And so now that because I think I've seen you somewhere quoted saying that it's now the time to experiment and learn, because if not now, then how comes the digital technology? And so what will you say that you have learned, and is there anything from this sort of born out of the crisis, but that you will take forward as well in the coming IMEXs?
Yes, so I think, as you say, the freeing thing, the amazing thing really is that as a result of this, we could do anything. Anything that we put out in May as a replacement was positive, and it allowed us.
the value.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. It's the end of the show. I'm really grateful to you and to our sponsors, particularly at the moment the co-organisers of this event, European Cities Marketing, and Petra Stuszek, who has who's the president of European Cities Marketing, who's made frequent appearances throughout the day. Also our sponsors, Visit Paris Region, Tourism Switzerland and Visit Britain, without whom we really couldn't do this. I would also issue a personal thank you to my team who have put this event together. We've had to devise the system to run it, and I'm delighted it seems to have gone quite smoothly. We're looking forward to seeing you again. We've got events to do with Catalonia and Switzerland in September, I hope, and also with with Paris in November. But above all, we've got GEM taking place at the beginning of November, end of October. So these are the big events we've got coming up. Above all, thank you. You will have put in a long day looking at a TV screen, and so take some time away from it, have a well-earned rest, and thank you very much for your contribution. Good evening.